Chapter 2090. Sovereign Immortal Aperture, Mini Central Continent. A brand new time path immortal formation was set up. It was at the crucial moment. Go. Fang Yuan's divine sense moved. A large lump of epiphyllum nectar was sprinkled over. This was a rank 8 time path immortal material. At the next moment, profound light flashed, turning into countless light specks that spread rapidly. Boom! It was like the explosion of silver-white fireworks. The light specks quickly dissipated without a trace. It was as if the formation that Fang Yuan had spent a lot of effort to set up had completely failed. However, when Fang Yuan activated his investigative killer move, he saw a phantom pool floating in the air. This pool resembled the Year Essence pool, but it was not big. It was only 10% of the Year Essence pool's size. Fang Yuan observed for a while before nodding in satisfaction. The formation was quite successful this time. He willed. The rank 8 Year Essence pool in the mini 9 heavens opened its floodgates. A tributary of the River of Time flowed down, merging into the newly constructed pool. When the water of the River of Time in the pool reached a certain level, it started to move on its own. The water flowed out of the pool and poured into the ground below. At the bottom of the Year Essence pool was a thick white fog. In the shallow pool covered by the fog, there was a large number of desolate plants, extreme marsh flowers. Some of these flowers were like flower butts. They were as big as houses. Some were in full bloom, their petals connected into one, shaped like a trumpet. From the center of the flower, traces of white fog spread out continuously. This was the flower mist extreme marsh shoal that Fang Yuan had meticulously created. The food of rank 8 Immortal Gu Regret was fresh extreme marsh flower mist. The tributary of the River of Time flowed down, causing the entire extreme marsh flower mist shoal's time to accelerate. The water of the tributary of the River of Time continued to spread, but a light blue translucent wall of light appeared around the flower mist shoal. Thus, the effect of time acceleration was limited to the area covered by the wall of light. Success! It is perfect. Fang Yuan inspected it several times. He was very satisfied that there were no problems. The light blue translucent wall of light was a method that Fang Yuan had obtained from Time Difference Grotto Heaven. All of the resource points in Time Difference Grotto Heaven were like this. They were surrounded by the wall of light. The flow of time inside was many times faster than other places. As a result, Time Difference Grotto Heaven's production of time path resources was extraordinary. Fang Yuan added years subpools on top of the original foundation. Each subpool was responsible for regulating a time path area. The rank 8 Year Essence pool was like the main dam, while these Year Essence pools were like the auxiliary dam. The tributaries of the River of Time that were drawn in from the River of Time first entered the Year Essence pool. Then the largest one spread throughout the Immortal Aperture, while many other tributaries entered the auxiliary dam to speed up the production of resources. In this way, Fang Yuan's resource output would increase by more than 10 times. Of course, this method was not only used to speed up the production of resources, it could also be used on Gu worms. In the time path zone where time slowed down, Gu worms' food requirements fell by a lot. This method had little effect on other Gu immortals. The reason was simple: conflicting Dao marks. Time path partitioning was essentially a time path method. If the Gu worms affected were of other paths and had higher ranks, the effect would be smaller. Fang Yuan had the unrestrained heavenly scar, which could reduce internal friction. After trying it out, he found that the effect of this method was gratifying. On one hand, it reduced the food requirements of Gu worms. On the other hand, it increased the production of resources. Fang Yuan's Gu worm food crisis was over before it flared up. Qi Si ancestor left, but these few days, Fang Yuan was not idle. The Eastern Sea Gu immortals died in battle. The immortal apertures and blessed lands that were left at the bottom of the sea were almost all devoured by him. As for the grotto heavens in the immemorial 2 heavens, Fang Yuan intended to keep them for now. On one hand, the sovereign immortal aperture needed food. By annexing a grotto heaven every once in a while, the calamities and tribulations would start anew, allowing Fang Yuan to make arrangements more flexibly. On the other hand, the grotto heavens were like potted plants that grew Qi harvest fruits. Even though there was little hope, if the Qi harvest fruits continued to grow, not only would they suppress the variant human alliance, they could also nourish the Qi Si clone. As for the 3 grotto heavens that Fang Yuan devoured earlier, they were necessary. Fang Yuan had too little immortal essence. He needed to replenish it in large amounts. Rank 8 Gu immortals relied on immortal Yuan stones to replenish immortal essence. The best way was to produce it themselves. But immortal apertures relied on the immortal aperture origin core to produce immortal essence. And the strength of the immortal aperture origin core depended on the immortal aperture's development. To raise its development, Fang Yuan had to devour 3 grotto heavens. The Fate War had expended a large amount of Fang Yuan's immortal essence reserves. After that, Fang Yuan could not rest. He moved around the Qi tides, searching for a way to deal with the Heaven Path Dao marks. After finding a way, Fang Yuan entered the Celestial Court and was immediately pursued. During this period of time, Fang Yuan fought too frequently. Almost all of his battles were against peak experts of the immortal world. They were too intense. By now, Fang Yuan's immortal essence reserves had fallen below the warning line. He needed to rest and recuperate for the time being. He could not fight anymore. Thanks to the year essence pool that I snatched, I have no lack of time path methods to speed up the immortal aperture's time. Otherwise, my immortal essence would have been used up already. It is a pity that I do not have the rank 8 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus, otherwise I would not have to worry about this. Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus Immortal Goo could produce immortal essence. In history, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable who possessed it had the most immortal essence reserves among venerables. Ever since Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable started cultivating, he had never been worried about the burden of primeval essence and immortal essence. In contrast, his enemies often fell into a predicament of running out of primeval essence and immortal essence when fighting against Genesis Lotus. Fang Yuan lacked immortal essence now, it was delaying his recovery. He explored dream realms, he needed immortal essence. He cultivated soul path, he needed immortal essence. He had lost many immortal goo, he needed to refine them quickly. He had a large number of low-rank immortal goo, he needed to refine them. Injured immortal goo needed refinement path methods to recover, he also needed immortal essence. Because of his lack of immortal essence, he needed to save some for emergencies. Fang Yuan's cultivation could only be put aside for now. Only the compound killer moves concept, because the difficulty was too low, he could barely continue with it. Experimenting with new killer moves also needed immortal essence. But just this alone was within the range of what Fang Yuan could bear. Other than accumulating immortal essence and deducing compound killer moves, Fang Yuan was also relocating resource points and gathering immortal materials. The resource points in the 2 heavens grotto heavens that could be moved, Fang Yuan tried his best to relocate them. After all, these grotto heavens were left in the immemorial 2 heavens, their defensive range was too wide. If someone attacked, it would be hard to defend against them in time. A vast number of immortal materials were organized and stored in several warehouses in the sovereign immortal aperture. Fang Yuan imitated Celestial Court, he built several large open warehouses and also several expensive hidden warehouses. The variant human goo immortals received the care of Providence, they were truly rich. Among them, wood path immortal materials were the most abundant. Because Xiaohe Jian and Green Forest Great Sage were mini-man, other than them there were 2 other wood path grotto heavens. There were also many other paths immortal materials, but what made Fang Yuan pleasantly surprised was that the number of luck path immortal materials he collected was also astonishing. For example, the luck path ancient desolate beast rolling cat. After collecting them in small batches, Fang Yuan found dozens of them in the end. This kind of cat was very exquisite, an adult could make it roll on it with just a stretch of their hand. Rolling cat was very adorable, it had snow-white fur, pink paws, large black eyes, and its meow was very tender, meow meow meow, it made people's hearts itch. There was also Lucky Jade, this was in rank 8 luck path immortal material, it emitted a dazzling light at all times and contained dense luck path Dao marks. Tooth water was also a type, it looked no different from ordinary spring water on the surface, but if one drank it, it would get stuck in the gaps between the teeth. Not only would it be extremely uncomfortable, it could even cause the goo immortal's luck to plummet and fall into a trough. The variant human alliance does not have luck path cultivators. But these people were able to create a paradise under the influence of humanity, living in seclusion and reproducing, they naturally have great luck. Not to mention that they are also under the care of Providence. Fang Yuan thought about it, these luck path immortal materials could be explained. These luck path immortal materials were very valuable to Fang Yuan, they came at the right time. Because he needed to refine a large number of luck path immortal goo to raise cooking luck pot's level. Cooking luck pot's level was still too low for the current Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan predicted that there would be a large number of immortal materials and even immortal goo in the future. Because those Eastern Sea goo immortal captives were still imprisoned in the sovereign immortal aperture. Fang Yuan's extortion letters had already been sent to all of Eastern Sea's forces. After Eastern Sea's righteous path leaders received the letters, they sent them to Qi Si Ancestor, hoping to hear his opinion and ask for his help. Chi-Si ancestor had just visited the two heavens grotto heavens and devoured all the Chi harvest fruits. Right now his Chi path Dao marks had broken through 2 million. In less than half a month, the Chi-Si clone's strength had increased explosively. The Chi-Si clone did not react. He would hide this card for now for as long as he could. If those Chi harvest fruits can grow again, that would be great. Chi-Si ancestor was looking forward to it, but he knew that the possibility was not high. Because Chi harvest fruits were produced because of the impact of the Chi tides. Almost all of the grotto heavens were located on heaven veins. That was why there was a huge problem. During the pursuit battle with Fang Yuan, the 5 regions Chi tides had already stopped moving. The fusion of the 5 regions Chi was almost complete. Chi-Si ancestor was also pondering over his own cultivation. He did not lack Dao marks or immortal essence, he lacked killer moves. Chi-Si ancestor only had a few killer moves that he could use. Even though he obtained Primordial Origins True Inheritance, the Chi Path killer move Celestial Court was too familiar. He needed to modify it. Chi-Si ancestor's ambition was not just this. He wanted to create a combat system that was suitable for himself. Killer moves were scattered and could be used to bully some rank 8 experts, or some pseudo-venerables. But against people like Spectral Soul and Duke Long, he needed an outstanding combat system. The main factor that influenced a Gu Immortal's battle strength was cultivation level. But killer moves, immortal Gu, immortal essence, timing, geography, and people were also influential factors. For example, special killer moves like Reverse Flow Protection Seal could allow Gu Immortals to fight above their ranks. Combat systems were also part of this. For most Gu Immortals, combat systems were not necessary. Because just these factors were enough to create a difference in battle strength, Gu Immortals would be able to determine the victor. But to Fang Yuan and Chi-Si, it was something they could not lack. Because cultivation level, killer moves, immortal Gu, and other normal factors could not determine the victor, everyone was about the same. At this time, whoever had a mature and outstanding combat system was very important. Fang Yuan's extortion letters were passed around for a while before they all landed on Chi-Si ancestor's table. Chi-Si ancestor did not even look at them because he knew the contents of these letters. My injuries are not light, I need to recuperate in closed cultivation. Chi-Si ancestor's words made Eastern Sea's righteous path lose the will to resist Fang Yuan. If Chi-Si ancestor did not take action, who could resist Fang Yuan directly? They had to hand over the immortal materials and redeem their clan's Gu Immortals. Chi-Si ancestor added, I have already contacted the Celestial Court, maybe they will send reinforcements. Eastern Sea's righteous path Gu Immortals had complex emotions, they could not say anything. After all, Chi-Si ancestor was heavily injured. He even contacted the Celestial Court for Eastern Sea's righteous path members. He did not ignore them. As a lone cultivator who was close to the righteous path, Chi-Si ancestor had already done a good job. As for Xia clan's Gu Immortals, they were obediently resting in Chi-Si's formation. Their first supreme elder had already been killed by Fang Yuan. The remaining Gu Immortals were very obedient. They were not obedient earlier, especially when the variant human Gu Immortals escaped from Central Continent. These Xia clan Gu Immortals were very excited at that time. They thought that the chance to reclaim their homeland was here. In the end. Chapter 2091. Eastern Sea Hot Spring Blessed Land. Ever since Fang Yuan subdued the variant human alliance, he had been in closed cultivation in Xia clan's headquarters. The Dragon Man clone, Wuxia, represented him, managing the alliance's daily affairs. I have seen your contributions, you may leave. Wuxia's voice could be vaguely heard in the hall. This subordinate takes his leave. At the next moment, the door opened as 2 mini-man Gu Immortals flew out. They were Xiao Hejian and Green Forest Great Sage. After leaving the hall, the respectful expressions on their faces faded, replaced by expressions of regret and helplessness. The reason the 2 immortals were summoned was because Fang Yuan wanted their wood path immortal Gu. Under Wuxia's persuasion, the 2 immortals had to offer their wood path immortal Gu. Green Forest Great Sage transmitted, complaining, Lord Xiao, what do we do? My forest Gu is the core of many killer moves, without it I can barely fight. Xiao Hejian's expression was ugly. Humph, you only lost rank 7 forest Gu, but I offered up rank 8. The 2 immortals were not willing to contribute, but the situation was pressing. What could they do? In fact, this situation had been happening frequently recently. The alliance members were furious, but they did not dare to go against their superior's will. The announcement is here, the announcement is here. An excited voice entered the ears of the 2 mini-man Gu Immortals. The The two immortals moved and arrived in front of an information path Mortal Goo house. On this information path Mortal Goo house, there was a board with 3 words at the top. Contribution board. Looking down, Xiao Hejian was ranked first, his contribution points were in 4 digits. As for Green Forest Great Sage, even though he was not in the top 3, he was in the top 10. Green Forest Great Sage was overjoyed. Lord Xiao, look, you are first. Alliance leader did not lie to us, he really recorded our contributions to the alliance. He was depressed earlier, but his mood was much better now. Xiao Hejian snorted coldly, feeling disdainful. This is just the method of the higher-ups to exploit us. To think that this demon Fang Yuan has such political skills. Sigh, it is a pity that I do not have his peak battle strength. There are still Qi harvest fruits left in my own headquarters. Given the current situation, what else can I do besides following behind Fang Yuan? Xiao Hejian's strength was extraordinary, and he was not inferior to the experts of the Celestial Court. Unfortunately, with his strength, he could only bow his head in front of Fang Yuan. He was unwilling, but what could he do? The situation was stronger than the people. Contribution board? Soon, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and the rest learned of this important news. During this period of time, Alliance members have often been summoned and given Immortal Goo. Even Xiao Hejian was not spared. What should I do? Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch showed worry on his face. My name is not on the contribution board yet. As the Vice Alliance leader, this is not a good thing. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was slightly anxious. But he was reluctant to hand over the Ice and Snow Immortal Goo. How about this? I'll gather a batch of immortal materials and offer them up. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch quickly made up his mind. Fang Yuan could force his subordinates to hand over their immortal goo. But if he did that, it would be too unsightly. The hearts of the people that were gathered after much difficulty would disperse. If that was the case, Fang Yuan's earlier ploy would be a waste of effort. Even though Fang Yuan was a demonic path overlord, he was also well versed in the righteous path. Setting up a contribution board could resolve many conflicts, it could also motivate others. Of course, the essence was still the same, the strong plundered the weak. On the same day that Fang Yuan set up the contribution board, a huge matter happened in Qi Sea. All of the Eastern Sea Righteous Path Gu Immortals gathered together and elected Qi Sea Ancestor as the alliance leader of the Eastern Sea Righteous Qi Alliance. The variant human alliance led by Fang Yuan had become a huge threat to Eastern Sea's super forces. Especially after the recent defeat, Eastern Sea's super clans were even more wary and worried about Fang Yuan's forces. Facing the bullying of the strong, the weak naturally had to band together. Under Fang Yuan's coercion, all of the super forces wanted to band together. As for the alliance leader position, there was no way to fight for it. All of the super clans supported Qi Sea Ancestor, only pseudo-venerable battle-strength Qi Sea Ancestor could contend against Fang Yuan. The Qi Sea clone was not modest, the current situation was already within his calculations. Since I am the alliance leader of the Righteous Qi Alliance, I will act for the big picture. I hope you will not disobey my orders. Qi Sea Ancestor said solemnly. We don't dare, we don't dare. Eastern Sea's Righteous Path Immortals replied. There are 3 important matters now. Qi Sea Ancestor said in detail. The first is to create the alliance's treasury. Each clan needs to hand over a certain amount of resources, not just immortal materials, but also immortal goo recipes, immortal killer moves, and so on. The second is to set up the alliance contribution board and mission board. They must be fair and just. Everyone who contributes to the Righteous Qi Alliance will know about it. The affairs of the Righteous Qi Alliance should also be handled by competent people. The third is that the members of the Righteous Qi Alliance should help each other. If there is a betrayal, the other members must work together to eliminate the traitor. There must not be any leniency or tolerance. That's right, that's right. The Immortals agreed. They knew that only by doing this could they truly create the foundation of the Alliance. Otherwise, the Righteous Qi Alliance would only exist in name, it would be better not to create it. Qi Sea Ancestor organized the first group meeting. The first was the exchange of true inheritances. The clans would exchange their talents. Some clans had many refinement path Gu Immortals, some clans were strong in wisdom path. Such cooperation could indeed rapidly increase the strength of the entire Righteous Qi Alliance. The second was to discuss how to negotiate with Fang Yuan to redeem the Gu Immortals of the various clans. All the clans hoped that Fang Yuan could return the Gu Immortals in one piece and keep their immortal apertures. For this, they were willing to make concessions in terms of ransom. The third was to use the Righteous Qi Alliance's name to publicly contact the Celestial Court, hoping to cooperate with the Celestial Court to form an even stronger alliance to eliminate Fang Yuan and the Variant Human Alliance. After receiving this information, Wu Yong sat in his study room for an entire afternoon. During this period of time, Wu Yong first eliminated the fierce Gorge 7 ghosts, raising his reputation to a whole new level. But soon news of the battle between Fang Yuan and Qi Si, as well as the defeat of Eastern Sea's righteous path, spread all over the world. The subsequent development of the situation made Wu Yong feel like it was too much for him to take in. Eastern Sea formed 2 alliances and entered a standoff. Lord. Wu Bachong asked for an audience. Seeing Wu Yong's grim expression, Wu Bachong knew what was going on. His tone became gentler. The change in Eastern Sea situation was a heavy blow to Wu Yong's ambitions. Wu Yong had originally planned to invade Eastern Sea after unifying southern border. But now, Eastern Sea situation had undergone a complete change. Not only were there 2 alliances, Fang Yuan was also occupying a corner of Eastern Sea. His might was overwhelming. Wu Yong's grand strategy was about to be implemented, but it was already showing signs of failure. Lord, are we still going to attack Mushroom Man Paradise? Wu Bachong asked. Wu Yong's gaze flickered. He was too familiar with Wu Bachong. He asked directly, what happened now? Wu Bachong handed over an information path Mortal Goo. Wu Yong took a look. He crushed the information path Mortal Goo in his hand as his fist slammed on the table. With a loud sound, the paper and brush were scattered. These cowards, scoundrels. Wu Yong gritted his teeth, a ruthless light flashed in his eyes. The information showed that a large number of southern border clans had secretly contacted Lu Wei-yin. The reason for this was obvious. Fang Yuan displayed the might of the number 1 demon in the world. These super forces were afraid. They might not want to collude with Fang Yuan, but Lu Wei-yin had cooperated with Fang Yuan not long ago to kill Spectral Soul. Thus, these super forces secretly contacted and colluded with Lu Wei-yin. This was the way of survival for super forces. On the surface, they were irreconcilable enemies with the demon Fang Yuan, but in the dark, they communicated with each other. If something unexpected happened in the future, there would be a trace of friendship and a way out. Lord, the demonic forces are rampant now. Since Lord has the ambition to conquer the world, why not endure for a while and wait for a good opportunity? Wu Bachong urged. Wu Yong fell into silence. He was clear about his plan. He knew the pros and cons of it. The Gu cultivation world had always respected the strong, primordial origin immortal venerable, who single-handedly led humanity to overthrow the rule of the variant humans in the 5 regions. Looking at the current situation, Fang Yuan, Qi Si ancestor, and several other pseudo-venerables were leading the world. The result of their conflict would influence the politics of the 5 regions. Using the alliance of the weak to defeat the strong? History had already proven that this was a dead end. Conflicting Dao marks made them lose their advantage in numbers. Since ancient times, there were many wise people who worked hard in this area. Ancient battle formations and immortal Gu houses were created because of this. But what happened? Looking at the Fate War, the main characters were always Duke Long, Fang Yuan, Feng Zhouge, and others. They were all Gu immortals. Even Demon Judgment Board, Dragon Palace, Di Zongxing, and others were just supporting characters. Wu Yong's plan was not to ally with the weak to resist the strong. He wanted to gather enough resources through the alliance so that he could cultivate on his own. He wanted to raise his cultivation base and battle strength to the pseudo-venerable realm, or even the venerable realm. Developing a force was only one way to become stronger. Gathering resources and suppressing enemies was ultimately still based on the individual. Looking at the history of the 5 regions, super forces were just vassals of the strong. The rise and fall of a super force was decided by the state of the strong. After a long while, Wu Yong broke the silence, saying, Wu Bachong, your suggestion is very reasonable. Alright, let's put aside the plan of attacking Mushroom Man Paradise for now. There are a few things we need to do now. Wu Yong said as he tapped the table with his fingers. First, actively search for all kinds of inheritances and try to find venerable methods from them, so that we can resist existences like Fang Yuan in the future. Second, spread rumors about Fang Yuan's strength, emphasize the conflict between Fang Yuan and the Celestial Court, and try to lure them into fighting each other. Chapter 2092. Central Continent. Flowing silver blessed land. Spare my life. Leave the enemy is Demon Immortal Ziwei. She is not someone we can fight. We were so unlucky we had just attacked and Demon Immortal Ziwei came. The Central Continent Gu Immortals sighed as they escaped in panic. Did I say you could leave? Fairy Myrtle smiled coldly, purple light shone from her body. The light illuminated half the sky, most of the central continent Gu immortals died, only one escaped alive. Fairy Myrtle was a rank 8 Gu immortal, a wisdom path great expert. Against these rank 6 and 7 Gu immortals, she displayed battle strength that left them in despair. After easily slaughtering the Gu immortals, Fairy Myrtle hooked her finger, the souls of the Gu immortals were brought to Wuxia. After devouring them, Master's soul foundation will rise greatly again. Fairy Myrtle smiled. Wuxia was depressed, his morale was low. Sigh, even if my foundation is strong, so what? My main body is dead, only this split soul of mine is left. Master, don't be discouraged. Sun quickly persuaded, I brought almost all the soul path resources in soul pacifying grotto heaven, they are your cultivation resources. During this period of time, Sun had already met up with Fairy Myrtle and Wuxia. After persuading Wuxia, Sun said to Fairy Myrtle, Lady Ziwei, did you let that transformation path Gu immortal go on purpose? Why did you do that? Did you want him to attract more Gu immortal enemies? Sun's soul was modified by spectral soul, he was extremely loyal to Wuxia. He would object to anything that went against Wuxia's interests. Right now, he was looking at Fairy Myrtle with a questioning gaze. Fairy Myrtle smiled coldly, ignoring him. Wuxia quickly eased the atmosphere. If I am not wrong, that transformation path Gu immortal should be Warrior Steel Rush. He is Fang Yuan's subordinate, he was originally a Gu immortal in Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. After the Fate War he has been roaming outside. Sun frowned, feeling indignant. Fang Yuan killed Master's main body, he is our mortal enemy, we should not let him go. Wuxia sighed. Fang Yuan's demonic might is overwhelming, he has completely subdued the variant human alliance and occupied Eastern Sea. During the battle with Eastern Sea's Righteous Path Alliance, he displayed pseudo-venerable battle strength, he has completely broken free from the Heaven Path Dao Mark restriction. Now he is summoning his subordinates back, which super forces would dare to stop him. Even the 10 great ancient sects of the central continent turn a blind eye to it. Fairy Ziwei continued, Fang Yuan is crafty and despicable, he is ruthless and ruthless, he slaughtered his entire clan when he was young to raise his aptitude. He is Dragon King Clan Dragon Army. Whether at battle or not or Dragon King Gu he wore King Chin Chin. Even if we kill this Warrior Steel Rush, how much damage can we cause to Fang Yuan? Damn it. Sun clenched his fists, realizing, this demon has already gained momentum, we cannot shake him. Not only that, even getting rid of his subordinates was a huge risk, they were worried that Fang Yuan would take the opportunity to investigate. Since this demon has recovered his battle strength, why is he not fighting to the death with Celestial Court? Fairy Myrtle analyzed as she plundered flowing silver-blessed land. I am suspicious of Fang Yuan's immortal essence reserves. It is likely that he lacks immortal essence now. Earlier when he fought Qi Si Ancestor he was bluffing. So now he is recuperating. Are you sure? Sun heard this and his eyes shined. Maybe we can make use of this. Fairy Myrtle fell silent again. Wuxia shook his head and smiled bitterly. Do you know what our greatest gain from fighting with Fang Yuan is? What is it? It is Fang Yuan, we cannot use common sense to judge him. According to the intensity of the previous battles, it is reasonable for him to lack immortal essence now. But no one knows how many methods he has, how much venerables helped him in the dark, or what methods he has in his rebirth memories. Even his main body died. Now that we managed to escape we should not provoke him. Wuxia persuaded. Fairy Myrtle frowned. Wuxia's words did not hurt her, but she was worried about Wuxia's morale. Fang Yuan was always out of the ordinary, he displayed shocking performances time and time again. Right now Wuxia was filled with fear. This was not the demeanor of the great spectral soul demon Venerable. Wuxia was not only a split soul of spectral soul, he was also the master that Fairy Myrtle and Sun were loyal to, they were looking forward to his rise. To boost Wuxia's morale, Fairy Myrtle thought for a while before saying, Fang Yuan is a terrifying person. After all along he has been pressured by various forces. Be it the Venerable's forceful suppression or the pursuit of the Celestial Court led by me, he has been living a miserable life for a long time, he has been in a precarious situation. The way I see it, Fang Yuan is only a pawn, the Venerables who supported him had already given up on him the moment Fate Gu was destroyed. Not only did they give up on him, they even destroyed him. Be it the restriction of Fang Yuan's Heaven Path Dao marks, or the pursuit of Spectral Soul, they are all evidence. But now Fang Yuan broke free and killed Spectral Soul. He got rid of the Venerable's arrangements and obtained freedom. He never had time to develop his business properly, but now he does. Right now he is growing stronger every minute and second. He is growing stronger at an unfathomable speed. Even though I am a wisdom path great expert and have fought with Fang Yuan many times, I cannot estimate how strong he will be the next time he attacks. But no matter how strong he is, as long as he does not become venerable, he is not invincible. Fairy Myrtle changed the topic. Wuxia smiled bitterly. Maybe the next time Fang Yuan attacks, he will already be a venerable. No. Fairy Myrtle smiled. It is not so easy to become a venerable. Since ancient times there have only been 10. How to become a venerable is a huge secret. All sorts of clues show that the venerables who helped Fang Yuan did not tell him this secret. Is that so? Sun clapped, saying happily, "This is great. If Fang Yuan does not become venerable, he will only be a pseudo-venerable. Even though his battle strength is strong, there is a limit. Be it Qi ancestor or divine emperor city, they can deal with him." Wuxia let out a breath of turbid air. This means that as long as Fang Yuan does not become venerable, we will still have hope? Fairy Myrtle nodded. Even though Fang Yuan is strong, there are many things restricting him. Once fake Gu is destroyed, the universe will be in chaos. Demon Immortal Qi Ju can revive. Can't the past venerables do the same? That doesn't make sense. Demon Immortal Qi Ju is only a pseudo-venerable. Sun's heart shook. Lady Ziwei, you were once in charge of Celestial Court. Do you have some clues? What venerable revival? Fairy Myrtle shook her head. This is only my deduction, there is no proof. But one thing is clear. When a Gu Immortal revives, the stronger they are, the harder it is. Demon Immortal Qi Ju used up a grotto heaven to revive. He also used the Qi harvest fruit. Even so, because of the severe interference during the revival, Demon Immortal Qi Ju's strength fell after reviving. It is different from the records of Celestial Court. The revival of a venerable is thousands of times more difficult than Qi Ju's revival. As Fairy Myrtle said this, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's image appeared in her mind. She had many suspicions. These last days, even though she, Wuxia, and the rest were wanted, Celestial Court did not pursue them much. Thinking about it, even though Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's arrangements appeared during the Fate War, they were not focused on protecting Celestial Court. Under the control of Genesis Lotus will, Divine Bean Palace and Emperor City combined to form Divine Emperor City, but before and after the Fate War, it had remained in Central Continent, not moving at all. Not long ago the battle proved that Divine Emperor City could fly. As for the bamboo forest image that Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable set up at the top of Heaven Overseeing Tower, after devouring many Northern Plains Gu Immortal experts, it flew out of Celestial Court, vanishing without a trace. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable had left behind all sorts of methods, but Fairy Myrtle felt that Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's focus was not on defending Celestial Court or protecting Fate Gu, but on other areas. Fang Yuan must have sensed this, that's why he did not attack Divine Emperor City. Fairy Myrtle looked at Eastern Sea. Someone first leaked the news in Jewel Yellow Skies, after which rumors of a battle between Fang Yuan and Celestial Court spread like wildfire. Right now, the entire 5 regions Gu Immortal world had a saying. The battle between Fang Yuan and Celestial Court in Divine Emperor City would decide who the ruler of the world would be. Wu Yong was only the beginning. Western Deserts Gu Immortal world, Eastern Seas Gu Immortal world, Northern Plains Gu Immortal world, and even the Gu Immortals of the 2 heavens had strong motives. They were secretly adding fuel to the fire. This plan isn't bad. But what kind of person is Fang Yuan? Why would he fall for it? Fairy Myrtle sneered. In the chess game of the world there were countless living beings, but only a few people competed. Even though Fairy Myrtle did not have the strength to participate, as a wisdom path great expert, she had such foresight. After plundering Liquid Silver blessed land, the Liquid Silver inheritance was also obtained by Fairy Myrtle. This was a metal path inheritance. It was created by Central Continent's rank 7 Gu Immortal, Silver Horn Immortal. To Fairy Myrtle it did not have much value. Wuxia and Sun cultivated Soul Path, true inheritances did not have much value as a reference. What was truly useful to them were some immortal materials in the blessed land. After confirming that they did not leave anything behind, Fairy Myrtle and the other 2 immortals left. Immemorial Black Heaven. Under Bing Sichuan's lead, He Lulan arrived at Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace. Longevity Heaven actually had such a trump card. He Lulan was inwardly shocked. This rank 8 immortal Gu house in front of her was far larger than Calamity Luck Altar, The grand dark golden palace gave off an unwavering aura that had experienced the vicissitudes of life. I brought you here to meet someone. Bing Sai Chuan brought He Lulan deep into Lux Suppression Heavenly Palace. You are? He Lulan stared with wide eyes at immortal zombie giant Sun who was sitting on a cushion. The strong reaction from her bloodline and immortal zombie giant Sun's appearance allowed He Lulan to quickly confirm the identity of the person in front of her. She immediately knelt on the ground and paid her respects. Unfilial descendant pays respect to ancestor giant Sun. Good child, get up. Immortal zombie giant Sun smiled kindly. He Lulan, who was in a turbulent mood, was immediately supported up by a formless and gentle force. She had just stood up when she heard immortal zombie giant Sun say, "You are my outstanding descendant. If you want to talk about unfilial, He tribes Gu immortals are truly unfilial. They are afraid of death. They actually sided with an outsider, that 100 Legs Jr." Chapter 2093. When Bai Ning Bing barely managed to open her eyes, the first thing she saw was a gentle yellow light. "You're awake too." A familiar voice resounded in her ears, but she could not hear it clearly. After a few breaths of time, Bai Ning Bing's vision became clear. She saw Fairy Miao Yin and Black Tigress beside her. Bai Ning Bing felt weak all over. She barely supported her upper body with her hands. Where is this? She looked around and found that she was in a cave. The cave was very peculiar. It was shaped like a ball. Bai Ning Bing and the other immortals were at the bottom of the ball. The inner wall of the spherical cave was made up of sparse yellow soil. From time to time, there would be waves of red light that condensed into a bloodline-like red flowing light in the yellow soil. Wait, these are... Bai Ning Bing's expression became bewildered. She found that in the walls of the spherical cave, there was an immortal material embedded at regular intervals. The first thing she found was a piece of copper material in front of her. The copper material was tough and domineering. It was inserted into the soil and flickered with a cold metallic luster. Isn't this the rank 7 immortal material domination copper? Bai Ning Bing recognized it. Then she noticed that there was a piece of iron that was as white as snow not far from Ba Tong. This metal had a higher aura than domination copper. It was a rank 8 immortal material, white snow iron. How can this be? Where domination copper is produced, there should not be any other rank 7 copper materials. But I only took a rough look. There are at least 5 pieces of rank 7 copper materials here. Moreover, white snow iron has always been produced from rooster iron ores. Why is there only 1 piece of white snow iron here? It seems that even Bai Ning Bing cannot recognize the peculiarity of this place. Black Tigress said in disappointment. Fairy Miao Yin smiled. We only woke up a little earlier than you. We are also very curious about this place. This place is too mystical. It seems to be a storage room for immortal materials. Not just metal path immortal materials, there are also other paths. Look over there. Fairy Miao Yin pointed to the left of Bai Ning Bing. Bai Ning Bing looked over and saw that in a small piece of soil on the left, there were more than 10 big round radishes. I know these are white wine radishes. White wine is produced from radishes. Even though they are rank 6, food path immortal materials are very rare. Bai Ning Bing said. Look over here. Fairy Miao Yin pointed again. Bai Ning Bing discovered a gust of wind. The wind condensed into a ball the size of a string ball. It was dark green in color and the sound of the wind was very low. Bai Ning Bing had once obtained the Baixiang Grotto Heaven and had followed by Fang Yuan's side for a long time. When she saw this ball of wind, she narrowed her eyes and recalled its records. This is heavy eerie wind, a rank 8 wind path immortal material. It can only be found deep underground. Even celestial quartz Gu immortals desire it. Metal path immortal materials domination copper, white snow iron and others. Food path immortal material white wine radish. Wind path immortal material serene heavy wind. Other than these, Bai Ning Bing and the rest also found red snake iron, orchid life chi, sleeping dream soil and others. What is this? Bai Ning Bing and the rest noticed a little fox above their heads. Its furry fox tail and hind legs were trapped in the soil. When it saw that Bai Ning Bing and the others had discovered it, it curled up into a ball in fear and let out a soft whimper. The 3 female immortals widened their eyes. They were stunned for a while, then they said in unison, Jade Fox Mist Infant. This was a rank 8 transformation Dao transformation immortal material. It was recorded in the Legends of Renzu. What is this place? Jade Fox Mist Infant is already extinct. To think that there would be one here. The 3 immortals soon found purple manor soil. This was a rank 8 immortal material. The soil was in the form of purple granules. Purple smoke was rising from the surface. The purple smoke was only half an inch tall. At the top of the purple smoke, the smoke condensed into even smaller granules and scattered on the purple manor soil below. This purple manor soil is absolutely extinct. Because its effect is too powerful, it has only appeared once in history. Fairy Miao Yin said with certainty. Purple manor soil had extraordinary effects. Putting a trace of purple smoke into an aperture could raise one's cultivation level. And if purple manor soil was put into an immortal aperture, as long as there was enough of it could also raise a Gu immortal's cultivation level. After the three immortals searched for a while, they found that there were many types of immortal materials here. Even though the amount of each was small, the total value was still huge. The most abundant immortal material here is crystal essence. Earth path crystal essence, water path crystal essence, lightning path crystal essence, and so on. Could this be the legendary secluded domain of heaven and earth? Hu Land? Black Tigress guessed. Fairy Miao Yin shook her head. Even though the legends of Renzu did not record it clearly, since Hu Land is on par with Shi Land, it should be similar to demon immortal Qi Ju's Shi Land. Bai Ningbing smiled. This is truly amazing and mysterious. There are actually heavenly crystals here. Aren't heavenly crystals a product of the 9 heavens? We should be deep underground right now. The three immortals continued to research and soon overturned their previous conclusion. So the most abundant immortal material is not crystal essence, but the large amount of earth blood meridians buried in the soil. Every once in a while the earth blood meridians would shine with flowing light, like blood vessels growing and spreading in the ground. Because of it, Bai Ningbing found the red flowing light earlier. Following the earth blood meridians, the three immortals found the source. They also saw their greatest discovery. A small and exquisite black-yellow heart. With it as the source, there was a large amount of earth blood meridians in the shape of a net. The three immortals looked at each other and shook their heads. They could not recognize the origin of this black-yellow heart. But clearly this is a luck path immortal material. It is rank 9, it is the most valuable immortal material here. There are no traces of human activity here. Nature's uncanny craftsmanship can leave people speechless at times. The world is vast, it is truly mysterious and interesting, it is truly marvelous. If we Gu immortals do not live marvelously, it would be like living in vain. What is the point? Bai Ningbing praised endlessly. Fairy Miao Yin saw Bai Ningbing's expression and sighed helplessly in her heart. Bai Ningbing's nature was to focus on herself and pursue excitement. She did not care about life and death, not to mention morals and ethics. Fairy Miao Yin originally disliked Bai Ningbing, but in the previous battle, if not for Bai Ningbing's desperate battle, Fairy Miao Yin and Lady White Rabbit would have already become the Celestial Court's prisoners. Black Daughter said, "This is great. With these immortal materials, they will definitely be of great help to Master." The master she was referring to was naturally Fang Yuan. Fairy Miao Yin looked at her and sighed helplessly in her heart again. She knew. Lady White Rabbit was about the same as Bai Ningbing. They were both normal people. Lady White Rabbit's true inheritance was extremely strange. It was a top-quality dual-path cultivation method. Lady White Rabbit cultivated light and dark paths. She used the concept of extreme light as darkness and extreme darkness as light. When Lady White Rabbit's cultivation level was rank 6, once it changed, Lady Black Tigress would have rank 7 cultivation level. When Lady White Rabbit had rank 7 cultivation level, Black Tigress would have rank 8 cultivation level. But this inheritance had a huge influence on a cultivator's mental state and emotions. Lady White Rabbit was pure and kind, while Black Tigress was ruthless and ruthless. They were two extremes. Not just that, once they acknowledged and worshipped someone, it would accumulate deep in White Rabbit and Black Tigress' hearts, it would be engraved in them and could not be changed. After the pursuit battle against Fang Yuan, Lady Black Tigress' worship towards Fang Yuan increased even more. Because even Spectral Soul was ambushed and killed by Fang Yuan. Hearing that Black Tigress wanted to offer the immortal material to Fang Yuan, Bai Ningbing's expression turned grim. A dangerous light shined in her eyes as she took a step forward. "You actually have such a foolish thought? You are calling me foolish?" Black Tigress raised her eyebrows, retorting angrily, "You think I am afraid of you? You too." Fairy Miao Yin quickly stood between the two. "It was not easy for us to escape here. We risked our lives to obtain freedom. We cannot use it for internal strife. What we need to consider is what to do next." Bai Ningbing and Black Tigress were persuaded. They snorted coldly. The three immortals continued to explore. They dug through a small part of the wall. Through the small hole, they could see the violent earth chi outside. It was still rumbling intensely. "We are still inside the earth vein. What do we do? With just our strength, even if we work together, the risk is too high. This discovery caused the three immortals to sink into worry. Thankfully, this place did not restrict communication with the outside world. The three immortals successfully communicated with Jewel Yellow Skies. They quickly learned about the aftermath of the pursuit battle against Fang Yuan, as well as the turbulent situation in Eastern Sea during this period of time. Black Tigress was overjoyed. Master is finally out of danger. He has become the #1 demon lord in the world. Fairy Miao Yin was a little worried, to think that Celestial Court still had a trump card like Divine Emperor City. Even someone as strong as Demon Immortal Chiju was defeated. Sigh, Celestial Court's foundation is truly too deep. Black Tigress snorted coldly. What is a mere immortal goo house? The methods are fixed, it is hard to modify them. As long as Master can probe all of Divine Emperor City's methods, it will be easy to destroy this immortal goo house. Black Tigress's eyes shined. She said with a firm tone, I want to return. Master has already sent word to recall his subordinates. I want to return immediately and continue to follow Master. Fairy Miao Yin nodded, agreeing with Black Tigress's idea. She knew that the 5 regional walls were gone, Fate Goo was destroyed, the future would be a chaotic world. To survive in this chaotic world, it was best to rely on experts. Fairy Miao Yin naturally knew of Fang Yuan's ruthlessness and cruelty, but she had no other place to go now. Compared to Black Tigress, Fairy Miao Yin's loyalty towards Fang Yuan was very limited. She was more concerned about herself. Thus, when Fairy Myrtle captured Fairy Miao Yin cooperated with her. But the situation was different now. Fang Yuan was publicly recognized as the #1 demon immortal in the world. Even the Celestial Court was suppressed by him. Even if Fairy Miao Yin joined another force, who would dare to take her in? Were they not afraid of Fang Yuan finding out and taking revenge? Bai Ning Bing sneered at the two girls. It seems that you still want to follow Fang Yuan? Do you have any brains? Who caused you to end up in this situation? Wasn't it Fang Yuan who abandoned you? If he could abandon you once, he can abandon you a second time or even a third time. Why do we always need to rely on others? This is the best chance for us to regain our freedom. Even though our alliance with Fang Yuan still exists, Fairy Myrtle has already suppressed us. Everyone thinks that we died in battle, even the Celestial Court is kept in the dark. You still want to go back? Fairy Miao Yin sighed. Bai Ning Bing, don't forget our identities. We are wanted demonic path Gu immortals on the Demon Judgment Board. The righteous path of the 5 regions want to capture us. Everyone wants to kill us. If we don't join Fang Yuan, what else can we do? If we fight alone, we will be discovered one day. Gu immortal experts will come to hunt us down. Bai Ning Bing laughed loudly. If we escape, it will be very exciting. Don't you look forward to it? Fairy Miao Yin rolled her eyes. Black Tigress snorted coldly, saying, even if Master Fang Yuan abandons me again, I will do it willingly. Chapter 2094. Sovereign Immortal Aperture, Mini Central Continent. Fang Yuan's months of preparations, Immortal Aperture time, had reached the crucial moment. At the center of a square pond, there was a small pavilion. Following Fang Yuan's thoughts, a goo worm slowly flew towards the pavilion. This immortal goo was round like a pearl, it was the size of a goose egg, there were countless markings on the pearl, constantly changing, like a myriad of blooming lotuses or moving clouds. It was Blood Asset Immortal Goo. This goo was created by Land Spirit of Langia by combining some of the Blood Path Goo recipes in Jewel Yellow Skies. Blood Asset Immortal Goo could protect a portion of the immortal materials or goo worms during the goo refinement process. If the goo refinement failed, these immortal materials or goo worms could be restored using Blood Asset Immortal Goo afterwards. Blood Asset Immortal Goo was originally rank 6. But not long ago, under Fang Yuan's hard work, he had used the long hair refinement path formation to advance it to rank 7. Blood Asset Immortal Goo slowly flew to the top of the pavilion. There was a golden throne there. Thoughts surged in Fang Yuan's mind like tidal waves. This step might seem simple from the outside, but in fact, in order to reach this final step, Fang Yuan was spending 100,000 thoughts every second. Plop. With a soft sound, Blood Asset Immortal Goo finally landed on the golden throne. Shortly after, Fang Yuan expended his immortal essence. The golden throne produced an attractive force that firmly fixed Blood Asset Immortal Goo in place. Blood Asset Immortal Goo burst out with a dense blood light. The bloody light was like flowing water, quickly flowing down from the roof of the pavilion, soaking the original white jade pavilion in a vermilion color. After it dyed the entire pavilion, the blood-red light continued to spread, covering the calm pond water. The pool water turned bright red like blood. The surface of the pool water started to have slight ripples. Splash, splash, splash. The ripples collided with the 4 stone walls at the outermost area, but they immediately vanished, becoming calm again. 4 Elements Square Regret Blood Refinement Pool was finally constructed. Fang Yuan wiped the sweat off his forehead. He had been tense for a month. He finally relaxed. He immediately felt a strong sense of exhaustion seeping out from his bones. My mental energy consumption is too great, and my immortal elemental energy consumption is not small either. Fang Yuan was well aware of this. He was dispirited and he just wanted to ignore everything else and fall asleep. He did the same. He slept for 2 days and 2 nights straight. His spirit had finally recovered. Fang Yuan immediately probed the 4 Elements Square Regret Blood Refining Pool with his spiritual force. After checking for a while, he nodded in satisfaction. Everything was flawless. For the sake of constructing this refinement pool, he'd exhausted tremendous effort and racked his brains. After paying such a price, the 4 Elements Square Regret Blood Refining Pool was definitely the pinnacle masterpiece of the refining path. Fang Yuan combined Regret Pool, Refinement Cauldron, Long Hair Refinement Path Formation, and other refinement path-related immortal goo houses and immortal formations, ingeniously creating the design of 4 Elements Square Regret Blood Refinement Pool. The Regret Pool was one of the 3 pools in the world. Along with the Heaven Pool and the Wine Pool, they were famous in the 5 regions and left their names in history. When goo immortals refined immortal goo here, if they succeeded, the success mark would be preserved here. When the immortal goo was destroyed, Regret Pool could be activated, using the power of the tributary of the River of Time and the preserved success mark to refine the immortal goo again. The success rate was often as high as 50 to 60%. Sun Ming Lu, one of the 7 extremities of Northern Plains Longevity Heaven, imitated Regret Pool and constructed the Super Goo Formation Fate Reversing Sacrificial Refinement Formation to refine rank 8 Fortune rivaling Heaven Goo for Old Ancestor Xuehu. Refinement Cauldron was Long Hair Ancestor's proudest masterpiece. It had the power to forcefully refine immortal goo. In the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, Langya Blessed Land relied on it to defend against 7 waves of attacks. It forcefully refined the immortal goo of the goo immortals who invaded the Blessed Land and captured countless people. And the Long Hair Refinement Path Formation was Langya Sect's strongest foundation, the essence of its trump card. The formation was extremely outstanding. Only hairy man goo immortals could control it. In history, Long Hair Ancestor had used this formation many times to refine immortal goo for Giant Sun Immortal and Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. Before the Fate formation, Fang Yuan also relied on this formation to advance his immortal goo on a large scale. If not for Fang Yuan's refinement path and time path attainment levels reaching Quasi-Supreme Grandmaster, he would not have been able to think of such a design plan. Just this 4 Elements Square Regret Blood Refinement Pool's design plan was absolutely unprecedented, and it was very likely that no one would be able to replicate it in the future. And the price that Fang Yuan paid to construct this immortal goo house was even more shocking. Firstly, Fang Yuan completely dismantled the unique Long Hair Refinement Path formation that had a long history. The core rank 8 Immortal Goo Advanced Refinement was still used as the core, becoming a part of the foundation of 4 Elements Square Regret Blood Refinement Pool. Secondly, Fang Yuan used rank 8 Immortal Goo Regret to take the essence of Regret Pool and construct the small pavilion in the pool. Next, Fang Yuan specially constructed a Year Essence sub-pool outside, drawing a tributary of the River of Time into the square pool. To achieve this step, Fang Yuan arranged 3 rank 8 time path Immortal Goo, Early Autumn, Mid-Autumn and Late Autumn, from 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform. Finally, Fang Yuan directly placed the incomplete form of Refinement C into the pool. Refinement C was an important investment of the land spirit of Langya. It wanted to create a future refinement path secluded domain of heaven and earth. To successfully place the incomplete form of Refinement C, Fang Yuan also placed the rank 8 Immortal Goo Water Refinement inside. The entire 4 Elements Square Regret Blood Refinement Pool had 4 cores. They were the rank 8 Immortal Goo Advanced Refinement, Water Refinement, Regret, and the rank 7 Immortal Goo Blood Asset. Thus it was called 4 Elements. The number of supplementary Immortal Goo directly broke through 20, Early Autumn, Mid-Autumn, and Late Autumn were the 3 rank 8 Immortal Goo at the forefront. As for the other Mortal Goo, there were over 100 million of them. Their types were as diverse as the sea of stars. It was simply unimaginable. Fang Yuan placed almost all of his refinement path Immortal Goo into it. There were also many time path immortal Gu, wisdom path immortal Gu and so on. Fortunately, he controlled the Variant Human Alliance and extorted Eastern Sea's Righteous Chi Alliance. He had an abundance of suitable immortal Gu. With such a shocking investment, 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool had the long hair refinement path formation, regret pool, refinement cauldron, refinement C and other abilities. It fused the flesh body blood refinement method, 7 kill blood path Gu refinement method, Bei Luo ice refinement method, and so on. It could unleash refinement path killer moves like slumbering lightning python, wind grind, reflecting snow, muffled thunderstone drum, dragon-shaped ice and snow, heavenly light rotation, refinement snake lifespan flower, omnipresent 4 seas, and even take a step back to broaden the sea and sky. Once 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool appeared, it became the #1 refinement path immortal Gu house in the history of Gu cultivation. It was indisputable, it had no rivals. If news of this spreads, 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool will definitely be able to compete with Divine Emperor City and 88-point Jianghu Tower for the #1 position in the ranking of immortal Gu houses. Divine Emperor City was the sacred land of human path, while 88-point Jianghu Tower controlled northern plains, achieving the golden rule of the Huangjin bloodline. And 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool was not inferior. It fused the essence of human path and hairy man nature Gu refinement path. With it, not only would the cost of refining immortal Gu fall sharply, the success rate of Gu refinement would also be unimaginably high. Whoever controlled this 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool would have an endless supply of immortal Gu. However, 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool is not complete. It only focuses on Gu refinement and has almost no offensive, defensive, movement, or other abilities. Moreover, in this world only I, Fang Yuan, can construct it. Other Gu immortals are powerless even if they get the blueprint. If a Gu immortal saw Fang Yuan's blueprint, they would praise it profusely and gasp in amazement at first. But once they looked deeper, they would curse and feel disdain in their hearts, feeling that this idea was fake and almost nonsensical. That was because the design of 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool did not consider the situation of conflicting Dao marks in most aspects. Only in the sovereign immortal aperture, because of the negative impact of conflicting Dao marks, could 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool go from an ideal to a reality. In fact, as long as Fang Yuan brought 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool outside the immortal aperture, this immortal Gu house would collapse on its own because of the severe internal friction and the intense conflicting Dao marks. Even before Fang Yuan had 3,000 heaven path Dao marks, it was not enough to construct this 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool. Fortunately, Fang Yuan had devoured Grand Swine, Fresh Heavens, and Time Difference Grotto Heavens, these 3 rank 8 Grotto Heavens, and after refining their heaven path Dao marks, he was able to reach the minimum standard of constructing 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool. These 3 Grotto Heavens had fused with 9 Heavens fragments, and the 9 Heavens fragments contained heaven path Dao marks. Time Difference Grotto Heaven had over 700,000 time path Dao marks, and over 800 heaven path Dao marks. Fresh Grotto Heaven had over 1,600,000 rule path Dao marks, and over 1,900 heaven path Dao marks. Grand Swine Grotto Heaven had the most Dao marks, over 3,200,000 transformation path Dao marks, and over 3,300 heaven path Dao marks. Chapter 2095. These Grotto Heavens and the 2 Heavens had a vast number of Dao marks. These Dao marks did not come from tribulations, but from the contributions of generations of Gu immortals. For example, Soul Pacifying Grotto Heaven had more than 7 million Dao marks. With so many Soul Path Dao marks, the Grotto Heaven had a large number of super resource points. The original Soul Pacifying Grotto Heaven only had 100,000 Soul Path Dao marks. After it annexed a large 9 Heavens fragment, it had no tribulations or tribulations. With the support of Providence, Soul Pacifying Grotto Heaven produced Gu immortals generation after generation. These Gu immortals were all humans, even though they could choose any path they wanted to cultivate, most of them chose Soul Path. Because the Grotto Heaven had many types of Soul Path resources, it could be said to be blessed by heaven. Even if Gu immortals chose other paths, they were few in number. It was much harder for them to obtain cultivation resources of other paths than Soul Path. In fact, the immemorial 2 Heavens were not a place that ordinary rank 6 or 7 Gu immortals could explore. Normally speaking, only a few rank 7 experts and ordinary rank 8s could explore the immemorial 2 Heavens, taking risks and collecting a certain amount of resources in the wild. And when these Soul Path Gu immortals died, their immortal apertures would fuse into soul-pacifying grotto heaven. These Gu immortals did not have sovereign immortal apertures. When they fused their immortal apertures, there would be a lot of internal friction and losses. But because the main Dao marks were Soul Path Dao marks, the gains from the fusion were greater than the losses most of the time. Over the years, the accumulation of generations had resulted in the astonishing accumulation of more than 7 million gold coins today. 4 Elements Square Regret Blood Refinement Pool was the largest investment that Fang Yuan had made since he started cultivating, from the 500 years of his previous life until now. He invested his entire refinement path into it. He even involved Time Path, Rule Path, Wisdom Path, Blood Path and others. With 4 Elements Square Regret Blood Refinement Pool, Fang Yuan's refinement path strength rose sharply. He became the #1 person in the world. Adding on his quasi-supreme refinement path attainment level, even in the long river of history Fang Yuan was definitely among the top 3 in refinement path. But Time Path, Rule Path and other aspects, because he invested a lot of immortal Gu, his foundation fell. During this period of recuperation, Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress had not been repaired yet. Its immortal essence storage was already out of danger. Many immortal Gu had been sacrificed, but because of the increase in the Dao marks of the main paths, Fang Yuan's overall battle strength rose instead of falling. Fang Yuan's life became better. In the past, Fang Yuan was in a precarious situation. He was schemed against by the Venerable One and forced to move forward, and the Celestial Court chased after him everywhere. But now, Spectral Soul was dead, Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven were also recuperating. Fang Yuan no longer had any external pressure. He could formulate his cultivation plan more easily. Looking at it from a long-term perspective, creating the 4 Elements Square Regret Blood Refining Pool was absolutely profitable. Next is to refine a Luck Path Immortal Gu and reach rank 8. Fang Yuan looked at 4 Elements Square Regret Blood Refinement Pool with a smug expression. He already had a plan. When Fate Gu was still around, the world had 9 lives and 1 luck. But now that Fate Gu was destroyed, Luck Path's influence had increased sharply. Especially when the 5 regions chaotic war was inevitable, the more chaotic the situation, the more effective Luck Path would be. I have an unprecedented amount of immortal materials now. I already have the strength to refine rank 8 Luck Path Immortal Gu. But it is still too early to create a complete refinement. See, I have the strength to refine rank 8 Luck Path Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan was pondering when he suddenly obtained Black Tigress information from Jewel Yellow Skies. They are still alive, they are still trapped in the earth vein. Interesting, they are hiding in treasure ground. Very good, treasure ground is one of the 10 earths. Each treasure ground is filled with immortal materials, especially a rank 9 Luck Path Immortal Material, Pet Heart. It is suitable for my current situation. Fang Yuan could not help but feel joy. A rank 9 Luck Path Immortal Material could naturally refine a rank 9 Luck Path Immortal Gu. But just one treasure ground Pet Heart was far from enough. Most of the Luck Path Immortal Materials in Fang Yuan's hands were rank 7, only a few were rank 8. They clearly did not have the foundation to attempt to refine rank 9 Luck Path Immortal Gu. But using rank 9 immortal materials to refine rank 8 Immortal Gu could slightly increase the success rate of the Gu refinement. With Pet Heart, Fang Yuan was like a tiger that had grown wings. Southern Border, Qi Clan Headquarters. Bam. The current First Supreme Elder of Qi Clan slammed the table, gritting his teeth. Outrageous. This rank 7 Gu immortal looked quite young, his skin was pale, he had a pair of dark circles around his eyes due to excessive drinking, his face was filled with anger. It was Qi Bang. He was Qi Chuyu's son. Qi Chuyu had supported him greatly. He was the next First Supreme Elder of Qi Clan. Even though Qi Chuyu died in the Fate War, because he had made sufficient arrangements, Qi Bang succeeded in ascending to the position. After Qi Bang ascended to the position, he felt very different from before. Previously he was under his father's protection. Qi Chuyu was there to protect him. But now he had to face the pressure directly. This time, Southern Border's Superforce, Yang Clan, gave him a difficult problem. The cause of this matter was a sound path inheritance. This sound path inheritance was called Qi Jia. It had a long history and was famous. It had been passed down since ancient times. The previous Qi Jia inheritor only had rank 7 cultivation level, but 2 generations ago he was a rank 8 Gu immortal. That was to say, this Qi Jia sound path inheritance could allow someone to cultivate to rank 8. It contained huge benefits. Most importantly, this Qi Jia inheritance was in Qi Clan's territory, but it was very close to Yang Clan. Qi Chuyu died in battle. Qi clan lost their only rank 8 Gu immortal. Qi clan was now weak internally. Yang clan attacked decisively, invading Qi clan's territory and surrounding the inheritance ground. They were currently actively exploring that sound path blessed land. Qi clan had to respond to Yang clan's actions. Their territory was invaded. This concerned Qi clan's reputation. If they did not deal with it properly, Qi clan's reputation would be ruined. It would be extremely embarrassing. However, what could the Qi family do to protect their face? Could Qi clan repel Yang clan's invading forces? Could they fight? How could they fight? If they could not fight, what could they do? This was Qi Bang's problem. What do you three think about this? Qi Bang asked the 3 rank 7 Gu immortals in front of him. Qi Pai raised his voice and said, "Of course we are going to counterattack and kill all these Yang family dogs." Softer, softer. Qi Bang quickly waved his hand, looking at Qi Gue who was beside him. Qi Gue frowned. "First Supreme Elder, we need to consider this." "What are you afraid of?" Qi Pai stared with wide eyes. Yang clan does not have any rank 8 Gu immortals, only 2 rank 7s came this time. If our Qi clan does not retaliate, we will be the laughing stock of the entire southern border righteous path. Qi Gue sighed. "Don't think that they are just 2 people, they are indeed famous experts. One is Yang Yingguang, he specializes in soul-freezing profound light, he is hard to defend against. The other is Yang Wenkue, he cultivates wisdom path and information path, he is the brains of Yang clan. According to our investigations, Yang clan's other Gu immortals are guarding Yang clan's territory, but it is hard to say if Yang clan secretly mobilizes them. Even if Yang clan is not in disguise, we need to consider Yang clan's immortal Gu house. Since Yang clan invaded our territory, they might have already mobilized their immortal Gu house. They are just hiding in the immortal apertures of the 2 Yang clan immortals, waiting for action. Qi Bang nodded, looking at Qi Shang. "What do you think of this?" Qi Shang was dressed in a white robe. He had a handsome face but his gaze was somewhat dazed. "Qi Shang? Qi Shang?" Qi Bang called out softly. But Qi Shang acted like he did not hear him. He looked ahead with a dazed expression. The 3 immortals in the room looked at each other, sighing together. Evidently, Qi Shang's mind was wandering again. He was the genius with the highest chance of becoming a formation path great grandmaster in Qi clan. He was known as the formation fanatic. He often became absent-minded. In order to think about a formation path problem, he even forgot to eat. If not for the clan's care, he might have forgotten to eat and starved to death while immersed in his thoughts. Qi Shang ignored Qi Bang. Qi Bang was furious inwardly, but on the surface he had to treat him kindly. Before participating in the Fate War, Qi Chuyu had specially called Qi Bang into the study room and secretly instructed him. Qi Shang was the best helper his father had left for Qi Bang. In fact, the 3 Qi clan rank 7 Gu immortals in the study room were Qi Bang's trusted aides. But these aides could not help Qi Bang solve his problem. Qi Bang asked around, but in the end he still had to make the decision. Right at this time, an information path Gu worm was transmitted from Jewel Yellow Skies. Qi Bang's divine sense entered. After quickly reading it, his eyes shined with joy. "Great, Wu clan's Wu Yong has heard of this and is willing to cooperate with our Qi clan. After expelling Yang clan, we will tell the clan that we do not want anything, and Wu clan will even send an immortal Gu house to assist us. But we need to form an alliance agreement with our clan. We need to build many immortal formations for Wu clan's resource points." "There is such a good deal?" Qi Gue was greatly surprised. Wu Yong's conditions were very generous. He was secretly moved. "What do the 2 of you think?" This time, Qi Bang ignored Qi Shang. He only asked Qi Pai and Qi Gue. Qi Pai cupped his fists. "We will follow First Elder's decision." Qi Gue hesitated. "Our clan relied on Wu clan to defeat Yang clan. It looks like we have a huge advantage now, but Wu Yong is a formidable character of the current generation. Why would he make a losing deal?" Qi Pai said, "Have you forgotten? Back then Wu clan was weak. Yang clan seized Wu clan's poisonous waterfall and attacked Wu clan's fake corpse mountain. In the end, our clan's Lord Qi Chuyu used an immortal Gu house to force them to retreat, before Wu clan seized back the poisonous waterfall. Wu clan and Yang clan have enmity." Qi Bang slapped his forehead. "Right, Qi Pai is right. Speaking of which, Wu clan has been trying to rope in our clan. Back then, when the dream realm of Etion Mountain was still around, every time Wu clan did an immortal opportunity business, they would drag our Qi clan along. Wu Yong is a formidable character. Even though my father has passed away, our Qi clan still has value in roping him in. This time we might as well let Wu clan bleed for us, haha, our Qi clan will enjoy the fruits of their labor. Qi Gui saw that Qi Bang had already made his decision. He could only suppress the uneasiness in his heart. He thought about it and added, this time if we form an alliance with Wu clan, we will need to consider Ba clan's feelings and opinions. That's right, Ba clan? Qi Bang sighed, feeling a huge headache. Super forces had been around for a long time, their relationships were complicated, it was very complicated to deal with them, there were many restrictions. Ba clan had always wanted to become the overlord of southern border, they wanted to replace Wu clan. Ba clan and Wu clan were not on good terms. Chapter 2096. My Qi clan encountered difficulties this time, but Ba clan did not say anything. Even at the crucial moment of my ascension, Ba clan interfered in the dark, wanting to support Qi Suji. But ever since this Qi Suji married Ba clan's female immortal, his ambitions have grown by the day. Qi Bang recalled, his tone was filled with hatred. Saying so, he slammed the table. I have decided I will agree to Wu clan's alliance. As for Ba clan, I will write a letter and explain, I hope they can understand. The news of Qi Bang agreeing to the alliance reached Wu Yong. Wu Yong laughed loudly, Qi Bang is nothing to worry about. Evidently Wu Yong's plan was progressing smoothly. Qi Chuyu died, Qi clan was weak internally. As for Ba clan's dynasty change, the original first supreme elder Ba Shirba was captured by Fang Yuan, his immortal aperture was taken away and he had to recultivate. Bada's ascension caused a huge commotion in Ba clan. Wu Yong acutely sensed the flaws of these two clans. The matter of the dominant inheritance was a chance that heaven sent to Wu Yong, how could Wu Yong not grab it? Great news, great news. At this time Wu Bachong suddenly asked for an audience at the door. Come in. Wu Yong spoke, what's the good news? He had rarely seen the steady Wu Bachong so happy. Wu Bachong said, when Wu Bei was exploring Wukong Pit, he unexpectedly found a large amount of dry clear qi. Wu Yong was slightly dazed before cheering, this is indeed good news. Before Wu Duxiu died she had 3 regrets. First was the fierce gorge 7 ghosts, Wu Yong had already killed them all. Second was that she did not refine 8-faced prestige wind immortal gu. Wu clan had already prepared for many years to refine 8-faced prestige wind immortal gu, they only lacked one main material, dry clear qi. Wu Bei unexpectedly obtained dry clear qi, it was enough for Wu clan to refine 8-faced prestige wind gu. Wu Bei is indeed my clan's lucky star. He deserves it. Wu Yong thought about it before speaking. 8-faced prestige wind gu is a rank 8 immortal gu. If we want to refine it, it is a huge matter, we need to take it seriously and make many plans. Wu clan is putting in all their effort to refine gu. Wu Yong said this and sighed, refining a rank 8 immortal gu is difficult. Even Fang Yuan, with Langya Blessed Land's help, would find it hard to refine rank 8. This is a serious matter, even though we have prepared all the immortal materials, we still have to consider it carefully. Wu Bachong's heart gradually calmed down. My lord is right. This subordinate was too rash. Wu Yong remained calm and rational, which made Wu Bachong admire him even more. Finally Wu Yong said to Wu Bachong, let's put aside the matter of refining 8-faced prestige wind gu. Qi Bang has already agreed to form an alliance with my clan. What I need to do now is to pressure the Ba clan so that they can't even fend for themselves and interfere with this matter. Wu Yong had planned ahead and had already begun to eliminate the obstacles ahead of time. It was another round of planning and arrangements. Wu Bachong left the study room inwardly praising, Lord Wu Yong is so astute, why would my Wu clan need to worry about not being able to succeed? Several days later, in the sovereign immortal aperture, Fang Yuan's time path clone was sitting in 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool. Rise. The time path clone suddenly shouted as rank 8 immortal essence poured in crazily. Rumble. In the square pool, the blood-red pool water suddenly rushed towards the sky like an upside-down waterfall. The whole of 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool let out a buzzing sound as it was pushed to the limit. The blood waterfall rushed to the sky and formed a whirlpool at the top. The whirlpool rotated rapidly, emitting a bright radiance. After the whirlpool absorbed a large amount of blood water, it gradually calmed down. Eventually, an immortal gu flew out of the whirlpool. The whirlpool dissipated, the blood waterfall also fell into the square pool, only a thin layer of blood water was left at the bottom of the pool. The blood light faded like a tired bird returning to the forest, returning to the top of the pavilion in the pool. That was the location of blood asset immortal goo. Fang Yuan's time path clone regulated his breathing for a while. With a thought, the immortal goo floating in the air descended and flew into his palm. This immortal goo had the appearance of a dung beetle, commonly known as a dung beetle. Its entire body was golden in color. Its body was divided into 3 parts: head, chest, abdomen, and tail. Its head was like a crescent shovel, and there were paddle-like tentacles on both sides. Its chest and abdomen had horizontal ridges, and its tail was oval. There were 2 pairs of legs on its chest and abdomen and 1 pair on its tail. Each tentacle was very thick, and there were hard black spikes at the ends of the tentacles. It was dog shit luck immortal goo. After Fang Yuan's refinement, it had already risen to rank 8. Dog shit luck immortal goo was the core immortal goo of cooking luck pot. Giant Sun Immortal created luck path and left behind 3 great true inheritances: self luck, all living beings luck, and heaven and earth luck. Cooking luck pot was the peak creation of the self luck true inheritance's essence. Before the Fate War, Fang Yuan had invested almost all of his luck path immortal goo into cooking luck pot immortal goo house. This time he completely dismantled cooking luck pot and started to refine the luck path immortal goo inside. Dog shit luck immortal goo was his first choice. Fang Yuan had only tried to refine it for the first time and succeeded. 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool had a 50 to 60% success rate when refining rank 8 immortal goo. This probability was extremely terrifying. If news of this spread, the whole goo immortal world would be shaken. Longevity Heaven and the Celestial Court might even launch a frenzied attack. With rank 8 dog shit luck, cooking luck pot's rank had already risen to rank 8. If it were an ordinary goo immortal, they would have stopped while they were ahead. But Fang Yuan was far from satisfied. He still had to refine Chi luck immortal goo, connect luck immortal goo, luck planning immortal goo, luck inspection immortal goo, and others. The time path clone continued to activate 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool. As rank 8 immortal essence was rapidly expended, the nearly dried up pool water started to rise again. This pool water was the refinement water of incomplete refinement C, combined with the water of the tributary of the river of time. Using water refinement immortal goo as the core refinement path method, it formed a mystical creation. The time path clone opened the hidden door of the immortal goo house's storage, throwing the luck path immortal materials into the pool one by one. Among them was Favor Heart. Fang Yuan had already brought Lady White Rabbit and Fairy Miao Yin back. He used the killer move Fixed Immortal Travel. The current Fang Yuan had too many Dao marks in his body. Jade Flow Pearl was no longer useful. But it did not matter. Fang Yuan had created compound killer moves with great success. He had already modified Heaven and Earth Travel. With the help of over 9,000 Heaven Path Dao marks, Heaven and Earth Travel directly transported Fang Yuan to the vicinity of Treasure Ground. At the center of the vast Earth Vein, Fang Yuan leisurely endured the pressure of the Earth Vein as he stored the entire Treasure Ground into his immortal aperture. Bai Ning Bing had already left. Fang Yuan did not care about her. There was no need to waste time on her now. After refining Dogshit Luck Immortal Goo, the rank 9 Luck Path Immortal Material Favor Heart shrunk a little. This time, the pool water washed away a layer of its surface and fused it into the pool water. Using the immortal material like this was already an extremely ingenious method. Blood red light spread from blood asset Immortal Goo again, covering the whole pool. The pool water rippled as the immortal materials inside completely melted, mixing with the blood red pool water. After a while, everything was ready. 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool's efficiency in processing immortal materials was extremely shocking. The time path clone lightly tossed luck inspection immortal goo into the pool water. The second round of refinement had begun. Immemorial Black Heaven, Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace. In Hei Lulan's blessed land, a tribulation had just ended. Hei Lulan showed joy on her face. The gains from this tribulation were considerable. She could not have survived it by herself, but with Giant Sun Immortal's guidance and Bing Saichuan's personal protection, Hei Lulan easily passed the tribulation. I have not been in Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace for long, but these last days I have already passed several tribulations. My strength has been rising rapidly. This is simply a rapid progress. My premonition was not wrong. It seems that Longevity Heaven is really trying to nurture me. Hei Lulan observed her immortal aperture. After her first meeting with immortal zombie Giant Sun, Bing Saichuan used the time path method to increase the flow of time in her immortal aperture to an astonishing degree. At the same time, Longevity Heaven provided Hei Lulan with a vast amount of strength path immortal materials. There was no danger of spoiling things through excessive enthusiasm. With such an abundance of strength path immortal materials, they naturally triggered strength path tribulations. Meanwhile, Longevity Heaven had the strongest luck path method in the world. It was of great help in passing tribulations. He Lulan could win without doing anything. With the second largest super force in the world behind her, He Lulan was highly regarded by immortal zombie giant Sun. She deeply felt the advantage of relying on a force. She did not need to worry about nurturing goo or refining goo. She also did not need to pay attention to collecting goo recipes, killer moves, and so on. Someone would send them to her directly. Even the management of the immortal aperture and the arrangement of resource points were planned by specialized wisdom path goo immortals. He Lulan only needed to ponder on using goo and train her killer moves. Although she was the second generation of an immortal, her life was full of difficulties and obstacles. After encountering Fang Yuan, she wandered from place to place, facing many life and death situations. Thus, after being nurtured, besides being extremely grateful, she cherished this opportunity even more. She deeply understood how rare and precious such an opportunity was. She cherished every minute and second of her time. Excluding the necessary rest, she diligently trained every day. Every once in a while, immortal zombie giant Sun would summon her to evaluate and give pointers. This time, immortal zombie giant Sun could not bear to watch He Lulan's masochistic cultivation method. He consoled, "He Lulan, my descendant. Don't be too hard-working. Everything in the world needs to be balanced. Goo immortal cultivation is the same. If you continue like this, your heart will be tense, it will not be beautiful." Facing immortal zombie giant Sun, He Lulan still persisted in her thoughts. "Lord Ancestor, what is this bit of hard work? In the past period of time, I have been cultivating beside Fang Yuan and personally witnessed his hard work. Everyone thinks that he obtained his current achievements because of the Venerable's help. But in my opinion, even without anyone's help, just this character of his is enough for him to stand out and cause trouble." Immortal zombie giant Sun was slightly stunned before nodding with a smile, feeling even more admiration towards He Lulan. "It seems that you treat Fang Yuan as your enemy, your goal, and someone to surpass. Very good to have such spirit as expected of my giant son's descendant. But if you want to surpass Fang Yuan, the difficulty is as high as a mortal ascending to heaven. I won't hide it from you. In this period of time, Fang Yuan's strength has been rising rapidly. The degree is extremely shocking." He Lulan looked at immortal zombie giant Sun in confusion. Immortal zombie giant Sun explained, "Although luck inspection immortal goo is not with me, this space suppression heavenly palace of mine contains a killer move similar to luck inspection. Moreover, because I have been here for so long, I can see the luck of the 5 regions and 2 heavens. In this period of time, I have repeatedly seen that in the direction of Eastern Sea, in the direction of Xia Clan's headquarters, luck is rising continuously. The momentum is so fierce that even I have rarely seen it. Spectral Soul, the Celestial Court, and my Calamity Luck Altar failed to kill Fang Yuan. He finally got a chance to recover. He has the help of several venerables, he has excellent character, and has been reborn many times with rich experience. The more time he has, the higher he will grow. If you want to catch up to him, you will need to work hard to have a trace of hope." He Lulan had a solemn expression as she asked with a firm tone, "Ancestor, please enlighten me, what method is it?" Chapter 2097. More than 2 months passed in the sovereign immortal aperture. The brand new cooking luck pot finally appeared in front of Fang Yuan. It was shining with golden light. It was a huge pot. If one looked carefully, there would be platinum light flashing inside and outside the pot. It had an intense aura of riches. The sides of the pot were thick. It was as thick as a child's fist. On the outside of the pot, there were 8 carved dragons. Each of them was very lifelike. The 8 dragon tails gathered at the bottom of the pot. They coiled around each other and extended downwards, forming 8 claws. The 8 dragon tails were facing east, south, west, north, northeast, southeast, northwest, and southwest. Each dragon's claw was attached to the outside of the pot. The dragon's body was moving upwards. The dragon's head was at the edge of the pot, looking inside. The dragon's eyes were shut as if they were sleeping. Cooking luck pot was already a rank 8 immortal goo house. Compared to the previous cooking luck pot, not only was it bigger, the 8 dragons were clear and exquisite, unlike the previous rank 7 where one was blurry and rough. Right now, Fang Yuan had over 9,000 unrestrained heavenly marks. The difficulty of designing compound killer moves had fallen sharply. Thus, even if Fang Yuan's luck path attainment level was not high, he could modify cooking luck pot and make it stronger. But after Fang Yuan thought about it, he gave up on this idea. If cooking luck pot was made into something like 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool, its power would be greatly reduced when used outside. But cooking luck pot had to be used outside. When Fang Yuan fought with Qin Ding Ling earlier, Qin Ding Ling attacked Fang Yuan's luck. At the crucial moment, cooking luck pot appeared above Fang Yuan's head and blocked Qin Ding Ling's rank 8 luck path killer move. At Fang Yuan's level, because the enemies he faced were too strong and had too many methods, his defense had to be comprehensive. Fang Yuan not only had to protect his body and soul, he also had to protect his luck. Experts placed great importance on luck. It was an important part of their strength. Even demon immortal Qi Ju, who had revived, had such thoughts. Back then, above Qi Si, when he fought with Qi Si ancestor and Qin Ding Ling, in order to protect his luck, he wisely retreated. And the so-called fate was the effect of Qi path and luck path. Fang Yuan refined the cooking fortune pot in order to protect his own destiny. Cooking luck pot structure and origin determined that it was weak in offense and focused on defending the Gu immortal's luck. As for luck path offensive methods, most of them were in the true inheritances of all being luck in heaven and earth luck. The luck path immortal Gu used to construct cooking luck pot were all rank 8, they were enough to defend against luck. Of course, cooking luck pot still had immortal Gu that were not rank 8. For example, food path immortal Gu cook was still rank 7. It was not that Fang Yuan did not want to refine it, but he lacked the corresponding rank 8 food path immortal material. 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool's blood asset immortal Gu's situation was the same. It was still rank 7 and lacked rank 8 blood path immortal materials to advance. Rank 8 food path immortal materials and blood path immortal materials were not easy to collect in a short time. This had a lot to do with the corresponding sect. The more prosperous the path, the more immortal materials they had, the easier it was to collect them, the more immortal Gu and the more Gu immortals there would be. In the cultivation of Gu immortals, the more immortal Gu recipes they created, the more immortal materials they would nurture, and the more prosperous the entire path would be. Food path and blood path had never truly flourished, there were few Gu immortals who cultivated them. Compared to food path, blood path had slightly more cultivators, but most of them were only Gu masters. Blood path Gu immortals were few in number, they did not contribute much to the prosperity of blood path. On one hand, it was because of Celestial Court's Demon Judgment Board. On the other hand, Blood Sea Ancestor, who created blood path, only had rank 7 cultivation level. Speaking of which, luck path was not very prosperous, it was only because of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's efforts to develop it, its reputation spread far and wide. There were also not many Gu immortals who truly cultivated luck path. Ever since Giant Sun Immortal's era ended, there were almost no luck path experts in history. Qin Ding Ling was probably the only one who could barely be counted. This was mainly because Giant Sun Immortal had hidden his 3 true inheritances very deeply, they were not widely spread. Qin Ding Ling was able to become a famous luck path expert in the world because she had obtained some foundation from Giant Sun Immortal. Afterwards, she had to change her original path and comprehend Heaven's heart before she had any achievements. Thus, Fang Yuan felt very lucky to be able to advance so many luck path immortal Gu this time. Because luck path was not prosperous, it was very difficult to obtain luck path immortal materials. It was very rare for him to be able to plunder so many luck path immortal materials from the 2 heavens grotto heavens. Of course, the biggest contributor to this success was 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool. If not for 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool, it would not have been possible. 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool had a 50 to 60% success rate in refining rank 8 immortal Gu. This success rate was enough to mass produce rank 8 immortal Gu. The high success rate caused the consumption of immortal materials to fall sharply. Fang Yuan saved a lot of luck path immortal materials. If it were any ordinary Gu immortal, using all of Fang Yuan's luck path immortal materials to refine a rank 8 luck path immortal Gu, they would be extremely happy and overjoyed if they succeeded in refining one. If ordinary Gu immortals wanted to refine rank 8 immortal Gu, they would need at least 10 times the amount of immortal materials that Fang Yuan needed. Old ancestor Shui was a good example. In order to gather enough money to refine rank 8 fortune rivaling heaven immortal Gu, he expended all of his foundation, he squeezed the demonic path Gu immortals under him to the limit, causing the entire snowy mountain blessed land to collapse. And this was because old ancestor Shui had captured Ma Hongyun, he could save a lot of luck path immortal materials. Not to mention old ancestor Shui even Giant Sun Immortal and Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had to cooperate with Longhair Ancestor. With 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool, Fang Yuan's refinement path strength was definitely among the top 3 in all of history. This advantage had just been displayed, but it was already extremely terrifying. The benefits he could bring were unimaginable. At least, Fang Yuan was clear that even long-hair ancestor who had cooperated with Giant Sun Immortal did not have such a high success rate. The new problem in front of Fang Yuan was that he was worried that if he succeeded in refining rank 8 Immortal Goo, there would be too many rank 8 Immortal Goo in the future, and there would be a problem in feeding them. The difficulty of feeding rank 8 Immortal Goo was not small. Back then, to feed Regret Goo, Fang Yuan had created a huge flower mist extreme marsh. But Fang Yuan had already prepared for this. His wisdom path attainment was silently supporting him. Previously, Fang Yuan had used Time Difference Grotto Heaven to spend a lot of resources and effort to create Year Essence subpools, forming time path zones that covered the entire Sovereign Immortal aperture. With these zones and over 9,000 unrestrained heavenly marks, it would greatly alleviate the problem of feeding rank 8 Immortal Goo. Fang Yuan willed as he activated rank 8 Cooking Luck Pot to check his own luck. Cooking Luck Pot floated above his head. It had been floating slightly in the past, but now it was not moving and was rotating on its own. In the past, Cooking Luck Pot's rank was lower than Fang Yuan's cultivation level, so Fang Yuan could not check his complete luck. He could only check a portion of it inside the pot. But now Cooking Luck Pot could store all of Fang Yuan's luck. Fang Yuan finally saw the full appearance of his luck. Right now, his luck was like a pure silver pillar of light. Even though it was small, it was tall and straight, as if it was going to pierce through the heavens. At the bottom of this dense pillar of pure silver light, there was a cloud of yellow gas, like dust flying in the air, vaguely protecting it. And above the silver pillar, there were 3 clouds. One was black as ink, one was golden, and one was shining with starlight. Such a scene made Fang Yuan fall into deep thought. After a long while, he sorted out his thoughts and observed his luck again. But this time he did not pay attention to himself, he paid attention to the luck of the clones outside Cooking Luck Pot. Among the clones' luck, the one with the greatest aura and vastness was naturally the Qi-Si clone. Qi-Si ancestors' luck was like a vast ocean. Milky white Qi currents moved, forming endless waves. The Qi-Si clone's luck scene is the same as his name, it is the image of Qi-Si. Fang Yuan knew the reason. The luck scene was closely related to the individual's condition and foundation. Qi-Si ancestors' Qi-Si luck did not just come from his title, it was also because he guarded Qi-Si and controlled the Qi-Si formation. And most importantly, a few days ago Fang Yuan had completely transferred the killer move Unlimited Qi-Si to the Qi-Si clone. Because the Qi-Si clone was trying to create a combat system, it wanted Unlimited Qi-Si as the core. The Qi-Si clone has over 2 million Qi Path Dao marks, it also has many Qi Path Immortal Goo, it has the complete Primordial Origins Qi Path True Inheritance, it is also the leader of the Righteous Qi Alliance, it has a high status and authority. With all these factors, it has such a vast white Qi-Si luck. But even though this white Qi-Si is huge, the Qi currents inside are chaotic, it will expose the hidden danger of the Qi-Si clone. Fang Yuan thought about it carefully, he felt that this danger came from 2 aspects. First, the Qi-Si clone was trying to create a combat system, his thoughts were chaotic. If he succeeded, he might be able to adjust the Qi-Si. But if he failed, he might still be in chaos. Second, the Qi-Si clone's identity. The relationship between the main body and the Qi-Si clone was not exposed yet, but there was a danger of it being exposed at any time. Demon Immortal Qi-Ju, who knew the inside information, was already suppressed by Divine Emperor City. And once this secret was exposed, it would be a huge blow to the Qi-Si clone, thus the Qi-Si luck felt like it was about to collapse. The Qi-Si clone is my strongest clone, it has rank 8 cultivation level and pseudo-venerable battle strength. That is why it has such a vast milky white Qi-Si luck. But from the looks of it, the Qi-Si clone has a flaw, it has limited room for improvement. Fang Yuan compared his pure silver pillar of luck with the milky white Qi-Si luck. He could clearly see that the pure silver pillar of luck was rising, but the Qi-Si luck's foundation was not stable, it could only stabilize the situation. Chapter 2098. Other than the Qi-Si clone, it was Wu Shuai's luck. The scale of his providence had been greatly weakened. Because Dragon Palace was destroyed and could not be rebuilt in a short period of time, the 4 dragon generals had all died, even Di Zongxing was suppressed inside the celestial court. Right now Wu Shuai's luck was still in the form of a flying dragon. This was closely related to Wu Shuai's Dragon Man identity. If one looked closely, they would find that Wu Shuai's flying dragon luck was made of ants. Countless ants gathered into one, forming the Ant Dragon Luck. Wuxia is managing the Variant Human Alliance for me. Other than researching his own enslavement path methods, he is trying to raise his battle strength by another level. That is why there is an ant dragon phenomenon. Fang Yuan looked at the Time Path clone's luck. The Time Path clone's luck was still in the form of a small river of time. But compared to before, the river of time was much wider, waves were surging on the surface. Zhan Budu's fish eagle luck did not change much either. But Li Xiaobai's luck had a huge change. Originally, his luck was like a blossoming flower. There was a thin layer of nectar in the flower's stamen. This showed that Li Xiaobai's cultivation had made progress. But now his luck's appearance had changed, it had turned into a white wall. There were already 3 poems on the white wall, they were of different lengths. Looking at them carefully, it was clear that Li Xiaobai had created 3 exquisite poems. Every word of the poem was pitch black, it was even clearer on the white wall. Around the white wall, there were also countless black ink characters that were about to fly up the white wall. This is the poem Wall Luck. Fang Yuan had a realization. Ever since Li Xiaobai received the Bookhouse inheritance, he went on an unstoppable path, becoming famous in the world. Not only did he change his vital goo, he even roamed the world and collected poems, he even created his own creation. The poems that came over formed 3 killer moves. These 3 information path killer moves made him the publicly recognized #1 Gu master in profound literature Grotto Heaven. He became a Gu immortal seed favored by countless people. Some even said that he was a rare genius in the Grotto Heaven in 100 years. Li Xiaobai was so outstanding he naturally attracted old immortal Hua Yu's attention. All the signs showed that old immortal Hua Yu had decided to nurture Li Xiaobai with all his might. The Qi Si clone and Fang Yuan's main body were aware of Li Xiaobai's situation, but they did not interfere and only watched from the sidelines. Back then, Fang Yuan created Li Xiaobai because he wanted to obtain the information path inheritance in profound literature Grotto Heaven to help him make up for his lack of information path. However, because profound literature Grotto Heaven was an information path Grotto Heaven, it was strictly supervised, Fang Yuan could not support it greatly, Li Xiaobai could only manage it with difficulty. In the end, Fang Yuan had already gone through the Fate War, the Pursuit Battle, and after killing Spectral Soul and getting rid of the Heaven Path Dao marks, Li Xiaobai's situation finally showed signs of improvement. And Profound Literature Paradise was also in the Righteous Alliance, so the majority of the content of their information path true teachings could be obtained through the internal exchanges of the Righteous Alliance. The world had always been like this. Sometimes plans couldn't keep up with changes, and sometimes changes couldn't keep up with plans. This way the chess piece Li Xiaobai had a new arrangement. Therefore, Fang Yuan would let him be and let him develop naturally. Finally, it was the Pure Dream clone's luck. The Pure Dream clone was still at rank 5 level. If he wanted to ascend as a Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique, he would attract dream path calamities and tribulations. Even the current Fang Yuan did not have the confidence to deal with it. But the Pure Dream clone's luck also changed. His luck was originally a lump of pink fog, it was faint and weak, constantly changing. But now, this lump of pink fog had condensed into a sand table. The sand table was still pink, it was very small, but yellow sand continued to fall in, turning into pink sand and strengthening the sand table. Sand table luck, what omen is this? At once, even Fang Yuan felt puzzled. After activating wisdom path methods, bright light flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes, he had some guesses that needed to be verified. Fang Yuan counted, unknowingly he had already created 8 clones. Creating these clones was one of the results of Fang Yuan's study of Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul relied on his clones to create Shadow Sect and Zombie Alliance. These clones of Fang Yuan were of great help to him. Among the 8 clones, the only one that was sacrificed was Fang Dichang. Wait a minute, this is... Fang Yuan suddenly discovered a piece of luck. This luck was very vague, it was almost transparent, it gave Fang Yuan a very weak feeling. Fang Yuan almost missed it, but after inspecting it carefully he showed a joyous expression. This is Fang Dichang's clone? He is actually still alive. During the Fate War, Fang Yuan was schemed against by Genesis Lotus. Not only did he lose Divine Bean Palace, he even lost Fang Dichang's clone. After so long, Divine Bean Palace and Emperor City had already merged into Divine Emperor City. It was publicly recognized as the #1 immortal Gu house in the world. Fang Yuan also thought that Fang Dichang's clone was finished. To think that he actually discovered something in this luck inspection. Why did I not discover it before? I understand. Cooking luck pot is rank 8. My luck inspection method is dozens of times more powerful than before. There is also Fang Dichang's clone, it has clearly developed recently. After the two merged, the connection between the main body and the clone's luck strengthened by a lot. I was able to distinguish it. Even though Divine Emperor City had painting worlds, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable, who left behind Contented Lifestyle Killer Move, had been around long before Giant Sun Immortal. Because of this, Divine Emperor City was relatively weak in terms of luck path. Discovering that Fang Dichang's clone was still alive and vaguely growing stronger was a pleasant surprise. But Fang Yuan did not change his plan. He did not want to attack Divine Emperor City in the short term. Divine Emperor City was not a Gu immortal, their methods were fixed and hard to modify, they were not scary. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan was a pseudo-venerable, he could finally rest and cultivate alone in peace. 4 Elements Square Regret Blood Refinement Pool was built, a large number of grotto heavens were waiting to be devoured, Fang Yuan's strength would continue to advance rapidly. Why would he take the risk and fight Divine Emperor City to the death at this time? After inspecting his and his clone's luck, Fang Yuan understood even more things. Cooking luck pot could greatly increase the luck of Fang Yuan's main body and clone, but Fang Yuan did not do so. Firstly, his main body and clone were in good condition. After going through the previous predicament and tribulation, their luck had risen on its own, it was a blessing in disguise. So there was no need. Secondly, it not only expended immortal essence, but also Fang Yuan's main body's luck. After all, he was spitting out the luck of the pot to his clone. Next, I should refine Wood Path Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan immersed himself in Gu refinement once again. As for why he chose Wood Path, the reason was simple. Fang Yuan had collected a lot of Wood Path immortal materials, they could support the refinement. Xiao Hejian and Green Forest Great Sage of the Variant Human Alliance were both Miniman rank 8 Gu immortals. Their grotto heavens were Wood Path grotto heavens, they had offered sufficient Wood Path immortal materials. I should first raise Immortal Gu Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus to rank 8. Divine Emperor City Painting World. In the newly added Roaring Beast Painting World, a camp was being constructed. The location of the camp had been chosen after careful consideration. Not only was it located on a dangerous mountain, it was also beside a river. Zhao Shuyi stood on a rock, commanding 100 craftsmen to work at full force to construct the camp. Although Craftsman Gu has weak battle strength, it has a lot of uses. Fairy Baixia, who was standing beside Zhao Shuyi, expressed her feelings as she looked at the bustling construction site. Zhao Shuyi immediately raised her head, saying proudly, "Our Fairy Baixia has great insight. Craftsman Gu's prospects are much higher than Thief Gu, Soldier Gu and Arrestor Gu. Other than modifying immortal materials and constructing Gu houses, they can also refine Gu." Fairy Baixia nodded, "That's right, if not for your craftsmen, how could we have built 10 camps and ventured deeper into the Roaring Beast painting world? But how can you control so many craftsmen alone? The amount of mental energy involved was far too great. You also used Organization Gu?" Organization Gu was a type of human path Gu worm, it could allow human Gu to form an organization. Fang Dichang's sect Token Gu was of this type. Zhao Shuyi laughed heartily, not concealing anything. "That's right, I used the guild Token Gu to construct a guild. I brought the guild leader Gu with me. I chose more than 10 high-rank craftsmen Gu and gave them worker Gu. I also gave 1 vice guild leader Gu, so I still have 3 on me. No need to rush, when my guild continues to expand, there will be a place for me to use them." While the two were talking, an emergency bugle was suddenly heard. Fairy Baixia's expression changed slightly. "Another beast group is attacking." Zhao Shuyi said indifferently, "Xiao Qixing and the rest are here, there is no need to worry." Sure enough, at the next moment, Xiao Qixing's voice resounded in the whole camp. "Everyone attack!" Bam 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 bam. After a series of muffled sounds, large amounts of white smoke were blown away by the wind, and the spacious camp was filled with troops. The soldier Gu with the largest number, the squad leader Gu, the sergeant Gu, the higher-level centurion Gu, and even the 1,000-man commander Gu were all used. Xiao Qixing's army had increased in size during this period of time. Divine Emperor City was truly the paradise of human path cultivation. The army charged towards the beast tide, the two sides were like 2 huge waves, colliding with each other. After a moment of stalemate, uneven jagged edges appeared in the originally neat battle lines, large numbers of beasts and soldiers fell in the most intense areas of the battle. Next, large numbers of soldiers and beasts filled in the gaps. Several powerful beasts appeared. Their physiques were clearly much larger than the others, they rampaged on the battlefield like fortresses. Xiao Qixing commanded from the center, his expression turning solemn. The deeper we go, the stronger the beast group. Friends, please make your move. No problem. Qin Jianghu Ting and the rest started to move. This battle lasted for an hour, the beast tide retreated, but Xiao Qixing and the rest also suffered many casualties. Half a day later, the camp was completely built. The supply team that was mixed with merchants, peddlers, commoners, and even beggars entered the camp. Chapter 2099. Gang Leader. Gang Leader. Fang Di Chang walked into a dark corner of the camp as 2 or 3 beggars came forward to pay their respects. Fang Di Chang naturally had the appearance of a beggar, his clothes were tattered and he was filthy and smelly. The 10 children of Human Path formed an army and went deep into the newly appeared growling beast painting world. They were the vanguard. Every once in a while they would construct a stable camp and a large number of logisticians would enter, providing ample supplies to the army of the 10 children of Human Path. Fang Di Chang followed them secretly and mobilized Beggar Gang to find an opportunity. What's the current situation? Fang Di Chang asked. Our gang members have been following the vanguard army. Gang leader, the situation is good. We collected a lot of beast corpses and valuable furs. We are going to be rich. But because of this, we had a conflict with some caravans and escort agencies. Fang Di Chang frowned. What are the casualties of our gang? The beggar gang he created developed very quickly. Not only were the members his own Human Path Gu worms, they also took in many beggars from Divine Emperor City. Hearing the number of casualties, Fang Di Chang's frown deepened. Although Beggar Gang is easy to develop and Beggar Gu is the cheapest Human Path Gu worm, their battle strength is too low. They are at a disadvantage against caravans and escorts. Only by being united and having the advantage in numbers can we not suffer losses. Fang Di Chang sighed inwardly. Beggar Gang looked huge but its strength was not much. In the future, when dealing with the 10 children of Human Path, Beggar Gang was not reliable. Fang Di Chang entered the 10th camp, but at this moment, the 10 children of Human Path had already moved further ahead and were constructing the 12th camp. Now we can only place our hopes on the beast tide. The deeper we go into the growling beast painting world, the stronger the wild beast. Fang Di Chang's only hope was that the 10 children of Human Path would be defeated by the beast tide. Not only would they be defeated, they would be defeated and suffer heavy injuries. Only then would Fang Di Chang have a chance. There is no other way, my strength is low now, the only thing I can rely on is Beggar Gang. The 10 children of Human Path are Gu masters and have primeval essence. So their Human Path Gu worms can only last for a short period of time. But I am using Xin Shang's immortal essence. It is equivalent to having unlimited primeval essence, thus I can maintain these Beggar Gu. As Fang Di Chang thought of this, his vision suddenly darkened and a feeling of weakness rose from the deepest part of his body. Fang Di Chang quickly took out Human Will Gu and placed it in front of his nose, inhaling deeply. Immediately, a wave of Human Will was absorbed into his body, fusing with his original will. Fang Di Chang's current body was formed from Beggar Gu. He had no soul and only a will. Willpower had always been difficult to sustain, especially when he was thinking. It would quickly consume his willpower. Thankfully, Divine Emperor City's painting world had already developed Human Will Gu. The human will produced by Human Will Gu could transform into any human will. With this help, Fang Di Chang's will was able to exist and remain active. At this moment, in the deepest part of the Howling Beast murals, a vivid and lifelike will floated in the air. He wore a white robe and a green handkerchief. He had a gentle temperament and a smile on his face. It was Genesis Lotus Will. And beneath his feet, Mao Li Chiu was sprawled on the ground, its entire body curled up, bound by an invisible force, unable to move. Not just that, there was even a powerful force extracting Mao Li Chiu's Dao marks. Bullshit, Genesis Lotus, if you have the guts, let me out and let's have a good fight. Mao Li Chiu roared. Genesis Lotus Will shook his head. Mao Li Chiu, are you still unwilling to admit defeat? You are in a desperate situation. Unless Giant Sun Immortal revives and comes back to save you, you will die for sure. And you know very well that this is simply hopeless. Only by surrendering will you have a chance of survival. Otherwise, the longer this drags on, the weaker your strength will become. Until you die. Genesis Lotus Will persuaded Mao Li Chiu to surrender. His tone was calm and his expression was gentle. Mao Li Chiu roared in anger. Then come, Grandpa Mao doesn't want it anymore, I will give you all my Dao marks. Genesis Lotus Will was stunned. At the next moment, Mao Li Chiu not only let go of its defense, it even stimulated its body and cooperated with the external suction force, throwing away its own Dao marks. Within the dazzling profound light, countless Dao marks spread out in all directions, entering the roaring beast painting world. Some Dao marks landed on the ground and turned into giant beasts of all shapes and sizes. Some Dao marks flew in the sky and gathered into balls, turning into ferocious birds that covered the sky. The painting world was extremely mysterious. It could draw out external Dao marks and use them as paintings to form all kinds of birds and beasts. But now, with Mao Liqiu's full cooperation, the number of beasts it created increased sharply. It soon surpassed the safety limit. Not good. Genesis Lotus Will's expression changed slightly. It did not expect Mao Liqiu to be so impulsive. It was suppressed in the painting world. Even though it could not attack, it still had the strength to defend. If it defended with all its strength, it could last for a long time. Thus, Genesis Lotus Will came to persuade it to surrender. To Mao Liqiu, the most rational way was to hold on, allowing the painting world to wear down its strength bit by bit, to buy as much time as possible. Like what demon immortal Qiju did, it was suppressed by Divine Emperor City. It could not escape by itself. But it could leave hope for the future. Who could say for sure what the future would be like? But Mao Liqiu was not rational. It exceeded Genesis Lotus Will's plan. An unprecedented ferocious beast tide rapidly formed. It charged over 100 li and pounced at the army of the 10 children of Human Path. The 10 children of Human Path only took a glance before their expressions changed. Retreat, this beast tide is too ferocious. Even if we use all our strength, we are definitely not their match. Retreat, the urgent matter now is to preserve our strength and wait for a revival. The 10 children of Human Path were all elites. They hurriedly retreated. But retreating was not easy. The beast tide surged forward like a tsunami. Many birds and beasts were extremely fast. They entangled the army that was opening a path. The 10 children of Human Path fought fiercely. They finally made a bloody path. They successfully retreated to the 11th camp. Half of the army was gone. They suffered heavy losses. But the beast tide continued to surge forward as if it was endless. The camp was built successfully and had thick defenses, but soon, it was on the verge of collapse under the ferocious attacks of the beast tide. Heavens, it seems we have completely enraged these beasts. This beast tide is so ferocious. Even if all the beasts from before are added together, they cannot compare to 10% of this beast tide. Retreat again. The 10 children of Human Path retreated to the 10th camp. Fang Dichang had already retreated in advance. Fang Dichang had already informed him that the beast tide was too powerful. The 10th camp would definitely not be able to withstand it. Although he wanted to find a chance to take revenge, he did not want to risk his life. In fact, with just beggar sex strength, even if they risked their lives, they might not be able to take revenge. The 10th camp also could not withstand it. It was quickly overwhelmed by the beast tide. The 10 children of Human Path could only retreat again and again. The beast tide also paid a price, but the scale was too huge. This price was completely bearable. In the end, everyone was chased out by the terrifying beast tide. The camps that the 10 children of Human Path had painstakingly built were all destroyed. Not a single one of the 10 children of Human Path survived. The other characters in the painting worlds were even more heavily injured. The people who retreated were in a sorry state. They were filled with fear and shock. The city gates were closed. The guards on the city walls had solemn expressions. The beast tide had already reached the city. The ferocious beasts did not stop. They attacked the city fiercely. The offensive and defensive battle lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. The city actually could not hold on any longer. Many times, giant beasts climbed the city walls and killed their way into the city, causing large numbers of casualties. At the crucial moment, a large number of Divine Bean soldiers appeared and participated in the defense, repelling the beast tide. The Divine Bean soldiers are already under our control. That's right. This was Divine Bean Palace's killer move to begin with. After we succeeded in slaughtering the immortal, the Divine Bean soldiers became our helpers. The 10 children of Human Path were pleasantly surprised, but also extremely regretful. Their losses were too severe this time. Almost all of their previous accumulations were wasted. The only fortunate thing was that they did not suffer any casualties. They were still alive. Fang Dichang was no longer in this city. He had retreated to the rear. Beggar Sect's losses were not small either. The defeat that Fang Dichang hoped for had happened, but the extent of it was far beyond his expectations. The 10 children of Human Path helped each other and were united. He could not find a chance to attack them. After the beast tide disappeared, large numbers of wild beasts returned to the roaring beast painting world. They scattered everywhere. making the roaring beast painting world far more difficult to explore than before. The painting world was also like a giant beast licking its wounds. The claw that stretched into the roaring beast painting world earlier was almost shattered. I did not expect the roaring beast painting world to be so dangerous. This means that the other painting world should also be of a similar level. Xin Shang found Fang Dichang. The two exchanged information. Fang Dichang told Xin Shang about the information that Beggar Sect had gathered, like the extent of the 10 children of human path's losses, as well as Yi Fan and Hong Yi's performance in this battle. Xin Shang told Fang Dichang a huge discovery. Xin Shang was the person who explored the deepest. He saw the transformation of the beast tide with his own eyes. Using Dao marks to paint, painting path methods are truly profound. But in this case, Fang Dichang analyzed, it seems that a powerful enemy of the celestial court is being suppressed in the depths of the roaring beast painting world. The battle between the beast tide and humans is essentially a method to weaken the enemy and increase the suppression. Xin Shang agreed with Fang Dichang's analysis. He said to Fang Dichang, I wonder who is being suppressed inside? It is at least a rank 8 Gu immortal. The enemy of an enemy is a friend, we might be able to cooperate. This time the losses of the army were too severe, almost less than 10% survived. It is impossible to form an exploration army in a short period of time. Should we use this chance to go to the depths of the painting world? Fang Dichang shook his head. Those wild beasts do not recognize anyone. Xin Shang nodded. In this painting world there is not much difference between immortals and mortals. It seems that we can only wait for the exploration army to be formed again. Only then can we use this chance to go deeper. Just as the battle between humans and beasts in the painting world stopped, Fang Yuan secretly came to Mushroom Man Paradise. Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus was successfully refined to rank 8. Fang Yuan also grasped a large number of compound killer moves. The Qi Si clone had repeatedly invited the Celestial Court to form an alliance army to suppress Fang Yuan's variant human alliance. But even though the Celestial Court agreed, they did not take any action. Such an attitude made Fang Yuan even more convinced of the current grim situation. The entrance of Mushroom Man Paradise opened. Lu Weiyin personally led Fang Yuan into the depths of the blessed land. Chapter 2100. Gulp gulp. The tea was boiling, wisps of yellowish-brown steam rose from it. In a small wooden house at the top of the mountain, there were two experts who could influence the world sitting opposite a tea table. One was the #1 demon in the world, Guiyue Fang Yuan. The other was Southern Borders Paradise Earth Inheritor Lu Weiyin. His overall battle strength might not be at pseudo-venerable level, but his defensive methods were comparable to pseudo-venerables. The windows were wide open, the fresh mountain air entered his lungs, mixed with the fragrance of the tea. Fang Yuan gazed into the distance. Outside the window was a scene of green mountains and clear waters. It was like a paradise. White cranes flew, spirit apes cried, desolate plants and desolate beasts could be seen, they were all docile. There were tree houses and villages at the foot and waist of the mountains, smoke rose from chimneys, chickens crowed and dogs barked. It was a peaceful atmosphere. And in the air there were many small mountains floating. These mountains were made from floating soil, they could float in the air naturally, each of them had their own unique characteristics and different environments. Some were intertwined with vines that hung down like hair. Some were drizzling, reflecting rainbow-colored red light. There were also waterfalls that flowed down continuously until they merged into a wide river on the ground. And the mountain that Fang Yuan was on the ground. It was the highest peak of the Mushroom Man Paradise. The moment Fang Yuan sat down, he asked Lu Weiyin, "Is Spectral Soul still alive?" Lu Weiyin only smiled and did not answer. He buried his head in making tea. The tea was ready. This was extreme peaceful mind tea. It was made from rank 8 immortal materials. The fragrance of the tea was fresh. It seemed to be mixed with the smell of soil after rain. The tea, this residence, and this Mushroom Man Paradise complemented each other perfectly. They were not ethereal, they were not high and mighty immortals, they were filled with the joy of a farmer, they were filled with ordinary vitality. "Please." Lu Weiyin placed the cup in front of Fang Yuan with both hands. The tea in the cup was boiling hot earlier, but after a few breaths of time, the heat completely dissipated, it became cold tea. Fang Yuan took a small sip, but Lu Weiyin directly raised his bowl-like teacup, raising his head and drinking a big mouthful. Fang Yuan's eyes shined, he immediately understood and copied Lu Weiyin's drinking method. Gulp. His Adam's apple moved as Fang Yuan swallowed a mouthful of tea. This shout made Fang Yuan feel very different. The tea was not cold. Instead, it had a warm coolness that instantly permeated Fang Yuan's internal organs. The hot and dry air in his heart was swept away. The tea was clear and refreshing with a hint of sweetness. Fang Yuan gulped down the tea in his bowl. Good tea. He put down the teacup with a surprised look on his face. Just by drinking a cup of tea, his body had gained over 1,000 Earth Path Dao marks. When Gu immortals undergo a heavenly tribulation, they would only gain 750 Dao marks on average. On average, the Earth Calamity would earn 250 Dao marks. This bowl of Taikang Heart Calming Tea actually gained so many Dao marks. It was like a Gu immortal risking their lives to undergo a heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. Lu Weiyin said slowly, "This Mushroom Man blessed land was saved by Lord Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. It was modified into a paradise. There were no calamities or tribulations since then. Lord Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable even left behind a virtue true inheritance here. This Mushroom Man Paradise was thus renamed Virtue Paradise." Before Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable became a venerable, he cultivated here. When he became a venerable one and transformed the moral paradise, he stayed there for a period of time. Taikang Heart Calming Tea was created during this period of time by Lord Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. Even though food path was passed down, Spectral Soul kept it to himself. It was only passed down in a single lineage. Lord Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable spent his entire life trying to make up for Spectral Soul's death and restore order to the people of the world. Thus, he had a deep understanding of food path. He left behind many food path research results in Virtue True Inheritance. In his opinion, food path had huge potential, but there were too few people cultivating it. If it was truly developed, it would definitely benefit the world. For example, this Taikang Heart Calming Tea is a food path killer move formed from the consumption of rank 8 Earth Path Immortal materials. Thus, it can increase the number of Earth Path Dao marks in Gu immortals. The talent of a venerable is truly unfathomable. Fang Yuan praised. In order to counter Spectral Soul's food path methods, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable created the killer moves Suffering Loss is Blessings and All Life is Bitter. These two methods played a crucial role in the battle to kill Spectral Soul. But Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable did not just do this, he even pushed food path to an even higher level. Right now, in the Gu immortal world of the 5 regions, almost all the tea and wine were incomplete food path Gu worm recipes. This was something publicly acknowledged by Gu immortals. Just drinking wine and drinking tea was just for the sake of having a good time, showing off one's wealth and foundation, or the results of one's refinement path methods. But Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable made up for this flaw. He perfected tea and wine into food path killer moves. As such, the esophagus finally revealed its unique splendor. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's food path methods can supplement tea and wine, turning them into killer moves. After tasting them, the Gu cultivator can gain Dao marks. This is definitely a method that can change the structure of the Gu immortal world. Fang Yuan understood. This method had a huge influence. In history, the main method for Gu immortals to gain Dao marks was to undergo tribulations. With this food path method, it was the same as changing this status quo. Fang Yuan had Eat Strength Immortal Gu, he could do this too. But Immortal Gu were unique. Paradise Earth's food path method could be used as a reference to create more similar killer moves. Eat Strength Immortal Gu could not be popularized, but killer moves could be popularized. These were two completely different concepts. Fang Yuan's gaze turned deep and eerie. Just from this extreme serene mind tea, one could see Lu Weiyin's deep foundation. This Virtue Paradise had deep foundation. It did not lack rank 8 Earth Path Immortal materials. Just by using this tea, Lu Weiyin could accumulate far more Earth Path Dao marks than ordinary people. It was no wonder he could fight against Spectral Soul so fiercely. Fang Yuan looked outside the window at this Mushroom Man Paradise. His original evaluation of the foundation in his heart couldn't help but rise by several levels. With this food path method, it was extremely beneficial to Gu immortal cultivation. There were many Gu immortals in Virtue Paradise. These Gu immortals' battle strength far surpassed others of the same rank. And from start to finish, Lu Weiyin had only taken action alone. He had never ordered the Blessed Land's Gu immortals to show themselves. This person's shrewdness and forbearance made Fang Yuan look at him in a different light. Sensing the deep meaning in Fang Yuan's gaze, Lu Weiyin waved his hand and said humbly, "Fang Yuan, don't overestimate me in this Virtue Paradise. Even though we have this food path method, the price to use it is too high. Virtue Paradise is rich in Earth Path resources. Other than me who cultivates Earth Path, most of the Gu immortals here are mushroom men who cultivate Poison Path. There are also several human Gu immortals who cultivate Wood Path and Water Path. This food path method is not very efficient. For example, this extreme serene mind tea expended a large number of rank 8 Earth Path immortal materials to gain hundreds of Earth Path Dao marks. Of course, Fang Yuan has the sovereign immortal body, his Dao marks do not conflict, his gains in Earth Path Dao marks should be extraordinary. Lu Wei-yin concluded, even Lord Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable said in his True Inheritance that this food path method is nothing compared to Giant Sun Immortal, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable, Red Lotus Demon Venerable and others. The methods of venerables could change heaven and earth, they were extremely grand. For example, Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable led humanity to rise, he created the Celestial Court. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable created Wisdom Path and toyed with Providence, she truly established the foundation of the Celestial Court for 10,000 years. Giant Sun Immortal left behind his bloodline, he built 88-point Jinyang Tower and occupied the whole of Northern Plains as his courtyard. Red Lotus Demon Venerable plotted for 1,000,000 years, he destroyed Fate Gu. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable left behind methods to create Divine Emperor City. He deduced Human Path in the painting worlds and established the foundation of Human Path. These were all world-changing achievements that affected not just one generation, but the development of the entire world. Fang Yuan frowned slightly hearing Lu Wei-yin's words. He had some guesses. He asked directly, since Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable mentioned Genesis Lotus in his final words, did he know that Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable was going to create Divine Emperor City? Lu Wei-yin nodded. When Lord Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable traveled the world and saved lives, he learned of Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's methods. Back then, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable left behind Divine Bean Palace to restrain Spectral Soul and plot against him before he became venerable. Qing Chao's core is hatred Gu, it is nurtured by Divine Bean Palace. Qing Chou and Divine Bean Palace have a close relationship. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's original plan was to merge Qing Chou, Divine Bean Palace, and Emperor City during the Fate War to form Divine Emperor City and protect the Celestial Court. However, an accident happened before that. Fang Yuan cooperated with Fang Clan to chase Qing Chou away and snatch Divine Bean Palace. After that, even though Divine Bean Palace merged with Emperor City, it lacked Qing Chou. Without Qing Chou, Divine Emperor City did not have enough battle strength. Genesis Lotus Will, who was inside, probably wanted to protect his human path research. He did not participate in the battle in Celestial Court. Fang Yuan had a complex expression. So that's it. Genesis Lotus plan was originally perfect. During the Fate War, Qing Chou could sense the location of Spectral Soul's remnant soul. It had rank 9 hatred Gu and pseudo-venerable battle strength. Not only could it help Duke Long protect the Celestial Court, it could also exterminate Spectral Soul's remnant soul. Unfortunately, Fang Yuan unknowingly destroyed this plan. Qing Chou was originally nurturing hatred Gu in Divine Bean Palace to strengthen itself. But after it was chased away, this process was interrupted. Later, during the Fate War, Qing Chou lacked battle strength and was separated from Divine Bean Palace. When the Fate War ended, Genesis Lotus will contacted Qin Ding Ling, Red Heart Traveler and 9 Spiritual Fairy worked together to capture Qing Chou and bring it back to Celestial Court. Thus, the truth was, it was not Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable who schemed against Fang Yuan, but Fang Yuan who destroyed Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's plan first. This caused Genesis Lotus Will to have no choice but to act suddenly during the battle to mend the plan. Then why was Fang Yuan willing to accept the alliance agreement and cooperate with Fang Clan to chase Qing Chou away? The key was Great Thief Immortal Gu. After obtaining Great Thief Immortal Gu, Fang Yuan used Ghostly Concealment as the core, Great Thief Immortal Gu 7 and others as supplementary to create Great Thief Ghost Hand, forcefully stealing Qing Chou's rank 8 Soul Beast token. Without Soul Beast token, Qing Chou's strength fell greatly. Fang Clan won in the end. And where did Great Thief Immortal Gu come from? Chapter 2101. So Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable did not just use heaven form, he also used this method. I just did not notice it. Fang Yuan muttered. Suddenly he had a thought asking, is Qing Chou not dead yet? Fang Yuan's pursuit battle ended and Divine Emperor City flew over to join the battle. Was it really just to suppress Demon Immortal Qi Ju and Longevity Heaven? Fang Yuan was thinking about the few pieces of Qing Chou's corpse. What was Divine Emperor City's main objective? This was something worth discussing. Lu Weiyin's expression turned solemn as he sighed. I only figured this out after I returned here to recuperate for a long time. What was the main reason for Divine Emperor City joining the battle? At that time, Rank 9 Hatred Gu had no aura, it seemed to have been completely destroyed. However, Qingqiu is a life form formed from a killer move. I cannot be sure if it is dead or alive. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's method is truly unimaginable, it is truly a sight to behold. To be able to turn a killer move into a legendary immemorial beast, this method was too profound, even Fang Yuan and Lu Weiyin could only stare at it, they could not understand it. Lu Weiyin continued, I cannot deduce Qingqiu's situation. But I know Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's situation very well. Fang Yuan smiled lightly, I'd like to hear the details. Lu Weiyin finally returned to the main topic after keeping them in suspense for so long. He answered, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's current situation can be said to be dead, but also alive. Because his true body has always been hidden in the door of life and death. Fang Yuan nodded, sighing, as I expected. Spectral Soul's self-detonation had already made Fang Yuan feel something amiss. After he refined all the Heaven Path Dao marks, Fang Yuan reflected on it, he had even more doubts. The great Spectral Soul died just like that? After all, Spectral Soul was the most heaven-defying existence among the Venerables. In the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, Zombie Alliance was still around, Shadow Sect was in hiding, and Spectral Soul secretly controlled Celestial Court. Duke Long still hadn't appeared. It was obvious that he had been killed by Spectre. He had even plotted to kill Feng Jioge and seize the opportunity to invade Langya Blessed Land. He had manipulated the situation and was the biggest mastermind behind the Five Regions' chaotic war. As long as Great Dream Immortal Venerable was not born, he, Spectral Soul, would be the biggest winner. Therefore, Fang Yuan invaded Hu Immortal Blessed Land and killed Feng Kim Hong with Song Zhong's help. Who is Feng Kim Hong? When Feng Kim Hong was young, Dream Wing's Immortal Gu took the initiative to join him, it was the seed of Great Dream Immortal Venerable. Who was Fang Yuan? Fang Yuan was an otherworldly demon. As long as fate was not destroyed, only his hands could change the situation. Who was Song Zhong? On the surface, Song Zhong was Song Zixing's son, but in reality he was his blood fetus. As for Song Zixing, he was called Blood Dragon, a member of the Shadow Sect, a clone of Ghost. In the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, there were many inside stories. At that time, Fate Gu was not destroyed, Demon Immortal Qi Ju could not revive, the other Venerables could only stare at Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul rampaged and eventually, Providence had no choice but to choose Fang Yuan to return to the past to change everything. In the Battle of Yitian Mountain, on the surface, Fang Yuan succeeded in stopping Spectral Soul. But was that really the case? When Spectral Soul learned that Fang Yuan had revived, he immediately understood that it was Providence's doing. If he followed his original plan, even if he could control the Celestial Court and manipulate the Five Regions' chaotic war, he would still be obstructed by Providence. If Fang Yuan was not enough, a second or third otherworldly demon would revive, Spectral Soul would never be able to stand at the peak of the universe. Thus, he changed his mind. At that moment he started to cooperate with Red Lotus Demon Venerable. Eventually he gave Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu to Fang Yuan and created a complete otherworldly demon. After the Fate War, Fate Gu was destroyed by Fang Yuan. Spectral Soul wanted to take back the Sovereign Immortal Body. His plan was perfect. He did not lack Soul Path attainment level, he had the Sovereign Immortal Body, he could annex Soul Pacifying Grotto Heaven and others, he could rise up again in an instant. This way he would be ahead of all the Venerables, he would have the initiative. The advantage of being first was unimaginable. Once Spectral Soul succeeded, he would be the sole ruler, the entire universe would be trampled under his feet. But he did not succeed. Red Lotus Demon Venerable schemed against him, while the Heaven Path Dao marks restricted Fang Yuan, they also protected Fang Yuan. Spectral Soul did not obtain the Sovereign Immortal Body, there was a huge difference in his development. During the pursuit battle against Fang Yuan, the Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven attacked at the same time. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's inheritor Lu Weiyin also joined the battle, they finally killed Spectral Soul. Looking back at Spectral Soul's plan, Fang Yuan thought, if he was Spectral Soul, what would he do? Thus he soon found a huge flaw in Spectral Soul's plan, it was too risky. In the Battle of the Dream Realm, Duke Long defeated Zishan Makoto and destroyed the Blessed Land, capturing Spectral Soul alive and taking away the door of life and death. Spectral Soul's life and death were in the hands of the Celestial Court. If Fairy Myrtle did not covet information and clues and killed Spectral Soul, wouldn't that be terrible? If it were Fang Yuan, he would not have made such an arrangement. What about Spectral Soul? Even if he had the greatest killing nature, he would not be a fool. Thus, the biggest possibility was that Spectral Soul was not Spectral Soul's true body. If Fang Yuan was in Spectral Soul's position, he would do this. Use a clone to disguise as the main body and be captured by the Celestial Court. On one hand, it could lower or even dispel the enemy's guard. On the other hand, the clone was also a trap. Fairy Myrtle fell for it in the end. Thirdly, the clone's information and true inheritances were far inferior to the main body. Even if it was captured, it would not provide too much information to the enemy. Finally, even if the clone was killed, it did not matter, the main body would still be intact. Regarding Spectral Soul's suspicions, Fang Yuan had two pieces of evidence. The first piece of evidence was Demon Immortal Qiju. Demon Immortal Qiju was a crucial person in the pursuit of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan and Spectral Soul used their true inheritances to try to get Demon Immortal Qiju to become their ally. Eventually, Demon Immortal Qiju was won over by Fang Yuan, causing Spectral Soul to self-detonate in the end. Fang Yuan reflected after the battle. He felt that he had won this battle too easily. It was slightly different from what he had expected. If Spectral Soul was only a split soul, that would make sense. Spectral Soul did not expect Demon Immortal Qiju's revival, because Fate Gu was destroyed, all of his plans for the future collapsed, everything was in chaos. Spectral Soul's plan was that his split soul would be captured by the Celestial Court. He would only select some memories and place them in his split soul. These memories would not attract the suspicion of the Celestial Court, nor would there be too many precious contents, like extremely valuable inheritances. Thus, Fang Yuan won against Spectral Soul in this aspect. The second piece of evidence was obtained by Fang Yuan recently. Through luck inspection and analyzing his own luck, he found that the top of his pure silver light pillar was shrouded in 3 layers of clouds. One of them was pitch black like ink, who could still cause trouble to him. This black cloud should be hinting at Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul was not dead, how could he let Fang Yuan off? Shadow Sect and Zombie Alliance had accumulated so many years of resources, they even gathered the 10 extreme physiques with much difficulty to create Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu. Spectral Soul would give up? Impossible. On the other hand, Demon Immortal Qiju's revival told the world that it was not impossible for Venerables to revive. Spectral Soul's true body was probably planning to revive long ago. By extension, did the other Venerables not have the same thought? In the past, Fate Gu prevented them from reviving. Now that Fate Gu was destroyed, who did not want to revive? No one knew which Venerable would be the first to be completely resurrected. No one knew when they would be revived. Perhaps, at the next moment, a Venerable would revive. Thus, for Fang Yuan the situation was grim. Once a Venerable revives, the value of his pseudo-Venerable battle strength would be greatly reduced. His status as the #1 demon in the world would become a target. After the pursuit battle, Lu Weiyin said goodbye to him and told him to race against time. That was what he meant. Fang Yuan did the same. After the pursuit battle, he was truly racing against time, he did not relax for even a moment. Once his strength recovered and he could deal with the hidden dangers, Fang Yuan came to Virtue Paradise. He was not here to meet Lu Weiyin, nor to obtain Paradise Earth's true meaning, or to inherit Paradise Earth's true inheritance. He only had one goal: tell me, Lu Weiyin, how can I become a Venerable? Fate Gu was destroyed, the future of the world was in chaos, anything could happen. Not just the Gu Immortal world, the Gu Master world also sensed the turbulent future. Fang Yuan was struggling, mortal Gu Masters were also struggling. Sorrowful Wind Mountain Range. 4 Gu Masters were traveling together, exploring deep into the mountain range. They had rank 4 cultivation level. When they worked together, they could fight against rank 5 Gu Masters. In the world of Central Continent's Gu Masters, they were famous demonic path experts. They were Eastern Obscenity Qin Yin Dao, Western Scum Yu Ba Guang, Southern Disturbance Shi Bao, and Northern Squandering Fan Chun Yao. They were known as the 4 great obscenities of Central Continent. Sorrowful winds are blowing again. Yu Ba Guang warned. Among the 4, he was the most proficient in investigation. Quick, take out the Gu house. Qin Yin Dao immediately spoke. Normally he was the leader of the 4. The Gu house was guarded by Fan Chun Yao, he was in charge of healing and logistics. The 4 Gu Masters quickly hid in the Gu house. The sorrowful winds blew outside the Gu house, causing it to creak. From time to time, Fan Chun Yao would need to replenish the Gu worms, replacing those that died from the sorrowful winds. We have wasted so much, we have wasted so much. Fan Chunyao made a fuss, feeling heartache. Along the way, just defending against the sorrowful winds has cost us so much. Are there really good things in Sorrowful Wind Mountain Range? Chen Dao shook his head and smiled bitterly. I cannot guarantee that. But as long as there is a trace of hope, we have to do this. Some time ago there was a Gu immortal battle in Sorrowful Wind Mountain Range. We might have missed out on something that can help us ascend. Once immortal ascension was mentioned, the other three Gu masters' breathing became rough. As long as we become immortals, who would dare to attack us for immortals? We will not be hunted down. Once we become immortals, won't those high and mighty female Gu masters be at our mercy? Ah! Look at you. After ascending to immortal, what's so good about mortals? We will be able to attack fairies. The Gu masters looked at each other as they snickered. What they did not know was that the celestial court had already cleaned up the battlefield. All the immemorial year beast corpses and other corpses were taken away. When the four arrived at the ruins of the collapsed mountain range, they searched for 7 days and 7 nights but did not find anything. Right when the four were furious and were about to leave, they finally found something. There is a person here. Come quickly. What's so strange about a person? There are many corpses here. It is a villager living in the mountain. No, this person is still alive. And there is a phenomenon around him. What? The other three Gu masters went up and saw that Wang Xiao'er's eyes were shut, but he was still breathing. Chapter 2102. This was the last day of the month. I let out a breath of turbid air and felt relieved. I had finally completed the small goal that I had mentioned earlier. This month, 1 chapter a day, stable and never absent. It was very difficult. There were many times when I almost could not persevere. There were many aspects of life, and it would always require time and energy. It was impossible for me to write a book like I did when I was still a student. I was an adult, and the adult world was filled with something called not easy. On the other hand, the following chapters of The Legends of Renzuch had taken up a lot of my time and energy. Next month, a new chapter of The Legends of Renzuch would be released to everyone. The difficulty of The Legends of Renzu increased the further one went, almost doubling. This was because many of the images and concepts that had appeared in the previous chapters could not be used anymore. To be able to compose The Legends of Renzuch while completing the goal of 1 chapter a day, even I feel that I was lucky. Thankfully, I persevered and completed it. The pressure was too great. For most of the month, I slept after midnight. There were many days, especially this week, where I would compose until 3 or 4 at night. The main text of 5 million words needed an ending, too many holes to fill in, too many clues to collect. But this month, I had already filled in a lot, and a few clues were being collected. Most of my energy was spent on The Legends of Renzuch. Sometimes I panicked, because I could not find any information on The Legends of Renzu. There were many times when studying it did not yield any results. Most of the time, what broke the barrier was just an idea or something that I learned 10 days ago, or a sentence that I accidentally read. The main text could be controlled, but The Legends of Renzu could not be controlled. The uneasiness brought about by this led to immense mental pressure. Many times I would lie on my bed and try to sleep, but I could not fall asleep no matter what, so I would get up to compose. I would think until my body and mind were exhausted and I would throw myself on the bed to sleep. The results were clear. I was rather satisfied with the quality of this month's updates. Be it the structure of the actions or the description of the side chapters, they were all taken into consideration. Especially the standard of the broken chapters, it had increased by quite a bit. The Legends of Renzu also had a new chapter. At the beginning of the 10th month, there would be a huge show in Crazed Demon Cave. The early stages of the plot were already half done. One last appeal. I hope that all the readers will support the original version of Gu Dao Master as much as possible and try to read it. It takes me at least half an hour to think about a chapter and a few hours to write it. However, readers might spend less than 10 minutes reading, and the fees they paid were only a few cents. Many Chidian coins were even given as gifts. Chapter 2103. In this world of Gu masters, in the past 3 million years, there were 10 Gu cultivators who stood proudly at the peak of the world, looking down on all living beings with disdain. In the long river of history, there were countless geniuses and heroes in the 5 regions and 2 heavens. If these people were like the stars in the sky, shining brightly, then these 10 Gu cultivators were like the sun, dazzling and dazzling, spreading across the sky. Their brilliance never faded, their legends continued to spread. They were the 10 Venerables. From ancient times until now they were, 3 million years ago, remote antiquity era. Primordial origin immortal venerable, star constellation immortal venerable. A million years ago, olden antiquity era. Limitless demon venerable, reckless savage demon venerable, red lotus demon venerable. 300,000 years ago, medieval antiquity era. Genesis lotus immortal venerable, thieving heaven demon venerable, giant sun immortal. 100,000 years ago, near antiquity era. Spectral soul demon venerable, paradise earth immortal venerable. These 10 people were at the peak, they swept through the world, they were invincible and unrivaled. Their methods were terrifyingly powerful. They seemed to have existed for all eternity. Their wisdom and schemes were unparalleled in history, they pierced through heaven and earth, using all living beings as chess pieces. Even if they died, they would influence future generations. Towards these people, Fang Yuan had the deepest feelings in the world. Fang Yuan was deeply aware of the gap between him and these venerables. Even though he was the #1 demon in the world now, with pseudo-venerable battle strength, he did not have the confidence to fight against venerables. Venerables swept through the world, other than them they were all ants. The Fate War gave everyone a vivid lesson. Any method left behind by a venerable could overturn the entire situation. Only venerables could resist venerables. To put it bluntly, the reason why Fang Yuan succeeded in the Fate War was because he was struggling to survive during the battle between the 10 venerables and Providence. Towards these venerables who invested in him and treated him as a chess piece, every bit of praise that Fang Yuan felt was a bit of challenge. For every bit of fear there was a bit of feeling of being shoulder to shoulder. Since they can become venerables, why can't I, Fang Yuan, do the same? Moreover, in order to pursue eternal life, the so-called 9th rank venerable cultivation is only a stepping stone for me, Fang Yuan. His plan to become a venerable one had already been decided the moment he was reborn. Many years ago, when Fang Yuan had just been reborn, he looked up at the bright moon in the night sky as humble as an ant. Now that he had ascended to the heavens, the venerable realm was only his next step. But how could one become a venerable? Fang Yuan did not know, was not clear, and did not understand. There was a big secret to becoming a venerable one. This secret had never been spread. The 10 venerable ones seemed to have a tacit understanding to keep this secret. The people of the world had no way of knowing, and could only forcefully analyze through some common characteristics. Among the 10 venerable ones there were 9 men and 1 woman. This meant that the venerable ones were not restricted by gender, and both men and women could become venerable ones. Venerables were invincible, but they were not omnipotent. Giant Sun Immortal and Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had once invited Long-Hair Ancestor to refine immortal goo together. Kings did not meet kings. In every great era only one venerable would appear, there had never been a situation where 2 venerables existed at the same time. The fights between venerables were at most like the Fate War, they would use the methods they left behind to fight each other. Every venerable had great luck. Some were born with a phenomenon, everything went smoothly for them like Red Lotus Demon Venerable. Some were not obvious at the beginning, and would only erupt after a certain period of time. It seemed like every venerable would have a Tao protector during their growth. Every Tao guardian played a crucial role in the venerable's growth, they could be friend or foe. It was publicly recognized that every rank 9 Gu venerable's main path was Supreme Grandmaster. Venerables were still restricted by their lifespan, and in history, there were many records of venerables searching for lifespan Gu to extend their lifespan. The 10 venerables were all humans, there had never been a case of variant humans becoming venerables. However, just this alone could not deduce the true secret of venerable ascension. The greatest deduction in history was the prophecy of 3 venerables. Immortal Yi Yen predicted that in the future, there would be Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, and Great Dream Immortal Venerable. This deduction did not involve the true contents of the secret of venerable ascension. And after Fang Yuan destroyed Fate Gu, this deduction was no longer valid. Then what was the secret of venerable ascension? Fang Yuan desperately wanted to know this secret. Demon Immortal Qi Ju's success was right in front of him, there was a huge possibility of venerables reviving. Thus, the best way for Fang Yuan to deal with this future was to become venerable himself. Fang Yuan was deeply aware of one thing. No matter how he annexed Grotto Heavens or fought for immortal materials and Tao marks, he could not become venerable. Thus, his biggest goal in coming to Lu Weiyin was only the secret of venerable ascension. Other things like Paradise Earth's true inheritance and Paradise Earth's true meaning were secondary to the current Fang Yuan. Opposite the tea table, Lu Weiyin drank a mouthful of cold tea as he smiled. He was not surprised by Fang Yuan's question. He raised his head and placed the tea bowl down, raising 3 fingers as he said, "To become a venerable, you need to fulfill 4 conditions. First, the Gu Immortal's immortal aperture origin core must produce white lychee immortal essence. Second, the Gu Immortal's main cultivation path must have at least 300,000 Dao marks. Third, the Gu Immortal's main cultivation path must be at least Supreme Grandmaster. Fourth, after fulfilling the first 3 conditions, the Gu Immortal needs to break through the Heavenly Dao's blockade to cause the immortal aperture origin core to undergo a qualitative change and produce rank 9 yellow apricot immortal essence." Out of Fang Yuan's expectations, Lu Weiyin actually told him the secret of venerable ascension. Fang Yuan had thought that Lu Weiyin would use this as part of the transaction and demand something from Fang Yuan. Or more accurately, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable definitely had a motive for choosing Fang Yuan as his inheritor. Fang Yuan did not know what Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable was after. But he had already decided that as long as he could obtain the secret of venerable ascension, he was willing to compromise to some extent and cooperate with Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. However, Lu Weiyin did not keep this secret to himself because of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's motive. He admitted it directly. This was like a transaction between 2 parties. They were supposed to exchange the goods at the same time, but one party handed the goods to the other party in advance. Lu Weiyin's action did not make Fang Yuan relax. Instead, he became vigilant. Lu Weiyin was very shrewd. Fang Yuan had once fought with him and lost to him. He did not manage to take back the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle. During the pursuit battle against Fang Yuan, Lu Weiyin and Fang Yuan worked together to kill Spectral Soul. Fang Yuan saw his patient nature. How could such a person be so unwise? Fang Yuan pondered over the 4 conditions of venerable ascension. The first 2 conditions are rank 8 Gu Immortal who has passed 3 myriad tribulations together. My Qi path, time path, refinement path and transformation path have already reached this standard. The third condition is that my main cultivation path must be Supreme Grandmaster. I have not reached this, but refinement path, time path and enslavement path are already quasi-Supreme Grandmaster. There is not much difference. The fourth condition is to break through the Heavenly Dao blockade. Fang Yuan frowned slightly, continuing to ask, "What does the Heavenly Dao blockade refer to?" Lu Weiyin still explained to Fang Yuan, "The Heavenly Dao emphasizes balance, it takes away surpluses and replenishes deficiencies. All beings are balanced and restrict each other. A tree that stands out in the forest will be blown away by the wind, a pile of trees on the shore will cause turbulence. But human path is the opposite. Take away the deficiencies and replenish the excess, devouring the weak, learning and growing, learning from each other's strengths to make up for one's weaknesses. The Heavenly Dao naturally does not want Gu Immortals to become stronger and stronger, so it sends calamities and tribulations. Calamities and tribulations are one of the Heavenly Dao's blockages. And to become a venerable, the calamities and tribulations sent by the Heavenly Dao will far surpass the myriad tribulations. Other than that, there is Lifespan Gu. Lifespan Gu is a heaven path Gu, it cannot be refined. Even if the 10 venerables are invincible in the world, they are still heavily restricted. During the venerable era, Lifespan Gu will become increasingly rare. The third blockade is Fate Gu. But this has already been destroyed by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan thought, the Heavenly Dao blockade has 3 methods. Fate Gu is destroyed, Lifespan Gu is not a problem for now, the calamities and tribulations blockade is the biggest obstacle I have to face. Is there a way to deal with the Heavenly Dao blockade? How did the venerables of the past do it? Fang Yuan asked. Lu Weiyin said, it is not that there are no shortcuts, luck path is one of them. The venerables of the past have extremely thick luck. Their luck mainly comes from 2 aspects. The first is the favor of providence, the second is the favor of human path. 3 million years ago, variant humans were too powerful and disrupted the balance. The Heavenly Dao wanted to get rid of them, thus, providence favored primordial origin and made him an immortal venerable. The best example of the favor of human path is Red Lotus Demon Venerable. He is the son of human path, he has extremely thick luck. The moment he was born, a calamity and tribulation of heaven and earth appeared. The 3 elders of the celestial court had no choice but to take action to block the calamity and tribulation for Red Lotus. Fang Yuan raised his eyebrows. Let me think, are human path methods also a way to break the Heavenly Dao blockade? Earlier, Fang Yuan had used human path methods to disrupt the Heavenly Dao's evolution and gain time to make a move. He was very experienced in this aspect. Lu Weiyin nodded, that's right. Human path methods are also a good way to break the Heavenly Dao blockade. Precisely so, the venerables of the past have a common point: they obtained their insights from the legends of Renzu, and created top-tier human path killer moves. After chatting for a while, facing Fang Yuan's questions, Lu Weiyin said everything he knew without holding anything back. After Fang Yuan understood the criteria for becoming a venerable, he fell into deep thought. He thought about it carefully and found that there were only two things that restricted him from becoming a venerable. One was attainment level, the other was breaking the Heavenly Dao blockade. The latter could be followed. Fang Yuan had cooking luck pot in terms of luck path and human path methods, he only needed to improve and develop them. The truly troublesome thing was attainment level. Quasi-Supreme Grandmaster seemed to be very close to true Supreme Grandmaster, but it was actually very difficult to reach. If the environment allowed it and he had enough time, Fang Yuan could cultivate and comprehend it. He believed that in his lifetime he would reach Supreme Grandmaster in a certain path. But now, the shadow of the Venerable's rebirth had already shrouded his future. Is there a way for me to break through this? Dream realms? Clearly not. Fang Yuan had already discovered that the dream realms in his hands came from spectral soul demon venerable, but he could only raise them to great grandmaster level. True meaning? Don't tell me, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's true meaning can allow me to reach Earth Path Supreme Grandmaster? As if sensing Fang Yuan's thoughts, Lu Weiyin shook his head. Lord Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's legacy can only allow you to become an Earth Path Great Grandmaster. However, Paradise Earth's true inheritance already has a way to resolve this. Fang Yuan looked at the smiling Lu Weiyin as an eerie light flashed in his eyes. Oh, I would like to hear the details. Lu Weiyin said, Fang Yuan is familiar with the legends of Renzu. You must know about Primordial Domain, one of the secluded domains of heaven and earth. Actually, as long as one reaches Primordial Domain, anyone can become a Supreme Grandmaster of any path. Primordial Domain? Fang Yuan was moved. You know where it is. Chapter 2104. Primordial Domain is still at the lowest level of Crazed Demon Cave? At once, Fang Yuan's mind was filled with countless thoughts. There were indeed records of Primordial Domain in the legends of Renzu, but the description was vague and ambiguous. It depended on how the reader interpreted it. Even if Primordial Domain has such power, is it hidden at the lowest level of Crazed Demon Cave? Fang Yuan could not believe Lu Weiyin's words. But there was such a possibility. Fang Yuan had been to Crazed Demon Cave before. He deduced from the traces that Paradise Earth had not only been there, he even created a Dao field there. Fang Yuan could not enter the lowest level, but Paradise Earth was an immortal venerable, his abilities could not be estimated. If all of this is true, then it's true. Then Paradise Earth's objective is Crazed Demon Cave? Fang Yuan's mind was in turmoil, but his expression did not change. Lu Weiyin observed his expression and sighed internally. This Guyue Fang Yuan is truly the #1 demon in the world, no wonder he is the target of Providence and the Venerables. To convince him just this is not enough. Lu Weiyin had to continue. Crazed Demon Cave is indeed at the lowest level. Primordial Domain is very special. It is both the beginning and the end. It contains the supreme profundities of heaven and earth. Limitless Demon Venerable used it and ranked 9 derivation Immortal Gu as the core to deduce the world and create new heaven path Dao marks. In a way, the importance of Crazed Demon Cave is even more important than Celestial Court. Lu Weiyin spoke slowly, revealing even more secrets. 1,000,000 years ago in the Olden Antiquity era, the first Demon Venerable of humanity, Limitless Demon Venerable, attacked Celestial Court and threatened to destroy Celestial Court, forcing star constellations will to gamble on the chessboard. The chessboard was connected to Crazed Demon Cave. During the battle between the two Venerables, sparks of thought collided and created new heaven path results. These results were sent into Crazed Demon Cave through the chessboard, helping limitless deduction. Star Constellation's shadow pretended not to know, but in fact she was already prepared and beat him at his own game. Generations of Venerables like Reckless Savage Demon Venerable, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable, and Giant Sun Immortal had all visited Imperfection Regret Pavilion. They knew about the battle between two Venerables and the importance of Crazed Demon Cave. In the Fate War, the figures of the two Venerables who were playing chess dissipated in the Imperfection Regret Pavilion, but this was only the end of the gamble between the two Venerables. The final battlefield that would decide the outcome of the battle was still the crazed demon cave. The venerable ones of the past were aware of this, so they all got involved. For example, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable created Green Lotus Dao Field in the 8th layer of Crazed Demon Cave. Reckless Savage Demon Venerable created Savage Wilderness Great World, while Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable also created Yellow Earth Great World. In this way the situation became even more complicated. Fang Yuan's heart skipped a beat. This has been one of my doubts for a long time. Why did a portion of the Venerables spend so much effort to build a Dao Right Hall in the 8th layer of the Crazed Demon Cave to protect a large world? Could it be that they also want to make a move against the Origin Realm? Venerated ones have already become venerated ones, so the Origin Realm isn't a necessity for them. Wait, that might not be the case. A flash of lightning seemed to flash in Fang Yuan's mind. It tore through the layers of fog and allowed him to see a small part of the truth. Ah! Lu Weiyin laughed loudly. Fang Yuan is truly a person who roams the world unhindered. No matter how many venerables there are, they cannot be schemed against. You have already guessed a part of the reason. That's right. Lu Weiyin continued. Fate Gu is destroyed, venerables can revive. However, the stronger the Gu immortal, the more troublesome it is to revive, and the greater the price they have to pay. If they are careless, even if they revive, they won't have the same strength as before. For example, Demon Immortal Qiju, because of the interference of Fang Yuan and Wu Yong, his strength fell, he is not at his peak. The same goes for venerables. After they revive, even though they no longer have to pass the venerable barrier, they can return to rank 9 cultivation level. However, there is also intense competition between venerables. Venerables leave behind revival methods, but they are limited after all. Thus, all venerables want to ensure that they can revive successfully. It would be best if they could regain their peak battle strength at the moment of revival. Fang Yuan nodded continuously. He could completely understand the venerable's thoughts. When Fate Gu was around, it could not be revived. But almost all venerables left behind methods. Once Fate Gu was destroyed, these methods could be used to revive the venerables. However, venerables had different viewpoints, they were in different camps, they schemed against each other. Who did not want to become the strongest person in the world? Who would want to see other venerables besides themselves? Venerables were wary of each other, they sabotaged each other, even though they were dead, they were still fighting in the dark. Because of the long duration of these confrontations, normally speaking, the later the venerables, the more advantageous they were. For example, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. But this was not absolute. For example, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable was born before Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, but his arrangements of Divine Emperor City and Qingqiu were enough to trap Spectral Soul. Or for example, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable entered Red Lotus Stone Island and took Regret Gu. It was very easy. But overall the trend was still the same. The later the venerables, the more advantageous they were in this confrontation. Because the whole of the Gu cultivation world was constantly improving. In the remote antiquity era, during primordial origin Immortal Venerable's time, there were only 4 or 5 Gu cultivation paths. Qi path was the strongest. But now, there were all kinds of paths, there were at least 20 main paths. Take Divine Emperor City for example. Divine Emperor City was created by Genesis Lotus, it was at the peak of Wood Path and Painting Path back then, it could even deduce Human Path. But in the aspect of Luck Path it was weaker. Because Giant Sun Immortal was someone who came after Genesis Lotus. In fact, strictly speaking, it was uncertain if Divine Emperor City was still the peak of Wood Path. 300,000 years had passed since Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's era. During this long period of time, Wood Path continued to develop, countless geniuses appeared, they had their own achievements and pushed Wood Path to a huge level. Only Painting Path was still at its peak. What? Painting Path was hidden by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable, it had never been leaked. Thus, Painting Path was still at the peak of the world. This was also why a portion of venerables kept their own true inheritances and did not spread them widely. For example, Giant Sun Immortal's Luck Path True Inheritance. Lu Weiyin continued to reveal shocking news. Fang Yuan, do you know that before the Fate War, Duke Long secretly moved the door of life and death to Crazed Demon Cave? Fang Yuan's gaze flickered. Did the Celestial Court know that Spectral Soul's main body was hidden in the door of life and death, so they moved it in advance to prevent Spectral Soul from taking advantage of it? No wonder Spectral Soul could not find the door of life and death even after he controlled Fairy Myrtle and excavated the Celestial Court's treasury. Lu Weiyin drank another mouthful of tea. Duke Long not only moved the door of life and death away, He even moved a portion of the Celestial Court's immortal graveyard to Crazed Demon Cave. Fang Yuan had a thought. This means that I only destroyed a portion of the Celestial Court's immortal graveyard. There is still a portion left in Crazed Demon Cave. Is this the Celestial Court's backup plan? This is the style of a righteous path superforce that seeks stability. After all, the Celestial Court's immortal goo are limited. The awakened goo immortals cannot have their peak battle strength when they were alive. Star constellations will also needs a portion of the hibernating goo immortals. I was about to talk about star constellations' will. Lu Weiyin's gaze was like a torch as he stared at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, do you know that Star Constellations will has not shown herself for a long time to instruct the Celestial Court on what to do? Fang Yuan's expression finally changed, because he could hear the hidden meaning in his words. Fang Yuan also stared at Lu Weiyin. You mean Star Constellation has already revived using this will? Lu Weiyin nodded. Even though I am not completely sure, there is a high chance that this is the case. If Star Constellation Immortal Venerable revives, she will definitely hide in the 8th layer and scheme for the 9th layer's primordial domain. Once she enters primordial domain, she will regain her Wisdom Path Supreme Grandmaster attainment level. She will be able to use the heaven and earth's primeval energy and become a true Dao Lord. Fang Yuan frowned deeply. He had originally estimated that the Venerables had not revived. But from Lu Weiyin's conversation, he knew that a Venerable had probably revived already. And this Venerable was extremely terrifying. She was the only Wisdom Path Venerable among the Venerables, and also the only female. This woman was so strong that even after death she could scheme against the 3 demon Venerables of the future. Even though the truth was very different from what Celestial Court had publicized, the truth was that Celestial Court relied on Star Constellation schemes and arrangements to protect Celestial Court from the attacks of the 3 demon Venerables. This achievement could not be erased. Every time Fang Yuan thought about it, he felt deeply terrified. As for why Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was no longer a Wisdom Path Supreme Grandmaster, Fang Yuan was well aware of this. When Star Constellation Immortal Venerable died, it was 3 million years ago during the remote antiquity era. It had been too long. Wisdom Path had developed to this day. It had already made tremendous progress and advancement. Quasi-Supreme Grandmaster meant that the Gu Immortals' understanding of the path had reached the limit of heaven and earth. They had touched that ceiling, they had almost comprehended all of the profundities of the path. But there were still some corners that they had yet to reach. And Supreme Grandmaster attainment level meant that not only did they comprehend all of the profundities of the path, they could also innovate. At this level, every time a Gu Immortal advanced, it would be an unprecedented feat, it would raise the upper limit of the entire path, it would even be an advancement of heaven and earth. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's former Wisdom Path Supreme Grandmaster attainment level was no longer the same today. Even though her will and providence were intertwined together, and she constantly studied Celestial Court's Wisdom Path research results, it was the same. Not to mention the fact that Star Constellation's will and clones could not be equated, Celestial Court's Wisdom Path research results were only a portion of the entire Wisdom Path. Only when Star Constellation Immortal Venerable entered Primordial Domain would her Wisdom Path attainment level reach Supreme Grandmaster and become a Dao Lord. What is a Dao Lord? Fang Yuan heard of a new concept from Lu Weiyin. Chapter 2105. So this is the secret of the Venerable's invincibility. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart. This trip to the Mushroom Man Paradise was really not in vain. Fang Yuan learned a large number of Venerable secrets. At the same time, he had some guesses about Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's goal. At this point, all of Fang Yuan's luck inspection guesses were indirectly verified. His luck was like a pure silver pillar of light. Even though it was small, it was tall and slender, shooting straight into the sky as if it was going to pierce through the heavens. At the bottom of this pure silver pillar of light, there was a lump of yellow chi that seemed to be protecting it like dust. And above the silver pillar, there were 3 clouds. One was black as ink, one was golden, and one was shining with starlight. These 3 clouds all showed signs of obstructing Fang Yuan's soaring luck. The black cloud should be corresponding to Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. After all, the current Shadow Sect only had a few members, their threat had fallen sharply. The starlight cloud should be corresponding to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, who had most likely revived. It was ethereal and mysterious, filled with the aura of wisdom. There was also the golden cloud. Needless to say, it should be Giant Sun Immortal. During the Fate War, there was an attack from Giant Sun that shook heaven and earth from northern plains all the way to heavenly court. It was incomparably domineering. In the pursuit battle against Fang Yuan, even though they lost a legendary immemorial beast, Longevity Heaven's strength did not fall greatly, their foundation was still intact. The Huangjin family was in existence like the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. They dominated northern plains and controlled the entire northern plains in the hands of the Giant Sun immortal bloodline. And Crazed Demon Cave was in northern plains, it definitely could not avoid the forces of Giant Sun Immortal and Longevity Heaven. Maybe Giant Sun Immortal chose northern plains to create Longevity Heaven not because he is a northern plainsman, but because he wanted to make arrangements around Crazed Demon Cave. Fang Yuan's thoughts ran wild as he thought deeper. If it were him, he would probably do the same. If Fate Gu was not destroyed, everything would be over. But if Fate Gu was destroyed, the Venerables would have a chance to revive. By then, whoever occupied northern plains and encircled Crazed Demon Cave would have the advantage. Fang Yuan looked at Lu Weiyin again. Since Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable created Yellow Earth Great World, did he help me become venerable so that I can help him revive? Lu Weiyin nodded with a smile. Indeed. Back then, Lord Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable blessed the world, but his main true inheritances were only left in the 5 regions. Southern Borders Paradise Earth True Inheritance is here. Eastern Seas Paradise Earth True Inheritance is the Blue Dragon Whale. Central Continent's Paradise Earth True Inheritance is the Reincarnation Battlefield. Northern Plains Paradise Earth True Inheritance is in Yellow Earth Great World. As for Western Deserts Paradise Earth True Inheritance, it seems to have been taken away. Venerable revival methods were left behind, but they are limited. As long as they can be destroyed in advance, these venerables will not revive. But if these venerables are revived, the difficulty of defeating them will be on a completely different level. Now that Fate Gu is destroyed, the lower reaches of the River of Time are in chaos. The world is in an unprecedented situation. Who can say for sure what will happen in the future? Not to mention the past venerables, just Great Dream Immortal Venerable alone, will she not appear? Pseudo-venerables are only pseudo-venerables after all. At this point, I believe that Fang Yuan no longer doubts our sincerity. As long as you help Lord Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable return, we will be the closest allies. Not only will we hand over Southern Borders Paradise Earth True Inheritance, but we will also give you crucial clues regarding it. We will also provide you with crucial clues regarding Eastern Sea and Central Continent's Paradise Earth True Inheritances. They are absolutely priceless. Fang Yuan was silent. Lu Weiyin was not just qualified to be the middleman, he was also extremely outstanding. As expected, every venerable has deep wisdom. Fang Yuan felt that Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's calculations were extremely accurate. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable was not afraid that Fang Yuan would not agree to him. Because the things that Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable could take out were already huge benefits. Not only was Fang Yuan moved, the information regarding the venerables was also something that Fang Yuan needed. The reason why Lu Weiyin gave this information to Fang Yuan was not because he was stupid or generous. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable knew Fang Yuan's nature. If he wanted Fang Yuan to cooperate with him sincerely, he needed to make him feel safe. Otherwise, even though Fang Yuan always took risks, he was a cautious person, he would not use his pseudo-venerable identity to protect a venerable who was about to revive. Thus, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable wanted to help Fang Yuan become venerable. Red Lotus, Spectral Soul, and the rest were worried that Fang Yuan could not be restrained and would become venerable in the future. They wanted to get rid of him in advance. But Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable wanted to help Fang Yuan become venerable. While the other venerables were fighting independently, he, Paradise Earth, had already joined hands with Fang Yuan. After all, venerables were the strongest existences in the world, they were the limit of the world. When such existences fought, everyone's strength was about the same, the slightest difference could determine the final result. Thus, once Paradise Earth and Fang Yuan joined hands, they would have a huge advantage. And all of this was just bait. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable not only used the present to tempt Fang Yuan, he even used the advantage of joining hands in the future and the beautiful future to tempt Fang Yuan. Of course, other than bait there was also threat. Lu Weiyin had already told Fang Yuan, the venerables are going to revive in Crazed Demon Cave, are you going to stop them? If you don't, you will lose this best opportunity, you will definitely suffer in the future. Fang Yuan, look at what you have done. Longevity Heaven, Celestial Court, Shadow Sect, and others have all been greatly offended by you, the venerables will definitely deal with you after they revive. Even if you have no enmity with them, you are a pseudo-venerable, you are the closest to venerable level. Do you think those venerables who revive will allow more people to participate in the competition of the world chessboard? Paradise Earth was a good person, he only knew how to show mercy. However, Paradise Earth's magnanimity and schemes were definitely worthy of his venerable title. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable was using threats and promises to tempt Fang Yuan. What would Fang Yuan choose? What else could he choose? Thus, at the next moment, Fang Yuan nodded with a solemn expression. All right, I will agree to this. Let's sign the alliance agreement. Lu Weiyin waved his hand. I absolutely trust Fang Yuan. Why would I need an alliance agreement? This was pure bullshit. The true reason was that Fang Yuan had methods like myriad beings assimilation transformation. Almost all the alliance agreements in the world could not restrict him. Lu Weiyin could only show his magnanimity. Fang Yuan was rational. If he was not rational and cautious, he would not have reached this stage. And because he was rational and cautious, he understood the benefits of cooperating with Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, and the disadvantages of not cooperating. This was more effective than any alliance agreement in the world. Lu Weiyin stood up slowly. Since both sides have formed an alliance, then Southern Borders Paradise Earth True Inheritance will belong to you, Fang Yuan. Please follow me. Fang Yuan moved and followed Lu Weiyin out of the house, arriving at the peak of the mountain. Outside the house, the sky was high and the clouds were vast. The fields at the foot of the mountain were green, the wind was gentle, the pines were rustling. Lu Weiyin pointed at the foot of the mountain. Fang Yuan, firstly, this Mushroom Man Paradise is your asset. You can annex it as you wish. Of course, you can also let it be used as a nail in Southern Borders Gu Immortal World. Fang Yuan's expression changed slightly. This was a huge gift. Mushroom Man Paradise had been developed for at least 100,000 years. It had abundant resources, comparable to some of the top grotto heavens of the two heavens. Not mentioning the super resources inside, just the countless mushroom men living inside were definitely unique in the 5 regions and 2 heavens. This was the best Mushroom Man resource in the world, there was no other. Next, Lu Weiyin handed over more than 10 immortal Gu to Fang Yuan, most of them were Earth Path. Among them, one Information Path Immortal Gu recorded the contents of Southern Borders Paradise Earth True Inheritance. Fang Yuan scanned it with his divine sense. He found that this True Inheritance had 3 parts. The main part was the Earth Path True Inheritance. It had the core killer move, Paradise Earth. After using this killer move, the immortal aperture would be free from calamities and tribulations. The second part was related to Human Path. Fang Yuan had seen the contents before. It was the Virtue True Inheritance that Lu Weiyin obtained from Fang Yuan's dream when Fang Yuan received it. This True Inheritance's requirements were quite special. It required the inheritor to maintain justice in their heart, to be a person with morals. Moreover, the higher one's morals were, the easier it would be to cultivate. The core immortal Gu of the True Inheritance was accumulate virtue Gu. As long as Fang Yuan accumulated virtue and did good deeds, he would be able to refine it on his own. The more virtue he accumulated, the higher the rank of the accumulate virtue Gu he refined. Accumulate virtue Gu had many uses. The biggest one was to improve Fang Yuan's cultivation aptitude, turning him into a righteous path virtuous physique. Righteous path virtuous physique was only inferior to the 10 extreme physiques. It did not have the flaws of the 10 extreme physiques. It was extraordinary. It represented a bright future and potential. Fang Yuan only took a few glances and was inwardly shocked by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's talent. Earlier he had only seen a small part of it in his dream, he could not see all of its profundities. The Human Path portion of Southern Borders Paradise Earth True Inheritance opened a new window for Fang Yuan. He was able to see a different scenery of Human Path. It was a branch that was developed from a person's character. If a Gu cultivator chose this content to cultivate, it would definitely regulate the Gu cultivator's behavior in the future. If such a cultivation content was widely spread, it would definitely allow righteous path forces to prosper greatly. Other than that, the refinement method of accumulate virtue Gu was also marvelous. Through a person's righteous path actions and good deeds, it would eventually refine accumulate virtue Gu in a person's body. This was a human body Gu refinement technique, or rather, a human path Gu refinement technique. From this, one could see that Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's refinement path attainment was absolutely shocking. The essence of this refinement path was something that Fang Yuan lacked. It was a huge inspiration to him. I am at Quasi-Supreme Grandmaster Refinement Path. I mainly use Hairy Man Gu refinement techniques. If one wanted to become a true Supreme Grandmaster, These were the things they lacked. But how many of these things are there? Where are they left? This accumulate virtue Gu's human path refinement method seems to have some similarities with Qing Chao's hatred Gu. Fang Yuan analyzed it. He was secretly happy. He then shifted his attention to the third portion of Paradise Earth's true inheritance. This was related to Dream Path. The core killer move was 3 lifetimes purifying the fated person. This move needed Fetus Earth Maze as the foundation to form a sympathetic dream realm. It could let everyone in the dream experience the same dream, it could let them experience 3 lifetimes, let them experience the mortal world, experience life and death, experience the vicissitudes of human path, gradually forget the evil thoughts in their hearts and turn over a new leaf. Fang Yuan had already been hit by this move. It was done by Lu Weiyin. Lu Weiyin knew Fang Yuan's nature and pursuits. It was also because of this move. Thus, among the immortal Gu that were given to Fang Yuan, there were 2 rank 7 Dream Path immortal Gu. One of them was Dreaming Gu. It was the core immortal Gu of the killer move 3 lifetimes purifying the fated person. Most importantly, the other immortal Gu made Fang Yuan overjoyed. Chapter 2106. Right now, the Dream Path immortal Gu in Fang Yuan's palm was like a round ruby that was split into 2. This round hemispherical Gu looked very cute, and its vermilion color was also very beautiful. Its head was only 10% of its body. Its huge back was smooth and round. There were black markings on it. It reminded people of a tortoise shell. This was a rank 7 Dream Path immortal Gu, Dream Armor Gu. It was a defensive Dream Path immortal Gu. Fang Yuan had many immortal Gu, but he only had 1 Dream Path immortal Gu. It was the rank 8 Dream Token, the core immortal Gu of Dragon Palace. Dream Token was like a dragonfly. It had a round head and a long body. It had a pair of ruby compound eyes and 4 pairs of transparent wings. If one took a closer look at the light wings, they would discover a faint layer of colorful halo. Looking at the 2, Fang Yuan found one thing: Dream Path immortal Gu were all very beautiful. I wonder what Dream Wings immortal Gu and Dream Travel look like? Fang Yuan could not help but imagine. He had his 500 years of memories. He knew that Dream Wings immortal Gu was in Feng Kim Huang's hands, while Dream Travel immortal Gu was with Lady Poison Scorpion. It was not that Fang Yuan did not have such thoughts. But all along he could not make a move on Feng Kim Huang, while Lady Poison Scorpion did not have much confidence. In the 500 years of his previous life, Dream Travel, Fixed Immortal Travel, Wine God Travel, and Carefree Travel were publicly recognized as the 4 great movement immortal Gu. Even though Fang Yuan was strong, Lady Poison Scorpion could use Dream Travel to instantly travel to any dream realm. Right now, Dream Path has not truly manifested yet. It is not time for dream realms to manifest everywhere. Dream Path immortal materials are rare, and Dream Path immortal Gu are even rarer, but I have already obtained 3 of them. Fang Yuan was quite satisfied with this result. In the 500 years of his previous life, dream realms manifested on a scale that was even larger than Spectral Soul's dream realm. It could be said to be rampant in the 5 regions. This way, everyone could enter dreams to explore. It would not be like now where dream realms were monopolized by the higher-ups. A vast number of dream realms provided opportunities for Gu cultivators to excavate a vast number of Dream Path Gu materials. With these Gu materials as the foundation, Dream Path truly entered a period of rapid development. Therefore, during this period of time, Fang Yuan's Dream Dao had just begun. The remnants of Thieving Heaven's Dream Realm, Paradise Earth's Dream Realm, and Spectral Soul's Dream Realm could be considered a fire, but it could not boil the cold water in the pot. The scale of Spectral Soul Dream Realm was still too small for the Dream Path to be completely stirred up. It required the power of the entire world. To Fang Yuan, Dreaming Gu and Dream Token were less important than Dream Armor Gu. Because Dream Armor Gu was a defensive immortal Gu. With this immortal Gu, he would have the ability to resist the Dream Path calamities and tribulations and help the pure Dream Reality Seeker clone to ascend to an immortal. Fang Yuan recalled the results of his inspection. The pure Dream Doppelganger's luck was a pink sand table. It was very small, but the surrounding yellow sand constantly fell in, turning into pink sand and strengthening the sand table. The sand table's luck indicated that the pure Dream Doppelganger would receive Paradise Earth's support. Now it seemed that it was true. Fang Yuan activated Cooking Luck Pot again to inspect his luck. His silver pillar of luck did not change much. It was just that the light pillar was slightly larger, and the yellow sand at the bottom of the light pillar was mostly gone. Meanwhile, the pure Dream Doppelganger's luck was still the pink sand table, but there was no more yellow sand falling in. The pink sand in the sand table was piled up high. It was at the crucial moment of a breakthrough or collapse. I absorbed Paradise Earth's southern border true inheritance and obtained support. The pure dream doppelganger has the opportunity to break through. But even so, there is still a huge risk. I need to make more preparations. Fang Yuan immediately understood. After cooking Luck Pot reached rank 8, Fang Yuan obtained many benefits from Luck Path. He was increasingly aware of the benefits of Luck Path. It was no wonder that Giant Sun Immortal could rise up back then. Crazed Demon Cave was a place he had to go, but Fang Yuan could not go immediately. Right now, his strength was rising sharply. Fang Yuan intended to raise his strength to the limit before going to Crazed Demon Cave. Even though Lu Wei-yin made it sound like the situation was urgent, Fang Yuan could inspect his luck and knew that he still had a precious period of time. Sharpening the axe will not delay the work of cutting firewood. Let me research dream path methods first and help the pure dream doppelganger ascend to an immortal. Fang Yuan thought about himself. His dream path attainment could be said to be the #1 person in the current world. The knowledge of dream realm exploration brought about by rebirth was still the most advanced research result, but this advantage was rapidly diminishing. However, after rebirth, Fang Yuan also made huge gains in dream path. He originally had the killer move Unravel Dream in his memories. From Shadow Sect, he obtained Lead Soul into Dream, Change Soul within Dream, and Pure Dream Reality Seeker Transformation. From Dragon Palace he obtained Dreamy Light Smoke, Dream Revelation and Dream Within a Dream. And now he obtained the Dream Path Killer Move 3 Lifetime Dream Salvation from Southern Borders Paradise Earth True Inheritance. Fang Yuan had far more Dream Path Killer moves than Dream Path Immortal Goo. The core Immortal Goo of many Dream Path Killer moves were of other paths. He had no choice but to use a vast number of Dream Path Mortal Goo to replace the effects of Dream Path Immortal Goo. For example, Lead Soul into Dream, Change Soul within Dream and other killer moves. What I need the most is to use Dream Armor Immortal Goo as the core to create a Dream Path defensive killer move. Secondly, I need to use Dream Path teleportation methods. If I am in danger, I will be able to gain precious time to rest. Thirdly, I need healing methods, and finally, I need to add some offensive methods. Even though Fang Yuan's Dream Path attainment level was ordinary, he was very confident in creating new Dream Path killer moves. The reason was that he had unrestrained heavenly marks. He could create a large number of compound killer moves. Longevity Heaven and Celestial Court were definitely planning for the battle in Crazed Demon Cave. They would not send troops to ally with Longhair Ancestor to attack Fang Yuan's variant human alliance. Not to mention finding trouble with Fang Yuan. As for Southern Borders Southern Alliance led by Wu Yong, they were already very fortunate that Fang Yuan did not find trouble with them. How could they come to Fang Yuan's place to court death? The external environment was unprecedentedly stable. Fang Yuan went into close cultivation to create Dream Path killer moves. He was making progress every day. More than 10 days later, Fang Yuan suddenly stopped. He was slightly dazed. He had advanced to Dream Path Master. All of this was the result of his accumulation over a long period of time. It was smooth and natural. In the process of creating the killer move, he had unknowingly succeeded. He had reached a new level. Ever since rebirth, Fang Yuan had been pressured by the outside world. He had not spent any effort on Dream Path or invested any effort in it. Only now did he start to truly cultivate Dream Path. He started to put in effort in this aspect. Because his accumulation was very deep, once he started to exert his strength, his Dream Path attainment level would rise. Master attainment level. A goo cultivator's use of goo worms had already reached the level of art. They were no longer superficial. The most obvious characteristic was that he had developed his own intuition. The understanding of goo worms and the conceptualization of the path's immortal killer moves had already turned into an instinct of the goo cultivator. It was almost like an innate talent. It was as natural and easy as an innate sense. For example, Fang Yuan had a vague understanding of the combinations of many Dream Path goo worms. He could only try them one by one before he knew the result. But now, before he tried, his intuition would tell him that some attempts were possible. While some attempts would fail without a doubt, it would only be a waste of time, energy, and resources. Very good. With Dream Path Master attainment level, I am like a tiger that has grown wings. My Dream Path attainment is definitely at the forefront of the current goo immortal world. But, after some time it will be hard to say. In the 500 years of memories of Fang Yuan's previous life, there were many Dream Path geniuses. Among them, Feng Kim Hong and Lady Poison Scorpion were the most outstanding. Raising their Dream Path attainment level was much easier for them than for others. Some people were innately suited for a certain path. Talent was something that made people speechless. especially seeds of Great Dream Immortal Venerable like Feng Kim Hong and Lady Poison Scorpion. Fang Yuan knew his own limitations. He had expected that in the future, he would be surpassed by others in his dream path attainment level. But Fang Yuan would not give up on his dream path development. He would not make the same mistake he made in the 500 years of his previous life. Dream path was definitely the trend of the future. A new path had a huge advantage. But now is not the time to truly cultivate dream path. Fang Yuan had a clear understanding of his current situation. He had to become venerable first, only then could he resist the external dangers, only then would he have the time and opportunity to slowly develop dream path. After learning about the 4 conditions of venerable ascension from Lu Wei-yin, Fang Yuan thought about it deeply. He estimated that his final path to venerable ascension would be refinement path. He would first become venerable through refinement path, then he could scheme for other paths and continue to become venerable. This was the advantage of the sovereign immortal body. The other venerables could only watch helplessly. Even though Spectral Soul Demon Venerable knew how to refine sovereign immortal fetus Gu, after failing to kill Fang Yuan, his progress was already far behind Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had far more room for growth than the other venerables. At the same time, Central Continent, Spirit Affinity House. In a Gu refinement room specially set up by Spirit Affinity House, Feng Kim Huang's Gu refinement had reached the most crucial moment. I'm about to succeed. Feng Kim Huang's eyes shined. As long as I refine this dream path mortal Gu, I will be able to defend myself in dream realms. This is definitely a huge breakthrough. Puff. Suddenly the fire in front of Feng Kim Hong dissipated, the Gu refinement failed. Feng Kim Hong coughed out a mouthful of blood as she fell backwards. How could this be? Feng Kim Hong was extremely shocked. This should not have happened. She had studied this dream path mortal Gu recipe more than 10 times. How could there be a mistake? Even if there was a mistake, it should not have happened at this crucial moment. This is not a mistake in my Gu recipe, it is a problem with the Gu materials. Feng Kim Hong felt like her head was about to explode, but she still managed to understand this matter. When I was refining the Gu, I checked it too. Someone must have tampered with the Gu materials. It must be the work of an immortal, that is why I could not sense it. I was schemed against. Someone wants to kill me. Feng Kim Hong thought of this as a bone-chilling cold intense surged out of her heart. She struggled to sit up, but halfway through she fell to the ground again. Her face was pale, her aura was getting weaker and weaker, her strength was leaking out of her body. I'm going to die here. Feng Kim Hong gritted her teeth, tears were welling up in her eyes. Her beautiful face was pressed against the cold floor, but she had no strength to raise it. Master. Before dying, Feng Kim Hong thought of Duke Long, her mother and her father. I really cannot accept this. Feng Kim Hong screamed in her heart. Suddenly there were sounds of argument outside the door. Lady, you cannot go in. I, Zhao Lianyun, am the current generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House. I can use any Gu refinement secret room. Why can't I choose the best room? Lady Fairy, the first secret room is already occupied. If you barge in rashly and disturb the person refining the Gu inside and cause an accident. Accident? What accident can happen? Just as she said that, with a loud sound, the third door of the secret room was forcefully pushed open. Oh, what is going on? The Gu master guarding the Gu refinement secret room was pale with fright. She failed in the Gu refinement and suffered a backlash. Get out of the way, you are a mere Gu master, how can you save her from such an injury? Zhao Lianyun pushed the Gu master away, her eyes shining with eerie light. The Gu master was sweating profusely. He immediately thought of the history of Feng Kim Hong and Zhao Lianyun's battle. He was panicking internally, he did not know what to do and was sweating profusely. What are you waiting for? Can you bear the responsibility for disturbing my treatment? Zhao Lianyun shouted again. The Gu master gritted her teeth. Lady Fairy, ah. But Zhao Lianyun waved her hand. She was enveloped by a lump of profound light and sent out forcefully. Zhao Lianyun got close to Feng Kim Hong and squatted down. The two beauties looked at each other. The Gu refinement secret room was deathly silent. Fate played tricks on people, the two's previous positions had been reversed. Feng Kim Hong, however, was not flustered like before her death, her expression was extremely calm. So the ones who wanted me to die were you too. She was extremely intelligent, she immediately thought of Li Juning and Su Hao from Zhao Lianyun. The latter two had deep conflicts with Feng Jioga. Zhao Lianyun sighed, extending his hand towards Feng Kim Hong. Chapter 2107. Water vapor whistled as 3 Gu immortals flew out from the clouds. Quick, quick, quick. The leading Gu immortal was Spirit Affinity House's first Supreme Elder. Including first Supreme Elder, Spirit Affinity House's 3 immortals had anxious and uneasy expressions. As it turned out, Zhao Lianyun had forcefully sent away the rank 5 Gu master guarding the Gu refinement secret room. This rank 5 Gu master was sent outside and felt uneasy. He quickly contacted Spirit Affinity House's higher-ups. After receiving the news, first Supreme Elder and the rest could not sit still. They immediately got up and rushed over. Nothing could happen to Feng Kim Hong. Previously, because of Feng Jioga's betrayal in the Fate War, Fairy Bai Qing and Feng Kim Hong lost their power. However, the Heavenly Court still dealt with it coldly and did not really punish the mother and daughter. According to the rules of the righteous path, they could not be punished. Because Fairy Bai Qing and Feng Kim Hong did not betray the sect, and Feng Kim Hong was Duke Long's disciple. During the pursuit of Fang Yuan, Qin Dingling gave an urgent order. Spirit Affinity House's first Supreme Elder personally controlled the Immortal Gu House and carried Feng Kim Hong. She personally saw her collect all of the dream realms that Fang Yuan left behind. Feng Kim Hong's contribution was not small. Before first Supreme Elder left, she received Qin Dingling's secret transmission. She told her, "Take good care of Feng Kim Hong. Even if Fate Gu was destroyed, Dream Path was still the future trend." Spirit Affinity House's higher-ups immediately understood Celestial Court's intentions. Feng Kim Hong was still favored by Celestial Court and was secretly being nurtured. The dream realms that Feng Kim Hong collected were all brought back by her. Celestial Court did not ask for a single one back. The 3 immortals directly flew into the first Gu refinement secret room. "Fairy Lianyun, you have to calm down." The 3 immortals were surprised. They did not see Feng Kim Hong die. Instead, the scene in front of them was a confrontation between Feng Kim Hong and Zhao Lianyun. There were traces of blood around Feng Kim Hong's mouth, but the 3 immortals immediately found that Feng Kim Hong was healthy and unharmed. What's going on? Did Zhao Lianyun really save Feng Kim Hong? This is too strange. Zhao Lianyun had always been in the anti-Feng faction. Feng Kim Hong's Gu refinement failure this time, her arrival was very strange. She was clearly going to cause trouble. But why is it like this? The 3 immortals were confused. From the looks of it, Feng Kim Hong's aura had the upper hand, while Zhao Lianyun's expression was somewhat unsightly. Feng Kim Hong, very good. Zhao Lianyun took a deep look at Feng Kim Hong, leaving behind these words with deep meaning. She turned around and left. She brushed past the 3 immortals without even greeting them. It was very different from her usual demeanor. It was clear that she was in a bad mood. Feng Kim Hong used the back of her hand to wipe the blood around her mouth. She greeted the 3 Supreme Elders with a smile. The 3 immortals realized this and sighed internally. It seems like this is Feng Jin Huang's clever plan. She must have found something and used it to lure the snake out of its hole, causing Zhao Lianyun and the others to be exposed. Ever since the Fate War, Feng Kim Huang's improvement has been very obvious. Predicaments can indeed sharpen one's character. But what should we do about the conflict between these 2 sides? The 3 immortals were extremely vexed. One side was the anti-Feng faction. Su Hao and Li Juning were the core of this faction. They single-handedly supported Zhao Lianyun to become the current generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House. With Zhao Lianyun's addition, this faction was already the #1 force in Spirit Affinity House. The other side was Fairy Bai Qing and Feng Kim Hong. This pair of mother and daughter were not easy to get along with. They had deep foundations. Feng Kim Hong looked like she was in dire straits, but she was still valued by the Celestial Court. Don't forget, her father was Feng Jioga. Even though Feng Jioga betrayed the righteous path, as long as he was alive, Spirit Affinity House could not forget his existence. The conflict between the 2 became Spirit Affinity House's greatest internal threat, but Spirit Affinity House's first Supreme Elder could do nothing about it. Feng Kim Hong, if you want to refine Gu in the future, you can come to my main peak. First Supreme Elder looked at Feng Kim Hong and was silent for a while before saying with an amiable expression. But she pretended not to know about Zhao Lianyun's trouble earlier. After all, there was no evidence. The only evidence was destroyed because he participated in the Gu refinement. Moreover, even if there was evidence, First Supreme Elder would probably restrain herself and not do anything. Because if she acted out publicly, it would only cause internal trouble and cause the sect to decline rapidly. First Supreme Elder was a mature person. She knew, Spirit Affinity House was in internal conflict now. It was like a volcano that would erupt in the future. What she needed to do was to cover the mouth of the volcano with a pot lid and try her best to stall for time. During this time she needed to dig a proper channel to let the lava flow out of the volcano, releasing the internal pressure and maintaining stability. Zhao Lianyun had an ashen expression as she flew back to her affection peak. She did not enter the hall, she stood at the peak and looked at the gloomy sky. She knew that someone would come. Sure enough, after a while, Su Hao and Li Juning arrived. This couple had ugly expressions on the way here. They had already learned that their plan had failed. However, he still needed to know the specifics from Zhao Lianyun's mouth. Before Su Hao and Li Juning spoke, Zhao Lianyun asked, "Friends, how did Feng Kim Hong find the flaw in the goo materials? Now that this matter has been exposed, what do you have to say?" Su Hao was silent. Li Juning said sadly, "I underestimated Feng Kim Hong. Lianyun, you know that I am known as Huan Mie. I am proficient in such methods. Especially recently, I have advanced to Shadow Path Great Grandmaster. Even if I put the goo materials in front of First Supreme Elder, she might not be able to find anything." Zhao Lianyun had an unfriendly expression. She waved her sleeves in anger. "But this is the truth, how do you explain it?" Su Hao spoke. "Maybe Duke Long had once given Feng Kim Hong some life-saving methods. Or maybe this is the power of Dream Path. After all, we are not familiar with Dream Path. Like that great demon Fang Yuan, he had used Dream Path many times to fight against stronger opponents." Su Hao continued, "All right, this matter is our fault. Fairy Lianyun, according to our agreement, you helped us with this matter, we do not owe each other anything. But since this matter failed, let's forget it, it is our mistake, we will deal with it as if we succeeded. From now on we do not owe each other anything." Hearing this, Li Juning had an anxious expression. She opened her mouth and wanted to speak, but Su Hao held her back. Zhao Lianyun's expression eased up, he nodded at the two immortals and left without saying a word. The two immortals saw that Zhao Lianyun had entered the palace on the peak, they had to return. Along the way, Li Juning said angrily, "If not for our help, how could Zhao Lianyun obtain thieving heaven true inheritance divine concealment? If not for our help, how could she become our sect's current generation fairy? But now she wants to draw a line between us, she is truly an ingrate. What is even more infuriating is that husband let her off so easily. You should know that she is our best weapon against Feng Jioge. You cultivated wisdom path in vain, sigh." Su Hao chuckled, "Wife, don't worry. Even if this matter fails, we will still have great gains. Firstly, we can probe the Celestial Court's intentions from First Supreme Elder and the others. Secondly, we can bind Zhao Lianyun to our side. Thirdly, we can probe a trace of Feng Kim Huang's background." Li Juning was slightly stunned before realizing, "That's right, this plan failed, but Zhao Lianyun and Feng Kim Hong also became enemies. Even if we did not find Zhao Lianyun, Feng Kim Hong would still repay her in the future. The enemy of an enemy is a friend, so she is still a member of our side." "That is correct." Su Hao nodded. Li Juning smiled, "Husband, as expected of a wisdom path cultivator, I have wronged you." Su Hao smiled bitterly with a bitter expression. "Feng Kim Hong is indeed Feng Jioge's daughter, her temperament, talent and dream path methods are beyond my expectations. Our original plan was to use Feng Kim Hong as a bait to lure Feng Jioge into a rage and attack Spirit Affinity House, thus causing a direct conflict between him and the Celestial Court. Su Hao and Li Junying's target was Feng Jioge from the start. Feng Jioge was strong, and even Ten Su Hao and Li Junying together were not Feng Jioge's match. But was there a need to fight him head-on? Man was the spirit of all living beings, there were many ways to kill an enemy that was much stronger than oneself. As a wisdom path cultivator, Su Hao thought of a plan to use Celestial Court as a blade to eliminate Feng Jioge. This was the style of wisdom path Gu immortals, they were experts at taking advantage of the situation and using it to succeed. This plan failed because I underestimated Feng Kim Hong. After this, she will definitely hide behind her mother, Fairy Bai Qing, our chances of making a move will be much lower." Su Hao was deeply worried. Feng Jioge had once suppressed Su Hao, causing his life to be filled with darkness. This was hatred. When Feng Jioge was in Spirit Affinity House, his entire family occupied the cultivation resources, causing Su Hao and Li Juning to cultivate slowly. This was benefit. Feng Kim Hong researched Dream Path and obtained the attention of Celestial Court, she was at the forefront of this era. This was a future threat. Spirit Affinity House and Celestial Court could not be counted on, the only one who could truly represent Su Hao was himself. If he did not fight for it, who would think for him? On the path of cultivation we need to compete, we need to stake our lives for a chance of victory. Su Hao muttered, his gaze becoming resolute again. Several days later. Eastern Sea. On a small island in the Nameless Sea area, Fang Yuan released his Dream Path clone. Let's begin. Fang Yuan said plainly. The Dream Path clone nodded and breathed in deeply. At the next moment, he shattered the aperture. The aperture of a perfect pure dream reality seeker physique body was different from ordinary rank 5 apertures. It was a continuous cycle of shattering and reforming. There was a thin membrane on the aperture walls, but it firmly restricted the Dream Path aperture. At this moment, Fang Yuan's Dream Path clone only needed to use primeval essence to shatter the membrane. At the next moment, the formless heavenly power of heaven and earth surged over, lifting the pure Dream Path clone into the air. Rumble. Dark clouds rumbled in the sky, thunder rumbled. The waves around the island became larger and larger, soon turning into a raging tsunami. The environment became vile. Using goo worms in this environment, be it immortal or immortal, they would suffer backlash. If the backlash was severe, even immortal goo would be destroyed. Providence seemed to be enraged. Fang Yuan, this detestable scoundrel, he actually wanted to become a Dream Path goo immortal in advance. This was not Providence's original plan. It went against the arrangements of fate. Unforgivable. Unforgivable. Fang Yuan looked at the sky, his gaze was calm and firm. So what if the heavenly Tao did not allow it? Then fight. Let's fight. Chapter 2108. Fang Yuan's pure dream clone had already shattered his aperture and ascended to an immortal. Once this process started, there was no turning back. He would either ascend to an immortal or die in defeat. Heaven Qi was clear and bright, surging down violently. Earth Qi was dense and heavy, surging upwards. Dense human Qi surged out of the pure dream clone. The perfect pure dream reality seeker physique was the 11th extreme physique. It contained dense human Qi. The 3 Qi converged in the air, the Qi currents twisted and intertwined, forming a huge cocoon that enveloped the pure dream clone tightly. At this juncture, the goo master had to control the 3 Qi at all times and fuse them together. The 3 Qi had to be balanced. If human Qi was too strong, it would self-detonate. If heaven Qi was too strong, it would melt into nothingness. If earth Qi was too strong, it would turn into a fossil and suffocate to death. This step was extremely dangerous. However, Fang Yuan was very confident in the pure dream clone. Fang Yuan had imparted many of his immortal ascension memories to the pure dream clone. This included not only Fang Yuan's own memories, but also the memories that Fang Yuan had soul-searched. For example, the Northern Plains goo immortals like He Qing that he had captured, Southern Border goo immortals like Xia Cha, Eastern Sea, Central Continent, and Western Desert goo immortals were also harmed by Fang Yuan. In the long history of goo cultivation, in terms of immortal ascension experience, the pure dream clone's accumulation was probably rare. The difficulty of the pure dream clone's immortal ascension was not in adjusting the 3 Qi, but in passing the tribulation. In the sky, heaven and earth Qi rumbled like a sea. The sky was filled with pink clouds that covered several thousand li of the surroundings. It was grand and grand, emitting dense dream path aura. Fang Yuan's main body was on guard. This immortal ascension had definitely infuriated Providence. The immortal ascension tribulation was definitely not ordinary. Bam bam bam, at the next moment, muffled thunder could be heard. From the sea of pink clouds that covered the sky, 10 huge balls of light shot down. These balls of light were all pink in color, each was as large as a hill, their surface was smooth and glossy without any flaws. The balls of light were not fast, they gave off a feeling of being light as a feather. The 10 pink balls of light shot down, aiming at the pure dream clone in the sky. Fang Yuan immediately moved to intercept him. Countless thoughts had already accumulated in his mind. At once, the thoughts collided and all sorts of killer moves were unleashed smoothly, turning into a chaotic yet orderly wave of attacks that intercepted the 10 pink light balls. The next scene made Fang Yuan slightly stunned. A pink ball of light shattered and turned into countless bubbles, scattering in the sky. A pink ball of light devoured everything it came into contact with and quickly expanded several times. A pink ball of light exploded, revealing a wild beast nightmare demon colt. It neighed and rapidly approached the pure dream clone. A pink ball of light directly transformed into a ball of dream and shrouded the area. A pink ball of light turned into a dream path immortal goo, vanishing without a trace. Each of the 10 pink light balls behaved differently. They were all messy. If it were an ordinary goo immortal, they would be flustered already. But Fang Yuan's wisdom path attainment was deep. He immediately made the most appropriate response. He first released the desolate level-year beasts in his immortal aperture to stall the nightmare demonic cult. Next, he waved his sleeves as thick smoke flew out, capturing all the dream butterflies that were less than 100 steps away from the pure dream clone. Next, he used pure dream reality seeker transformation against the dream realm. But this ball of dream realm that landed on the pure dream clone's head changed its shape, resisting Fang Yuan's pure dream reality seeker transformation method. It seems that this dream realm contains providence. Fang Yuan was not flustered. Even though he had not passed the dream path immortal ascension tribulation, he had already made many deductions before this. This dream realm was one of the situations that he deduced. A large number of wisdom path and dream path goo worms in the sovereign immortal aperture were quickly activated, forming the killer move Heaven's Will Dissipation. This killer move had already been modified by Fang Yuan. Even though it could get rid of providence in the dream realm, the efficiency was too low. After modification because of the addition of dream path immortal goo, the speed became extremely fast. But the new Heaven's Will Dissipation killer move could not be used against this ball of dream realm. What's going on? Fang Yuan frowned. At the next moment, thoughts collided in his mind, like a flash of lightning. This dream realm is fake. Thus, the pure dream reality seeker transformation killer move earlier was ineffective. Now that I am using Heaven's Will Dissipation, it is the same. But this way? Fang Yuan's eyes shined with eerie light. He showed a rare hesitation. Which of the scenes in front of me is real and which is fake? The seemingly chaotic scenes of the calamities and tribulations were actually real and fake. But with Fang Yuan's strength, he could not tell which was real and which was fake. One move to dominate the world, one could see the power of dream path. Even Fang Yuan's main body was unknowingly hit. That's right. The pure dream clone's immortal ascension cannot be this powerful. There are desolate beasts, dream path immortal goo and so on. Why did I not notice this earlier? Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk. Dream path calamities and tribulations were truly strange. Not only could they not distinguish between real and fake, they even affected Fang Yuan's thoughts and consciousness. Dream armor immortal goo had already been given to the pure dream clone. Fang Yuan quickly activated a compound killer move. With dreaming immortal goo as the core, a layer of profound light appeared on his body. It could defend against some of the power of dream path. Fang Yuan felt his mind become clear. He got rid of the vague interference in his thoughts. But the scenes of the calamities and tribulations did not change much. At once, Fang Yuan could only stop. A mere rank 6 level calamity and tribulation forced pseudo-venerable Fang Yuan to stop attacking. Because Fang Yuan soon realized that since he could not deduce the truth of the scenes in front of him, did this include the pure dream clone? Even though Fang Yuan felt that the pure dream clone's chi cocoon had never changed its position, it might have already concealed its true appearance. If Fang Yuan attacked, it was very likely that he was trying to kill the pure dream clone. At this time, dream path defensive methods were very precious. Fang Yuan did not attack. He allowed the dream path calamities and tribulations to land on him. He relied on the compound killer move to resist them. Meanwhile, the pure dream clone also had dream armor immortal goo to protect him. The pure dream clone did not have the sovereign immortal body. He could not use the compound killer move that Fang Yuan's main body was using. The pure dream clone had to balance the 3 chi at all times. He could not afford to use dream path killer moves extravagantly. In fact, Fang Yuan was only a dream path master. He could not create a dream path killer move suitable for the pure dream clone in a short period of time. Thus, the pure dream clone directly used dream armor immortal goo. Even though dream armor immortal goo was rank 7, the pure dream clone had already prepared the immortal essence of Fang Yuan's main body. Fang Yuan's main body was patient. He watched as the dream realm landed on the pure dream clone. He watched as the nightmare demonic cult broke free from the year beast and charged towards the pure dream clone. The dream path calamity lasted for 15 minutes. The sea of clouds in the sky finally dissipated. The world became clear again. Heaven and earth chi dispersed. The sea became calm again. The nightmare demonic cult that had fallen to the ground showed its true form. It was the desolate level year beast that Fang Yuan had released earlier. The chi cocoon was not at its original location. It was near Fang Yuan. This discovery made Fang Yuan's heart turn cold. The chi cocoon was at this location. It was very dangerous. Fang Yuan only needed to use a few killer moves to harm it. By then, Fang Yuan's main body would become the killer of the pure dream clone. The dream path immortal ascension tribulation was indeed dangerous. If Fang Yuan had advanced rashly earlier, his main body might have been the biggest obstacle to the clone's tribulation. Thankfully, Fang Yuan was cautious and only started the tribulation after obtaining Dream Armor Immortal Goo. Even so, the clone's immortal ascension was very dangerous. If there was any mistake, he would not succeed. Even my main body will be affected by this dream path calamity, let's call it bewildering dream scenery tribulation. Even though Fang Yuan had a compound killer move with Dreaming Immortal Goo for investigative purposes, this killer move was not enough to find out the truth. Most importantly, he had too few Dream Path Immortal Goo. Dream Armor Immortal Goo was given to the clone. His main body only had rank 7 Dreaming and rank 8 Dream Token. But if he used Dream Token alone, whoever used it would die. Dream Token Immortal Goo would drain the Goo Immortal's foundation, immortal essence, emotions, true meaning, and turn it into a dream realm. The scale and power of the dream realm depended on the situation. Back then, Wuxia, this peak rank 8 Goo Immortal and quasi-supreme Grandmaster of Enslavement Path, had sacrificed his entire life to obtain the power to enslave the 4 Dragon Generals. Dream Token was hard to use alone, it was also very difficult to modify killer moves with it as the core. In Fang Yuan's hands, it was not as useful as rank 7 Dreaming Immortal Goo. The 3 Chi fused into a lump. The pure Dream clone used a rank 5 Dream Butterfly Immortal Goo and threw it in. At the next moment, with a loud explosion, the 3 Chi burst out of the immortal aperture. The immortal aperture formed and started to absorb the heaven and earth Chi around the pure Dream clone, growing rapidly. The pure Dream clone threw in Dream Armor Immortal Goo and other Goo again, adjusting the 3 Chi and stabilizing the newly formed Blessed Land. The Blessed Land was completely formed, even though it could not compare to the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, it was still a super-grade Blessed Land that far surpassed high grade. The perfect pure Dream clone's physique was comparable to the 10 extreme physiques. Thus, it was not strange for it to have a super-grade Blessed Land that only 10 extreme physiques could have during immortal ascension. Inside the Blessed Land there was still a lot of heaven and earth Chi left. The pure Dream clone used this chance to refine his vital Goo. He had thrown in Dream Butterfly Immortal Goo earlier, it was his vital Goo. In the previous heaven and earth resonance, natural inspiration allowed him to learn of 3 Dream Path Immortal Goo recipes. Dream Butterfly Immortal Goo Fangjing was one of them. Dream Butterfly Immortal Goo successfully advanced to rank 6. At this point, Fang Yuan had 4 Dream Path Immortal Goo in his possession. After refining the Immortal Goo, the Blessed Land created another Dream Path calamity and tribulation. Its power was far inferior to the previous Immortal Ascension tribulation. But this time, Fang Yuan's main body did not need to make a move. Fang Yuan lent Dreaming Immortal Goo to the pure Dream clone. The latter used these 3 Immortal Goo to pass the tribulation. Dreamy light smoke, guest from beyond the heavens, every night I call upon the soul in my dreams. Even if we are not fated for 100 years, freed from the mundane world, pure dreams. After passing the tribulation, the pure Dream clone recited a poem, he placed his palm on his chest and lowered his head. From today onwards I am Meng Qiuzhen. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, good name. Meng Qiuzhen, let me see your Dream Path Blessed Land. He was very interested in Dream Path Blessed Lands. This Dream Path Super-Grade Blessed Land was over 12 million km2, the time flow rate was 1:46. The Immortal Aperture Origin Core produced about 55 Green Grape Immortal Essence every year. This was the standard of a super-grade Blessed Land, but there was nothing special about it. What made Fang Yuan satisfied was the Blessed Land's special environment. This is the best environment to nurture Dream Path Immortal materials, it has great potential. It did not disappoint me after all. After inspecting it, Fang Yuan was very pleased. The lack of Dream Path Immortal materials had always been a problem for him. With a Dream Path Immortal Aperture, he had the best foundation to nurture immortal materials. Chapter 2109. Kill him. We cannot let him take away the Immortal Goo. That Immortal Goo belongs to me, Dangre's sect, don't even think about leaving. The pursuers were already very close, there were 2 tunnels in front of Feng Kim Hong. Only one of them could allow him to escape, while the other led to Dangre's sect's Blessed Land headquarters. Feng Kim Hong did not hesitate, she chose the left tunnel and charged in. With a swoosh, light shone in front of her. Feng Kim Hong was slightly dazed, she found that her soul had returned to the outside world. And the dream realm from earlier had completely vanished. I've made it through this dream. As expected, that Wild Soul Path Immortal Goo was the key. After her soul returned to her body, Feng Kim Hong had an excited expression. This time, my soul path attainment level rose. With Dream Path Master attainment level, it will be of great help when exploring dream realms. Ever since that dangerous Gu refinement secret room, Feng Kim Hong had benefited from the disaster. She became a Dream Path Master. In the final scene of the Dream Realm earlier, it was the first time that Feng Kim Hong had tried it. She did not know the correct path to escape. But at the crucial moment, her intuition as a Dream Path Master told her, she quickly chose the correct path. It is a pity that the intuition from Dream Path Master attainment cannot be controlled by me. It often appears and disappears. If I can become a Dream Path Grandmaster, this intuition will increase by several times. I will be able to comprehend other paths and use Dream Path Gu worms to form killer moves. I will be able to imitate the specialty of other paths. Feng Kim Hong sighed inwardly. Becoming a Dream Path Master was already inconceivable to her. She had succeeded because of the danger of death. Feng Kim Hong could clearly sense that all of her Dream Path understanding, knowledge and accumulation had been used up. She had barely become a Dream Path Master. If she wanted to raise her attainment level, she would need to accumulate again. It would take a long time. Feng Kim Hong tidied up and stood up, pushing open the Cultivation secret room's door. After passing through the corridor, she came to the hall. Fairy Bai Qing had already prepared the meal. All sorts of delicacies filled the table. Seeing Feng Kim Hong coming over, Fairy Bai Qing smiled. Huang Er, have you finished today's cultivation? Judging from your expression, it seems that everything went smoothly. That's right, Mother. The Dream Path Master realm is indeed extraordinary. It is a great help to me in exploring the dream realm. Feng Kim Hong sat at the dining table and talked about the last scene of the dream. If not for my intuition, I'm afraid my soul would have been seriously injured. Fairy Bai Qing's smile faded. Mother has already investigated, that matter is clear. The ones plotting against you should be Su Hao and Li Juning. Li Juning had secretly become a Shadow Path Great Grandmaster, but kept it a secret to make it easier for her to deal with Gu materials. But in the end, Zhao Lianyun didn't harm you. Instead, he saved you. This otherworldly demon really made Mother look at him in a new light. No wonder she could obtain the position of fairy. She was not just a lucky person who obtained Love Gu's acknowledgement. Feng Kim Hong had a complex expression on her face. She recalled the scene in the secret room. Even now, her heart was still throbbing. Back then she had no way to retaliate. She could only allow herself to be trampled on. Her life and death were in the hands of Zhao Lianyun. Even though Feng Kim Hong survived after the incident, this experience had deeply touched her heart. Fairy Bai Qing continued, Huang Er, I have already inspected your body. There are no hidden injuries. Did Zhao Lianyun really only save you and didn't ask for anything else? Feng Kim Hong shook her head. Even though she didn't ask for anything, I have already guessed her plan. After all, the goal that she wanted to achieve was the most obvious. Mother, let's not talk about this, let's eat. After we finish eating, I still need to explore the dream realm. Fairy Bai Qing nodded. It's good that you know what to do. But it is not good for you to cultivate day and night. Cultivation also needs to be balanced. Mother. Feng Kim Hong interrupted Fairy Bai Qing. I know about balanced, but I also know that I need to become stronger. Only when I become stronger can I protect you, Mother, and not be protected by you all the time. Only when I become stronger can I fulfill Master's final wish and become a Dream Path Gu immortal. Only when I become stronger can I make Zhao Lianyun and Fang Yuan unable to casually bully and plot against me. Only when I become stronger can I face Father proudly and compete with him, telling him my true thoughts. Fairy Bai Qing's gaze was dazed. Feng Kim Hong's eyes seemed to be shining. The two rays of light shone into Fairy Bai Qing's heart. Fairy Bai Qing suppressed the worry in her heart and smiled. Huang Er, since you have made up your mind, go ahead and do it. Mother will definitely support you. If you have any requests, Mother will help you with all my strength. Feng Kim Hong immediately left his seat and went to Fairy Bai Qing, grabbing his mother's hands. I knew it, Mother loves Huang Er the most in the world. Mother, do you have a way to get Guts Gu? What I need the most now is Guts Gu. Fairy Bai Qing smiled bitterly. Oh Huang Er, your request is making things difficult for Mother. It is not like you don't know, Guts Gu can only be produced on Danghun Mountain. And Danghun Mountain has long been controlled by that demon Gu Fang Yuan. He has not sold Guts Gu for a long time. The remaining Guts Gu in the market were all sold by him in the past. Right now, these Guts Gu are becoming fewer and fewer, their market price is also rising. Feng Kim Hong sighed. Oh Mother, you know that there are many methods to heal my soul, but they all have side effects and their effects are far inferior to Guts Gu. I must become a dream path immortal in the future. At that time, if there are too many Dao marks on my soul, it will greatly restrict my future potential. Fairy Bai Qing patted Feng Kim Huang's hands. I can only do my best. Sai, if your father was here. Feng Kim Huang's expression changed. He said unhappily, Mother, don't mention him in front of me. Alright, I won't mention him. Mother won't mention him. At the same time, affection peak. To think that the sect sent you to be a lobbyist. Affection Peak's Lord, Zhao Lianyun, smiled as he looked at the person who came. Bu Zhenzi smiled bitterly. Fairy, please don't blame me. I have a mission to complete. I can only brace myself and come as an uninvited guest. Zhao Lianyun's smile widened. You are too polite. Back then in Northern Plains during the Battle of Snowy Mountain, if not for you protecting me, I would have lost my life long ago. Please come in, let me brew a pot of good tea for you. Bu Zhenzi was a rank 7 Gu cultivator. He cultivated Phantom Path. Back then he was ordered by the sect to protect Zhao Lianyun. He performed well in the Battle of Reverse Flow River. He was heavily nurtured after returning to the sect. Spirit Affinity House's higher-ups also considered this. They sent Bu Zhenzi to persuade Zhao Lianyun to stop. When Bu Zhenzi arrived, it was evening. After this tea party ended, the moon was already high in the sky. Fairy, please wait, there is no need to send me off. I will take my leave now. Bu Zhenzi cupped his fists. He had a joyful expression. The conversation this time was very smooth. Zhao Lianyun was much more understanding and easy to talk to than he had expected. Zhao Lianyun nodded. Take care. Bu Zhenzi said sincerely, I have already learned about Fairy's situation and difficulties. I will go back and tell Grand Supreme Grand Elder now. Fairy, don't worry. Zhao Lianyun smiled. Then I will have to trouble you. Zhao Lianyun watched as Bu Zhenzi left. Even when his figure disappeared into the clouds, she still stood at the peak of Affection Peak. Night winds blew. The fog around the peak was still thick, almost completely covering the moon in the night sky. This was Spirit Affinity House's headquarters. The moon in the night sky was only an immortal formation. Zhao Lianyun wore a white dress. The sash of her robe fluttered in the wind. Her black hair was tied up like silk. Her skin was fair, her eyebrows were furrowed, her eyes were looking at the night sky. She was now the current generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House. She had a high status. Even a rank 7 expert like Bu Zhenzi had to be polite to her. She had divine concealment, one of thieving heaven's true inheritances. She had love Gu. She could call the wind and summon the rain. As an otherworldly demon, it was not easy to achieve this. However, Zhao Lianyun was not happy at all. Now that I have become an immortal, you are not by my side. Sai, immortals are inferior to mortals. The huge 5 regions and 2 heavens were like a foreign land to her. She could not find a place to rest her heart. Fate had once favored her, letting her get to know Ma Hongyun, giving her a place to rest her heart. However, fate showed a cruel side. She was separated from Ma Hongyun, she was sold publicly, she was bought by Feng Jioge, she participated in the Battle of Reverse Flow River, but she could only watch as Ma Hongyun was killed by Fang Yuan. She was used by Su Hao and Li Juning as a chess piece. She knelt on the ground and begged. She tried all ways to obtain the position of fairy. She was given difficulties at Secret Inheritance Peak. The Gu Immortals of Spirit Affinity House had a cold attitude towards her at that time. When she heard that Fangjing had passed the tribulation, she came to visit Fangjing and brought him a gift. She helped Fangjing practice his killer move, Blood Turns Cold. With Su Hao and Li Junying's help, she became the Affection Peak Lord. She knew this Gu Immortal couple's scheme. She had no choice but to agree to deal with Feng Kim Hong. Not only did Feng Kim Hong not die, she even saved him. This was Zhao Lianyun's scheme. Su Hao and Li Juning are using me. In turn, I can use their hatred towards Feng Jioge to manipulate them. If they want to deal with Feng Jioge, they will need to rely on me. And I can use their strength to cultivate faster. It is all thanks to my divine concealment that I can face Wisdom Path Gu Immortals. Bu Zhenzi and I have a friendship. We can become allies based on mutual benefits. Fangjing has already become the Demon Judgment Board Lord. His previous investment is extremely profitable. And Feng Kim Hong will remember my kindness. Maybe we can work together to deal with Feng Yuan. After all, Feng Yuan had snatched her Hu Immortal blessed land before. Zhao Lianyun planned with all her might. A network of forces was already vaguely forming around her. And she only had one goal. That was to take back Ma Hongyun's soul from Feng Yuan's hands and rescue her lover. Feng Yuan. Zhao Lianyun muttered. The worry between her brows deepened. Fang Yuan was like the clouds that covered the sky, vast and majestic. Zhao Lianyun was insignificant compared to him. Her goal was like the moon in the night sky, shrouded and concealed by layers of clouds. She could not see it at all. She could not see the future, she could not find a way out. Zhao Lianyun gritted her teeth. Her thin body was like a weak white flower that could be blown away by the wind at any moment. But her eyes were still shining brightly. I must persevere. I cannot be discouraged. If even I fail, who else can save Hong Yun? In this world he can only rely on me. And I can only rely on myself. Chapter 21:10. Sorrowful Wind Mountain Range. In an ordinary small cave, the four obscenities of Jianghu state chose to take a temporary rest and reorganize. Eastern obscenity Qin Yin Dao, Western scum Yu Ba Guang, Southern frivolous Shi Bao, and Northern despotic Fan Chun Yao, they were all rank 4 cultivators. They were infamous in Central Continent's Gu Master world. They had ruined the chastity and lives of countless girls. But at this moment, these 4 men were gathered in a circle, staring at an unconscious young man lying on the ground and studying him. Why is he not awake yet? These days he has been sleeping, he has not eaten or drunk anything, but he is still full of life. Do you think he is an immortal? The 4 Gu Masters discussed. Their target was Wang Xiao'er. Wang Xiao'er was just an ordinary shepherd boy. Fate was cruel to him. Fang Yuan's pursuit battle erupted. The aftermath of the battle caused the mountain he lived in to collapse and destroy. All of his relatives were gone. But for some reason, not only did Wang Xiao'er not die, he even fell into a strange situation. Think about it, the first time we saw him, the flowers and plants around him were blooming and withering. He might be one of the Gu immortals who participated in the battle. In the end he fell. The enemies thought he was dead, but to think that he used some method to preserve his life, but fell into a deep sleep. Yu Ba Guang thought. These 4 Gu Masters were too weak. They did not receive the battle reports that the celestial court publicized in jewel yellow skies. But if you say he is an immortal, do immortals dress like this? Shi Bao pointed at Wang Xiao'er's clothes, showing a strange expression. Wang Xiao'er's clothes were tattered and full of patches. He was clearly one of those lowly commoners. He did not even have the qualifications to cultivate Gu. Fan Chunyao rubbed his chin. If we could soul-search him, we would know the truth. But these days we have used all our soul-searching methods. There is no effect. This is not something a Gu Master can do. Soul-searching methods, ever since Spectral Soul Demon Venerable created Soul Path, had spread far and wide. Because this method was too convenient. Demonic Gu Masters who did not know how to soul-search were too embarrassed to call themselves demonic. The 4 Gu Masters gritted their teeth. They had never seen such a strange situation. They did not know what to do. 8 pairs of eyes stared at Wang Xiao'er. Qin Yin Dao suddenly spoke. Sai, look at how motionless he is. How good would it be if he were a female immortal? The other 3 looked at each other. In the next moment they laughed in tacit understanding. After a moment of silence, Shi Bao suddenly clenched his teeth and said, Forget it, we won't make any progress if we just keep watching. I'm going to do it. What do you want to do? Fan Chunyao asked. Shi Bao sneered, Do this. Before he finished speaking, he attacked, activating an offensive Gu worm and shooting a red light at Wang Xiao'er. You're crazy. The others were shocked. But very quickly, all of their attention was drawn to Wang Xiao'er's body. Silver lines lit up on Wang Xiao'er's body, and these silver lines easily blocked the red light. The red light quickly weakened and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Shi Bao was dumbfounded, and the other 3 also had the same expression. Because they knew that this was Shi Bao's strongest offensive method. To think that Wang Xiao'er blocked it so easily. Just from his aura, this young man is clearly immortal. But he blocked Shi Bao's attack in his sleep. Even a rank 5 Gu Master would have to focus on defending. If he is not an immortal, what else can he be? This is not something a Gu Master can do. Wait, his eyelids are moving. The 4 of them were horrified, and the cave instantly fell into a deathly silence. Wang Xiao'er slowly opened his eyes. His vision was still blurry, his mind was in a mess. He sat up on his upper body. Plop plop plop. The 4 Gu Masters knelt down shouting, Immortals, spare us. Wang Xiao'er jumped in fright. Who are you? Where am I? Wait, who am I? Wang Xiao'er hugged his head, showing a pained expression. The 4 demonic path Gu Masters looked at each other. The same thought appeared in their minds. Don't tell me the immortal lost his memories? Several days later. In the valley at night, A bonfire burned brightly. Come, let's drink. Chen Yin Dao placed his hand on Wang Xiao'er's shoulder, giving him the wine that he had kept for many years. Wang Xiao'er's face was already red, he reeked of alcohol. He had just received the wine bowl when Shi Bao, who was at the side, was already smiling as he placed the fragrant meat skewers into Wang Xiao'er's hands. Come eat, little brother. Shi Bao's tone was so mushy that he wanted to vomit. This evil person had never been so nice to others before. Not only was Wang Xiao'er's face healthy, his clothes were also changed, they were made of high-quality materials. He drank and ate at the same time. My four brothers, you are really good people. Not only did you save me, you are also so nice to me. Don't say that. Chen Yin Dao patted Wang Xiao'er's shoulder. It is fate that we met. At the same time, his heart was bleeding. My wine, I have kept it for more than 10 years, I can't bear to drink it. We are both people who have fallen in love, this is nothing. Yu Ba Guang returned, he had set up investigative goo worms in the surroundings, he had an honest and reliable smile on his face. We rely on our family at home, we rely on our friends outside. As long as we help each other, I believe this world will become a better place. Seeing that the other three had expressed their stance, Fan Chunyao did not want to fall behind. They were all shocked by the scene in the cave earlier. After confirming that Wang Xiao'er was an amnesiac goo immortal, they decided to treat him like a master. If in the future this goo immortal Wang Xiao'er suddenly regained his memories and found out that they were treating him so well, he would not be able to do anything. Wang Xiao'er drank and ate. After he was full, the four arranged for him to sleep on the softest and most comfortable bed. He had truly lost his memories. Even though he did not lose his ability to speak, he could not recall his past life no matter how hard he tried. During this period, the four goo masters brought him back to the ruins, but they could not trigger his memories. At most, Wang Xiao'er recalled his name and told the four great obscenities. Wang Xiao'er felt that his life was blissful. But the other four goo masters were living in an abyss of suffering. These four demonic path goo masters, when had they ever served someone like this? They were ruthless and ruthless, they had always been unbridled, how could they endure such servility? Thus, a few days later, the four goo masters could not take it anymore. Everyone, even though I want to know the method of immortal ascension from this immortal. But this life is unbearable. Yes, we have to be careful all day, it is too stifling. What I am afraid of now is, if this goo immortal really regains his memories, can he really repay us? If he is a righteous path goo immortal, he can ask around and find out about our past deeds. What will he do to us demonic path members? If he is a demonic path goo immortal, if he remembers the situation where we attacked him, won't he skin us alive? The four had worked together for many years, they had traveled together, their thoughts were very similar. The four discussed secretly and decided to get rid of Wang Xiao'er. These days were too painful. Not only was the reward endless, but it might even be his own death that awaited him. Then how can we get rid of Wang Xiao'er? We cannot be too direct, if he regains his memories, won't he find trouble with us? I have a good idea. Tell us. Our current location is here, Slaughter Soul Plain is nearby, we will enter this place and get rid of this problem. The next day, the four goo masters brought Wang Xiao'er deep into Slaughter Soul Crater. Slaughter Soul Crater had a simple terrain, but its environment was very complex. This was part of Sorrowful Wind Mountain Range, it was originally a plain mountain range. But the aftermath of Fang Yuan's pursuit also affected this place. Back then, Black Heaven Temple's goo immortals witnessed the formation of Slaughter Soul Crater. Spectral Soul sent out a black soul ball, but Dragon Palace dodged it. The soul ball shot straight into the mountains. There was no sound, and in an instant the surrounding mountains turned into black ash, dispersing with the wind. The originally lively mountain range had completely disappeared, leaving behind only a huge empty crater. Because the crater was created by Spectral Soul's killer move, it was filled with soul path Dao marks. All the living beings that once lived here were annihilated, but their souls remained. Soul path Dao marks, wind path Dao marks, earth path Dao marks, and others fused together, creating dense soul fog. All sorts of soul beasts started to live in this fog. Whether the surrounding living beings entered by accident or were attacked by soul beasts, they all died here. In short, the more living beings that died here, the more souls stayed here, the thicker the soul fog in Slaughter Soul Crater. The five carefully avoided the powerful soul beasts, entering the middle of Slaughter Soul Crater. Yu Ba Guang used the excuse of scouting to leave, the other four did not move. Wang Xiao'er did not understand, he asked now, brothers, why are we here? To leave you here, of course. Of course, we will not do it openly. We will lure some soul beasts and pretend that we are not their match. In order to protect you, we will lure these soul beasts away. Qin Yin Dao smiled internally. Other than acting, the four great obscenities also had evil intentions. If this immortal died to the soul beasts, would he leave behind any inheritance? Those in the demonic path were usually very daring. The four great obscenities were among them. Chapter 21:11. Slaughter Soul Crater was still in the process of forming. As it clashed with the surroundings, many loopholes would appear. When it fully forms and reaches a balance with the surroundings, the creatures inside would replenish themselves, beast kings and beast groups would take over their territories and fill the crater. By then, outsiders would not be able to enter easily. Right at this time, the roars of soul beasts could be heard. Qin Yin Dao found it strange. This Yu Ba Guang's ability to lure beasts has increased. But soon they found something amiss. The one who lured the soul beast here was not Yu Ba Guang, but a group of Central Continent Righteous Path Gu masters. These people passed through the thick fog and arrived before Qin Yin Dao and the rest. They were overjoyed at first, thinking that they had reinforcements, but their expressions soon changed. Someone shouted, "Oh no, the four great obscenities." Qin Yin Dao observed the situation and relaxed. He snickered as a cold light shined in his eyes. It seems that my luck has arrived. After an intense battle, Central Continent's four great obscenities won. Not only did they kill a few soul beasts, they even captured some Righteous Path Gu masters who survived. What a coincidence, the remaining five are all women. Look at this one, she is so pretty. And this one, she looks good too. I like this one, look at her small mouth and big eyes. The more the four demonic Path Gu masters looked at them, the happier they became. As captives, the female Gu masters felt even more uneasy. What are you trying to do? I'm warning you, don't have any evil thoughts, otherwise even if I die, I will not let you succeed. I am a Gu master of Spirit Affinity House, you need to consider the consequences. Facing the threat of the female captives, the four great obscenities laughed wildly instead. Right, this is the tone, this is the gaze. Scream. Scream. No one will come to save you. So what if you are from Spirit Affinity House? Back then we even schemed against Heavenly Lotus Sect's Fairy by Xia. Unfortunately we were foiled by someone called Fangzheng. We will settle the score with him sooner or later. The four great obscenities slowly approached the female captives as they laughed lewdly. Brothers, what are you doing? Suddenly Wang Xiao'er's voice came from behind. He had a confused expression. The other 9 were stunned. Qin Yin Dao frowned. The atmosphere just now was destroyed by Wang Xiao'er's words. Shi Bao walked towards Wang Xiao'er and grabbed his neck, bringing him to the female Gu masters as he chuckled. Brother Wang Xiao'er, I will let you have a taste today. Now you know what is called the bliss of the world. The other 3 perverts looked at each other in dismay. They quickly communicated with each other through their eyes and nodded. Each and every one of them were extremely daring. They had spent many years being wanted by the righteous path, living a precarious life. Thus, they had developed a carefree and unbridled temperament. In any case, Wang Xiao'er was going to be dealt with later. Moreover, it was quite fun to drag an immortal down with him. Just do it. Thus, the four great obscenities surrounded Wang Xiao'er. So little brother doesn't really understand. But it doesn't matter, big brothers will teach you. Come on, this thing is fun. You can't bear to give it up after trying it once. Most of the beauty of life is here. Wang Xiao'er nodded with interest. What should I do? Shi Bao had a muscular body and an impatient personality. He took off his pants. Let's do this. The female Gu masters gasped in shock. Some of them shut their eyes. Yu Ba Guang had a tall body. He also took off his pants. Another wave of gasps. Fan Chunyao was rather plump. He pouted as he took off his pants and pointed below. Look. The female captives gasped even louder. Shi Bao and Yu Ba Guang stared with wide eyes. They showed unwillingness to admit defeat but also helplessness from the truth. Qin Yin Dao also took off his pants silently. The female Gu master's gasps reached an unprecedented level. The other 3 perverts raised their thumbs as they said in unison, as expected of the boss. Let me do it too. Wang Xiao'er was very excited as he took off his pants. The female captives were all shocked. The 4 great obscenities turned their gazes over. The surroundings fell into awkward silence. Shi Bao was the most direct. He walked towards Wang Xiao'er and patted his shoulder in sympathy. It's not your fault. It is your parents' fault. Fan Chunyao consoled. It's fine, even though your foundation is not good, it proves that you have a lot of room for growth. I have many good goo worms here, I can help you. Yu Ba Guang encouraged. Chen Yin Dao did not speak, he only thought to himself, this Wang Xiao heir's name is truly like his name. Come, I can't wait anymore. Shi Bao walked towards the female Gu masters. No, don't come over. The female Gu masters retreated, some had pale expressions while others were red. Together. Fan Chunyao clapped his hands. But they seem unwilling, this is not good, right? Wang Xiao heir muttered. It's fine. Just follow me. Chen Yin Dao encouraged Wang Xiao heir. Right when the five were about to make a move, they heard a cold snort. In an instant, the four great obscenities and Wang Xiao heir turned into statues, they did not move. The female captives were shocked. Next, Zhao Lianyun appeared from the thick fog. She came here to deduce the battle strength of Fang Yuan and the rest from the traces left behind, but the result made her heart heavy. Just as she was about to return, she found that a female Gu master from Spirit Affinity House was in danger. She made a move. Thus, the four great obscenities of Central Continent were defeated. After revealing his identity, Zhao Lianyun saved these female Gu masters. The female Gu masters thanked him. The female Gu master from Spirit Affinity House had a look of admiration and excitement. Fairy Lianyun, these four great obscenities have committed all sorts of evil deeds, they deserve to meet you. These people have committed great sins, it is not enough to kill them. Zhao Lianyun smiled, taking their lives like this is too easy on them. How can we uphold justice for those women who suffered earlier? I have a marvelous technique, so please wait and see. Zhao Lianyun waved his sleeves, the five could move again. Even though they were facing each other, they could not see Zhao Lianyun and the rest, they were immersed in an illusion. Beauty, here I come. Shi Bao pounced on Fan Chunyao. After Fan Chunyao was pushed to the ground, she giggled, oh my, you are quite energetic. The five fought together, engaging in a chaotic battle. The female Gu masters were dumbfounded, their faces were flushed red. Oh heavens! A young girl covered her eyes as she peeked through the gaps of her fingers. It hurts my eyes. Someone was tongue-tied. There is such a position? A mature female Gu master memorized this information. All right. Zhao Lianyun waved his sleeves. Follow me. These people will continue to do it until the soul beasts eat them or they die of exhaustion. The female Gu masters were shocked by Zhao Lianyun's methods. They obediently followed Zhao Lianyun and left this place. What Zhao Lianyun didn't expect was that after half an incense stick's time, Wang Xiao heir's body suddenly lit up with silver threads. These silver lights shone on the surroundings, causing the five people who were fighting to wake up and regain their memories. There was complete silence. So unlucky, we actually provoked a female immortal. Fan Chunyao was deeply shocked. This female immortal is too vicious, she is crueler than killing me. Yu Ba Guang's eyes were filled with tears, he grabbed his hair as he screamed internally. I actually. Chen Yin Dao no longer had the demeanor of a leader, his eyes were lifeless as he muttered, he was already thinking of suicide. Shi Bao started to vomit. What's wrong with you guys? Amidst the silence, Wang Xiao heir's voice could be heard, he had a confused expression. Why did it suddenly stop? The four were stunned. They turned around and looked at the naked Wang Xiao heir, they were like statues. Wang Xiao heir scratched his head. Brothers, why are you looking at me like that? Oh right, those female Gu masters were taken away. I thought we were going to play with them. Shi Bao stopped vomiting, the four looked at each other, there was complete silence again. After a long while, Chen Yin Dao spoke with a trembling voice. Brother Wang Xiao heir, you are really smart. We invited those women to be the audience. Didn't you see their expressions? Thinking about it carefully, they were all looking forward to it, very excited, very concerned, and very amazed. Helping these people and bringing them a joyful experience, isn't that what we men should do? As expected of boss. The other three perverts raised their thumbs in their minds. Wang Xiao heir clapped his hands as he realized, so that's it brothers, you are all good people. Chen Yin Dao laughed loudly, of course. As she spoke, she wiped away her tears, wiping them all away. Next, he emphasized to the other three, it's fine if we do a good deed but don't spread it. Doing good deeds without leaving our names, that is the style of our generation. The other three nodded frantically. Of course. If this matter spread, it would be too embarrassing, how would they survive in the future? Wang Xiao heir asked again, brothers, are we still going to do it? The air froze again. Shi Bao cursed, Do it my ass. Do it my ass. Everyone is gone, there is no one to watch. Yu Ba Guang added weakly. Wang Xiao'er was scolded but he felt glad, he smiled innocently, it's great that we are not doing it. Brother Shirbao is right, my butt is really hurting. The scene fell into silence again. Shirbao punched the ground with his fists. Yu Ba Guang lowered his head and bit his lips with his teeth, causing them to bleed. Fan Chunyao punched his head with his fists, he looked like he wanted to knock himself out. Chen Yindao opened his eyes wide as he looked at Wang Xiao'er, his lips trembled. Wang Xiao'er looked at Chen Yindao and asked curiously, Brother Chen, do you have anything to say to me? At the next moment Wang Xiao'er realized, oh, I understand your butt is hurting too, right? Chen Yindao spat out a mouthful of blood as he raised his head. Boss. 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 The rest of the naked men hurriedly surrounded Chen Yindao and woke him up. Chapter 21:12. Several days later. Sunlight pierced through the darkness before dawn, shining down on the world. In a valley at the periphery of Sorrowful Wind Mountain Range, eastern obscenity Chen Yindao, western cheap Yu Ba Guang, southern flirting Shirbao, and northern squandering Fan Chunyao had already woken up. They sat on a cold rock as they looked at the sky, their gazes were silent, their hearts were like dead ashes. Ever since that unbearable experience in Slaughter Soul Crater, every night, the four great obscenities in Wang Xiao'er's group would lose control and engage in a chaotic battle. The four great obscenities would lose their senses each time, when they woke up, they would find themselves in extreme pain again. Even though Wang Xiao'er had undone some of Zhao Lianyun's urging methods, there were still some lingering effects. This is a curse. The most vicious curse in the world. That fairy from Spirit Affinity House, she looks so pure and weak. She is too vicious, she is too vicious. I don't believe it, maybe these days are just my dreams. I will wake up from my nightmares one day, right? I'm a dignified man, yet I've actually done such an improper thing. I have let down heaven and earth, I have let down my parents, I have let down myself. The four great obscenities were silent on the surface, but they were screaming in their hearts, they were filled with grief and anger, they were filled with deep regret. Wang Xiao'er walked out of the Gu house at this moment. He had just woken up, he rubbed his eyes as he looked at the four people outside, asking in concern, Brothers, why are you up so early? You are sitting naked outside, don't catch a cold. The four great obscenities' bodies shook intensely. They all turned to look at Wang Xiao'er, their expressions complicated. On one hand they respected Wang Xiao'er. Because of Zhao Lianyun's method, if not for Wang Xiao'er, they would have died from exhaustion. They were certain of Wang Xiao'er's identity as an immortal now. Only an immortal could undo an immortal's method. On the other hand they hated Wang Xiao'er. Ever since they saved Wang Xiao'er, nothing good had happened to them. Not only did they gain nothing from Sorrowful Wind Mountain Range, they even suffered the greatest humiliation of their lives. After a long silence, the eldest Chen Yindao spoke dryly, Brother Xiao'er, you are awake. Yeah, last night's activity was too intense, so I slept very soundly. Wang Xiao'er laughed innocently, and recently I'm starting to understand what it's like to be happy. What my brothers have said before is very reasonable. The bodies of the four perverted men trembled once more. The four of them quickly looked at each other and noticed the fear in each other's eyes. Could it be that this immortal has always liked this kind of thing? What kind of trash have we saved? Maybe he can completely remove the curse on us. But he chose not to do so. This is worth pondering. Did he really lose his memory or did he fake it? If I also like men and as an immortal I might also want to play in the human world. The more they thought about it, the more terrified they became. They wanted to stay far away from Wang Xiao'er, but they couldn't do that. Every time the curse flared up, he had to rely on Wang Xiao'er to dispel it. If the four of them left, they would all die in less than a night. Thus, the four of them had to calm Wang Xiao'er down so that he could dispel their fatal danger. What the hell is going on? Chen Yindao wanted to cry but he forced a smile. Xiao'er, this is nothing. We will share blessings and misfortunes together. We are all brothers. Saying so, Chen Yindao stared at the other three. The other three suppressed the disgust in their hearts and agreed. That's right, this is brotherly love. That's why there's a saying about brotherly love. We were brought together by fate as your elder brother, I naturally have to take care of you. Wang Xiao'er laughed heartily and nodded, It is my fortune to have met you brothers. No, this is definitely the greatest misfortune of my life. The four of them roared in their hearts. Wang Xiao'er said again, "Let's continue tonight." "Don't remind me, you bastard." The four of them cried in their hearts. During the day when Wang Xiao'er was not paying attention, the four of them conspired again. "We cannot let this continue. This kind of life is too depressing. Do you guys think Wang Xiao'er really lost his memories, or is he faking it? We need to give it a try. Tonight we will capture a few mortal women. No matter what, we need to let Wang Xiao'er know that we are normal. If he really lost his memories, we need to bring him back. If he is faking it, we will make him unable to do so." The four great obscenities were hysterical. These days were driving them crazy. This method was risky, but even if they angered immortal Wang Xiao'er, even if they died, the risk was worth it. At night, the four great obscenities captured more than 10 mortal women. The women were all stuffed into the goo house. Wang Xiao'er was a little excited. "Brothers, it has been hard on you. You managed to invite so many spectators. Little brother, today I will teach you some things." Qin Yin Dao patted Wang Xiao'er's shoulder as he said with a serious expression, "All right, I will definitely learn and experience it with my heart." Wang Xiao'er clenched his fists. His gaze was filled with excitement. However, reality was cruel. At the crucial moment of the event, the four great obscenities found out. They could not take it anymore. Hurry up and toughen up." "No, why is this happening? I actually have no feelings for women." Sob. "Why is it that when I see men, I get more and more pleasing to the eye?" The four wanted to struggle, but at the next moment, the curse activated. The female captives looked at the chaotic battle between the five in shock. Some were glad while others were disappointed. There were even some who wanted to join but were sent flying with a slap. This was a huge blow to the four great obscenities. "Let's commit suicide. We can't live like this anymore. Life is worse than death. Life is worse than death. Who can kill me? Come out now." The four were dejected and depressed. Their souls were in a daze. They were listless. As if their wishes were fulfilled, not long after, Righteous Path Gu Masters came to capture them. "I finally found you. You dared to attack my Spirit Affinity House's disciples. Do you really think we can't take care of you?" Qin Wan had a furious expression as she charged towards the four great obscenities. The four great obscenities were living a life worse than death. After leaving sorrowful Wind Mountain Range, they did not care about their traces being exposed. They were not as cautious as they usually were. Zhao Lianyun heard that they were still alive and became interested. He immediately issued a sect mission to kill these people and investigate the truth. Qin Wan was close to Feng Kim Hong, but she did not know that this sect mission with rich rewards was issued by Zhao Lianyun. Moreover, the female Gu Master of Spirit Affinity House who was trapped in Slaughter Soul Crater had a close relationship with her, so she accepted this mission. The four great obscenities usually shouted that they did not want to live, but at the moment of life and death, they burst out with an intense will to live. After half a month, the two sides had fought close to 10 times. Qin Wan had rank 5 cultivation. She kept chasing after the 5. The four great obscenities were famous demonic path Gu Masters in Central Continent, but in essence, they were only demonic cultivators raised by the 10 great ancient sections. These demonic cultivators were very useful for tempering sect disciples. This was a method for the sects to use external forces to filter out the lower echelons of the sect. The 10 great ancient sects did not care about minor characters like the four great obscenities. They were allowed to run around and hide in Central Continent. But now, it was different. Zhao Lianyun, who was a Gu immortal, issued the mission personally. The pursuit was completely different from before. The four great obscenities and Wang Xiao'er fought and escaped. They discussed with each other. "We can't survive in Central Continent anymore. What do we do? We can only go to other places to make a living. Boss, you make the decision." Qin Yin Dao pondered. "Northern Plains has a fierce nature. There are few resources. We can't go. Even though Eastern Sea is rich, the righteous path is fighting with varying human races there. It is very dangerous. Western Desert has many deserts. The environment is bad. I think we should go to Southern Border." "All right, let's go to Southern Border." Southern Border. Deep underground. According to Lu Wei Yin's investigation, it is here. I found it. Fang Yuan went deep underground. His eyes suddenly shined as he found his target. He saw that on both sides of this small earth trench, there was a patch of pink grassland. Every strand of grass was pink and swayed without any wind. Looking at these grass carefully, they were long and thin. They were soft like hair. "This is the Earth Dream Fetus hair. Meng Qiuzhen, come out." Fang Yuan opened the door of the sovereign immortal aperture slightly, letting out the pure dream clone. Meng Qiuzhen looked at it and praised. He immediately started to use dream path methods to take care of the Earth Dream Fetus Hair. Ever since Fang Yuan obtained Southern Borders Paradise Earth True Inheritance, he had many Earth Path Immortal Goo. He had the method to search for immortal materials underground. He also had control methods like Flying Earth. Mushroom Man Paradise had existed in Southern Border for a long time. Dozens of generations of people in Paradise Earth had found many treasures under Southern Border. Among the treasures, Fang Yuan found some Dream Path Immortal materials. This Earth Dream Fetus Hair was one of them. Dream Path Goo materials and Goo worms had already appeared in the world, for example, Fang Yuan's Dream Token, Bo Qing and Mo Yao's Spring Dream Fruit Tree, and so on. It was like during Renzu's era, there were Water Path Goo worms and Goo materials, but it was only until the medieval antiquity era that Central Continent's Shui and I created Water Path and Spirit Affinity House. Dream Path was the same. Dream Path itself had not been officially created, but Dream Path-related Goo materials and Goo worms had already appeared sporadically in history. It was just that Dream Path was different from Water Path. It would have a huge explosion. By then, the 5 regions and 2 heavens would be flooded with dream realms. Because Dream Path Goo materials were too easy to obtain, a vast number of Goo cultivators used them, creating Dream Path rapidly. Countless Dream Path Goo cultivators would also nurture Dream Path Goo materials and refine Dream Path Goo worms, pushing Dream Path to advance rapidly. If Great Dream Immortal Venerable truly appeared, that would be the most glorious moment of Dream Path. Thus, Fang Yuan did not find it strange that some Dream Path Immortal materials were hidden. After Meng Qiuzhen successfully took the Earth Dream Fetus Hair, he went back into Fang Yuan's Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Fang Yuan went to the next location. There were many 9 Toon Dream flowers growing there. And Meng Qiuzhen had a lot of work to do. On one hand, he needed to organize his Dream Path killer moves. On the other hand, he needed to arrange resources and manage his Immortal Aperture. According to Fang Yuan's plan, after these Dream Path Immortal materials were collected, Meng Qiuzhen's Dream Path methods would also be completed. By then he would replace Fang Yuan's main body to explore Dream Realms. To be safe, Meng Qiuzhen first dealt with Spectral Soul's Dream Realm, then Paradise Earth's Dream Realm, to prevent Paradise Earth from causing any trouble. Even though the chances of this happening were low, Fang Yuan was a vigilant person. Chapter 21:13. Meng Qiuzhen was restrained by the Goo worms. His eyes were shut as he was brought to a secret place. "Alright, number 3, you can open your eyes now." A sharp voice could be heard. The Goo worms suppressing Meng Qiuzhen had been taken away. Meng Qiuzhen opened his eyes and found that he was in a dark cave. Meng Qiuzhen was kneeling on the ground. There was only an old man standing in front of him. The old man's voice was sharp and piercing. His face was covered in paint, giving off a strange and eerie feeling. "This is the leader of Painted Face Men," Sly Heart Old Man Meng Qiuzhen said. "To think that I could see a legendary person from 100,000 years ago in this dream." Indeed, Meng Qiuzhen was truly exploring the Dream Realm. This Dream Realm naturally came from Spectral Soul. The Sly Heart Old Man in the dream cultivated Wisdom Path and Transformation Path. He was a legendary person from 100,000 years ago who existed between Spectral Soul and Paradise Earth. He created a demonic path organization called Painted Face Men. This organization was like Zombie Alliance and Shadow Sect. It was a rare group in history that spanned across the 5 regions. The members of the organization all had paint of different colors on their faces to show their identity. Painted Face Men was an assassination organization. Killing Goo Master experts was a common thing. When they were at their peak, they even had Goo Immortal experts. As long as they paid the price, they could even kill immortals for their customers. Meng Qiuzhen had been in this dream realm for a long time. He went from the initial 108 to number 3. "According to my intuition, if I can become the number 1 in the organization, I will be able to pass this dream realm." Meng Qiuzhen was certain, because his Dream Path Master intuition told him the answer. Sly Heart Old Man took out 3 Goo worms. "Number 3, it will not be easy to become number 2. There are 3 Goo worms here, you can choose one. Every Goo worm represents a part of the assessment." Meng Qiuzhen secretly activated Dream Butterfly Immortal Goo. Almost all other paths Goo worms could not be used freely in the Dream Realm, but Dream Path Goo worms could. After Dream Butterfly Immortal Goo was injected with Immortal Essence, it vanished into Meng Qiuzhen's Immortal Aperture. Meng Qiuzhen first looked at the Goo worm on the left. In the next moment he saw the Goo worm he had chosen twitching and foaming at the mouth. It died on the spot. Sly-heart old man looked at his corpse and evaluated emotionlessly. What a pity. Number 3, you specialize in transformation path, but your wisdom path standard is too low. Choosing this path is your bad luck. Meng Qiuzhen retracted his gaze. The scene in front of him disappeared as he looked at the goo worm in the middle. In the next moment he saw another scene. He had just picked up the goo worm in the middle when Sly-heart old man suddenly attacked. With a loud sound, his palm struck Meng Qiuzhen's chest. Meng Qiuzhen was caught off guard, his ribs were completely shattered, his heart was destroyed, his eyes were wide open as he died on the spot. Sly-heart old man sneered, "So you are the traitor, you came for this goo worm, but you don't know that this is a trap I purposely set up. I spread the news in advance to trap those righteous path pawns." Meng Qiuzhen looked away. Evidently the first 2 goo worms could not be chosen, but the third goo worm might not be the correct answer. Meng Qiuzhen wanted to continue looking, but Sly-heart old man urged, "Quickly choose, what are you waiting for?" Meng Qiuzhen was already familiar with the darkness and cruelty of this painted face organization. They treated human lives like grass. He knew that if he dilly-dallied for even a moment, Sly-heart old man would activate the goo worms in his body. He would be punished severely, he might even die on the spot. Thus, Meng Qiuzhen could not care about using Dream Butterfly Immortal Goo anymore. He quickly chose the third goo worm. For an instant, Sly-heart old man's expression seemed to show a complex expression. After a few breaths of silence, Sly-heart old man nodded. "You chose the most suitable goo for you. It seems that your luck is quite good. Perhaps you will gain something there, and perhaps you will come back alive." Saying so, Sly-heart old man took a few steps to the side, opening the door behind him. "Open this door and you will enter a tunnel. Go quickly, don't linger, otherwise you will be digested by the tunnel. After you pass the tunnel you will enter a place. Once there, fight with all your strength and survive. If you find a way to return and find me, you will be the number 1 person in the organization." "Yes, Lord." Meng Qiuzhen immediately stood up, pushing open the door and entering the tunnel. This tunnel was very special. It was circular in shape, the inner walls were made of flesh and blood, it was trembling and leaking acidic liquid. Meng Qiuzhen activated the defensive methods on his body. He immediately felt pressure. Like what Sly-heart old man said, if he stayed here for too long he would really be digested by the tunnel. He quickly passed through the long and strange flesh tunnel, arriving at a vast area. In the savage forest, beasts roared and strange birds screamed. Far away 2 beastman tribes were fighting. Meng Qiuzhen looked behind him. The tunnel he used to get here had already disappeared. Only an ordinary mountain wall was left behind. Meng Qiuzhen was shocked. Fang Yuan's main body gave him a complete historical record to make it easier for him to explore the dream realm. That tunnel is indeed the intestines of the gluttonous demon frog. This is the place where reckless savage demon Venerable left his true inheritance. Myriad beast fusion color heaven. Several days later the dream realm dissipated. Meng Qiuzhen had an exhausted expression as he started to inspect his gains. Transformation path and wisdom path attainment levels have risen, not bad. Meng Qiuzhen was quite satisfied. Forget about transformation path attainment level, the crucial thing was his wisdom path attainment level. It needed to be raised. Especially when Fang Yuan knew about his own luck, as well as the fact that star constellation Immortal Venerable had likely revived. The true myriad beast fusion color heaven was naturally a vast land, but the place where Meng Qiuzhen was in was essentially a dream realm. Meng Qiuzhen had Dream Armor Immortal Goo to protect him, as well as Dream Creation Immortal Goo and Dream Butterfly Immortal Goo as his methods. Especially Dream Butterfly Immortal Goo, even though it was only an investigative goo, it was far more useful in exploring dream realms than Dream Armor and Dream Creation Immortal Goo. Dream Path Master Attainment level gave him intuition. When intuition worked, Meng Qiuzhen would rely on it to quickly find the correct exploration method. When intuition did not work, Meng Qiuzhen would use Dream Butterfly Immortal Goo to explore the path of the dream realm's evolution. He would seek advantages and avoid disadvantages, quickly finding the most suitable method. Like earlier when he used Dream Butterfly Immortal Goo to investigate in front of Sly-heart old man, Meng Qiuzhen directly chose the most correct path. If it was before, Fang Yuan would definitely try them one by one. If he made a wrong choice, not only would his soul be injured, more importantly, it would waste his time to heal and he would have to explore the dream realm again. Even though Meng Qiuzhen only had rank 6 cultivation level, his efficiency in exploring dream realms was many times higher than Fang Yuan's main body. Southern border. Central Continent's 4 great obscenities and Wang Xiao heir were finally forced into a desperate situation by Qin Wan. Behind them was the pit. Don't come any closer. If you come any closer we will jump down. Wang Xiao heir shouted in panic. Qin Wan smiled coldly, approaching them step by step. Then jump, you will die if you jump down. Behind you is Southern Border's Sun Moon Pit. It is unfathomably deep, not to mention Gu Masters, even Gu Immortals cannot explore it. If you really jump down you will lose for sure. The 4 great obscenities were injured, they gritted their teeth. Qin Wan, we will remember you, you lunatic. We have already escaped to Southern Border, you actually chased us all the way here, what are you after? Even though we captured Spirit Affinity House's female Gu Master, no matter what relationship you have with her, we did not touch her. Qin Wan, you accepted the sect's mission to kill us. But if we die like this, you won't be able to explain yourself, right? Chen Yindao suddenly said with a deep gaze. Qin Wan's footsteps paused slightly. But in an instant she understood that this was just a test from the other party. However, she had been tricked and some of her secrets had been revealed. Qin Wan concealed her frustration. She placed her arms behind her back, looking at these defeated foes. She purposely said arrogantly, "You won't be able to explain yourself? Killing all of you is the best explanation I can give. But if you want to live, it is not impossible. Hand over all your Gu worms and surrender, I will bring you back to Central Continent. You will have a chance of survival." Chen Yindao chuckled coldly. "We are very clear of the crimes we have committed. Lady Qin Wan's words have confirmed the conjecture in my heart." Qin Wan also smiled coldly. "So what if you guessed it? Can you turn this around? Do you still have hope?" A strange expression appeared on Chen Yindao's face. "The truth is, we do have a trace of hope. Brother Wang Xiao heir, we will be relying on you this time." Saying so, he pushed Wang Xiao heir, who had been hiding behind him, to the front. Wang Xiao heir was shocked. "Brothers, I am not a Gu master." Qin Wan was also confused. She had fought with the 4 great obscenities. She knew about Wang Xiao heir's mortal background. Acting mysterious, bluffing. Qin Wan was about to attack. But at the next moment, there was a loud explosion. Huge air currents surged, creating intense air currents. Wang Xiao heir, Qin Wan, and the rest who were at the edge of the pit were caught off guard. They were blown into the air by the air currents before crashing down. What is going on? Everyone was shocked. Next, the figures of the Southern Border Gu Masters followed this chi wave and flew into the air. Kong Ritian, don't think you can escape. The Southern Border Demonic Path Gu Immortal Kong Ritian was the first to land. He escaped without turning back as he cursed. "Wu Ji, you are the leader of Wu clan, you are not keeping your promise." Wu Ji chased after him. "Why would I keep my promise with a demonic path scoundrel like you? Leave behind the Gu worms of Xing Tian true inheritance." Next, Shang Xinci Xiao Yin fake master Tai Ruan and Yi Chong, and the rest also landed on the ground from the air. "Chase, don't let him escape. That is a Gu immortal true inheritance." Everyone chased after him, creating a dust storm. Qin Wan, Wang Xiao heir, and the rest were stunned. Seeing that he was about to be caught, Kong Ritian shouted at Qin Wan and the rest, "Those in front, whoever can help me escape, I will share the Gu immortal true inheritance with you." Qin Wan and the rest heard this and their eyes shined. "You cannot escape, everything belongs to my Wu clan." Wu Ji was furious. She suddenly jumped into the air. She cupped her fists and raised them above her head, activating a mortal killer move. Boom. She landed on the ground and punched with both fists. The ground shook and rocks flew. An enormous force spread rapidly. Everyone could not dodge in time. They quickly defended. They were in chaos. Qin Wan and the rest were also affected. Their expressions changed. Chapter 21-14. Southern Border Wu Clan's Headquarters. "Quick, quick, quick, take out the White King Head Flower." Wu Clan's rank 6 Gu Immortal Wu Zhu called with an anxious expression. She maintained the great formation in front of her, her mind focused. It was already a critical moment, yet she couldn't free herself from it. But fortunately she had several rank 5 Gu Masters assisting her, and immediately followed Wu Zhu's instructions. White King Head Flower was a rank 6 immortal material. It was directly thrown into the immortal formation. The Wu clan's immortal array was also famous in history. It was called the Dead Sea Life Fishing Array. It was originally the possession of an Eastern Sea rank 8 Gu Immortal, but this Eastern Sea Gu Immortal came to Southern Border and challenged Wu clan's authority. He was killed by Wu clan in public. Death Sea Life Fishing Formation was a healing immortal formation, but its core immortal goo was only rank 7. That former Eastern Sea rank 8 goo immortal did indeed have a rank 8 immortal goo, but when he died he destroyed the immortal goo. Wu clan spent 100 years before they finally managed to refine the corresponding immortal goo and construct the Dead Sea Life Fishing Formation. Wu Ji and the rest had died on Etian Mountain. The reason why they could revive so easily was because fake goo was destroyed and also because of this Dead Sea Life Fishing Formation. The formation gradually stopped operating and the light faded. Wu Ji woke up at the center of the formation with a pale face. "Looks like I'm alive again." Wu Ji smiled and tried to sit up, but her body was so weak that she had to try 3 times before succeeding. "Take it easy, Wu Ji. This is the 5th time this month." Wu Zhenju walked in front of Wu Ji and frowned. Wu Ji smiled nonchalantly. "Don't we still have this formation? Even if I die I can live." Wu Zhenju scoffed. "Don't think of Gu Immortal's methods as so high. Wu Ji, do you know that you were so close to dying just now? You came back to life because of the Dead Sea Life Fishing Array. However, such a method would be less effective when used on the same person. You're playing with your life. You have a bright future ahead of you, so why don't you take care of yourself? If you continue to fool around like this, you'll die for real sooner or later." Wu Ji raised her eyebrows and her eyes lit up. "Sir, I have died once, why should I be afraid of death? It's precisely because I've died that I cherish life even more." Wu Zhenju was so angry that she rolled her eyes. "You call this cherishing life? Since you've already snatched the true inheritance from Kong Ri Tian, you should be able to answer to your family. Why do you still insist on pursuing us? Why did you have to fight to the death when you were surrounded by so many people?" Wu Ji laughed. "This is exactly how I cherish my life. After dying once, I re-examine my life. How should people live their lives? Everyone had their own answer. And this is my own answer. The length of life is secondary, the depth of life is the most important. Even though I am not a Gu Immortal, I know the situation of a Gu Immortal. Lady Pearl, tell me, why do Gu Masters want to become immortals by all means possible? After ascending to become an immortal, he would have to face so many calamities and tribulations. Wouldn't he be courting death? How many Gu Immortals died because of tribulations? Don't they know? Didn't they come one after another to obtain the meaning of life? In such a great era, if I don't move forward bravely, wouldn't I be letting down the life that the heavens have given me? Wouldn't I be letting down my chance at rebirth? I Wu Ji also want to become an immortal. I want to see more things and gain greater strength. This is the meaning of my life." Hearing Wu Ji's words, Wu Zhenju had a complex expression. She had high hopes for this junior Wu Ji, so she came to persuade her. But Wu Zhenju found that not only did she fail to persuade Wu Ji, she was instead persuaded by Wu Ji. "Since you have made up your mind, I will not say anything else." Wu Zhenju sighed. Wu Ji had a sincere expression. She bowed deeply. "Lady Pearl, I will remember your care for me." Just as she said that, another Gu Immortal appeared. "Ha! Wu Ji, I heard everything you said just now. As expected of the number 1 Gu Immortal seed of our Wu clan, you did not tarnish the reputation of our clan. Wu Zhanping, you are here for?" Wu Zhenju asked. She had a guess in her heart. She was secretly happy for Wu Ji. Wu Zhanping nodded at Wu Zhenju before looking at Wu Ji. "I am the Supreme Elder of Wu Clan's Technique Inheritance. Wu Ji, you have enough cultivation level and contributions. I am here to guide you on the path of Gu Immortals." Wu Ji breathed in deeply. She clenched her fists unconsciously. This moment had finally arrived. She had been waiting for it for a long time. Wu Zhanping said solemnly, "Wu Ji, you are an old member of Wu Clan. You have been the clan leader for many years. You know many Gu Immortal secrets. Our Wu clan has many cultivation paths. We are most proficient in Wind Path. With this path, our Wu clan is at the top of southern borders Gu Immortal world. Our position is unshakable. You can choose other paths. Our Wu clan has almost all of them in our inventory. But I have a suggestion for you." Wu Zhanping heard Wu Ji's words and felt admiration towards this junior. He said more things. Wu Ji quickly said, "Please enlighten me, senior, I am listening." Wu Zhanping continued, "Rather than choosing a cultivation path, it is more like choosing a true inheritance. Our Wu clan has the strongest Wind Path true inheritance. First Supreme Elder Wu Yong cultivates Wind Path. He has the strongest Wind Path true inheritance in Wu clan. However, there are many Wind Path cultivators. The competition is intense. I'm not suggesting you to choose one. Right now, Wu clan has 2 new true inheritances. Even us Gu Immortals are jealous. but the path has already been decided, the price to pay to change it is huge. If it were a peaceful era we might be able to do this. But now that the situation is unstable and chaotic, it is a great opportunity for juniors like you. Wu Zhenju heard this and agreed. She was also happy. This means that First Supreme Elder has really lifted the restrictions and taken out these 3 true inheritances to nurture Wu clan's descendants. That's right. Lord Wu Yong is a great strategist with great ambitions. Everyone in Wu clan is in awe of him. Wu Zhanping praised from the bottom of his heart. He said to Wu Ji, "There are 3 true inheritances now, they are of extremely high rank, even us Gu immortals are jealous. I will say them out loud, choose carefully. The first true inheritance is called Corpse Emperor True Inheritance. Corpse Emperor is not his main body, he is a Southern Border rank 8 Gu immortal, his lifespan is near its end, he turned into a zombie. Corpse Emperor entered the demonic path, he was powerful and ruthless, many super forces attacked him together. He was defeated and died in battle, his immortal zombie body eventually grew into a corpse mountain. The corpse mountain is hundreds of meters tall, it is covered in zombies, it produces transformation path zombie Gu and chi path zombie chi Gu. Back then, Southern Border Zombie Alliance's headquarters wanted this treasure land, they offered a high price to buy it from Wu clan and make it their headquarters, but we rejected them. Now it seems that our rejection was not wrong. Zombie Alliance is a subordinate of Shadow Sect, let's not talk about them. The most important thing is that a true inheritance appeared in Corpse Emperor Yuding Tian, that is this Corpse Emperor True Inheritance. This true inheritance is an enslavement path true inheritance, it is a rank 8 true inheritance. Wu Ji, if you choose this path Wu clan will definitely nurture you. Enslavement path Gu immortals who cultivate it often fight against many enemies. The weakness of enslavement path is that it requires too many cultivation resources, but the clan can bear this burden for you. The only flaw is that this true inheritance lacks immortal Gu. Wu Ji thought about it before shaking her head. Enslavement path is not my style, immortal Gu are hard to refine, I am not skilled in Gu refinement. It is very difficult to cultivate this true inheritance, even with the clan's help. I will not choose it. Alright then the next one. Wu Zhanping continued, this true inheritance is a soul path true inheritance, it has an even greater origin, it is from spectral soul demon venerable. This true inheritance is called 7-7 profound soul true inheritance, its most powerful move is to raise soul beasts into 7-7 profound soul birds. Once a 7-7 profound soul bird is successfully cultivated, it is almost immortal. Even if it is heavily injured, as long as one profound soul bird survives, it can recover to its previous state in a short period of time. Even though this true inheritance lacks immortal Gu, it is a different path to nurture soul beasts, it is easier to cultivate it. Wu Ji shook her head, even though soul path is strong I hate it. I cultivate my own body, raising soul beasts is like a nanny, it does not suit my nature. Wu Zhanping frowned slightly, choosing a true inheritance is not child's play. Wu Ji, you should think about it before making a decision. Wu Zhenju nodded in agreement, be it Corpse Emperor True Inheritance or 7-7 Profound Soul True Inheritance, they are both rare things. Wu Ji, you need to cherish this opportunity. Wu Ji was unmoved, thank you for your guidance, may I ask what is the third true inheritance? Wu Zhanping said, the third true inheritance is the Xing Tian True Inheritance that you took back. The Gu immortal who left behind this true inheritance is very famous in the history of Gu masters, he is Kong Xing Tian. Kong Xing Tian has Chi Escape Immortal Gu, this Gu is extremely amazing, it was once ranked 4th on the mystical Gu list. But in recent years because of the number 1 demon in the world, Gu Fang Yuan, Spring Autumn Cicada was publicly recognized by the world, it rose to 3rd place on the mystical Gu list, pushing Chi Escape Gu down by 1 place. Speaking of Gu Fang Yuan, Wu Zhanping and Wu Zhenju had complex expressions. Wu Ji acutely noticed that these 2 Gu immortals' breathing was slightly chaotic. Fang Yuan had once disguised as Wu Yihai and entered Wu clan, even someone as brilliant as Wu Yong lost to him. But Wu clan no longer had the qualifications to take revenge on Fang Yuan. The Fate War, the pursuit of Fang Yuan, as well as the recent variant human chaos in Eastern Sea, Fang Yuan was the number 1 demonic path person, nobody could shake his position. Not wanting to think about Fang Yuan, Wu Zhanping quickly returned to the topic. Kong Xing Tian is a Chi Path Gu immortal, he is most skilled in movement methods. The Chi Path movement killer move that he created is called Kong Xing Tian, it is extremely powerful. If you cultivate this true inheritance, you will be able to move freely and dominate the world, you will have the initiative. Chapter 21:15. Wu Ji's expression sank. If Kong Ri Tian did not have Kong Xing Tian's bloodline, I would not have lost this battle. Wu Zhanping shook his head. He did not lose either. Kong Ri Tian has an immortal gu, but he is just a mortal even though he escaped, so what? He cannot escape for long. Many righteous path gu immortals have already made their move. If my Wu clan's gu immortals obtain it, this true inheritance would have higher value, it would be more suitable for you, Wu Ji. But Wu Ji still shook her head. These three true inheritances, one is enslavement path, one is soul path, and one is chi path, they are all excellent methods. Unfortunately, they are not suitable for me. I will continue to cultivate my strength path. Wu Zhanping frowned deeply. Wu Zhenju also urged, Wu Ji, I know you obtained a strength path true inheritance, but that true inheritance was of low grade, the original owner was only a rank 6 gu immortal. It can't be compared to the three great inheritances at all. Seeing that Wu Ji's expression did not change, Wu Zhenju continued, most importantly, strength path has been declining for a long time, it cannot compare to enslavement path and soul path. Even though chi path was declining in the past, with the 5 regions merging and the chi tide surging, chi path is starting to regain its former glory. Choosing chi path is definitely wiser than choosing strength path. But Wu Ji still shook her head. I will choose strength path. Choosing someone else's true inheritance will save me a lot of effort. But if there is a strength path true inheritance, I will definitely choose it. I will definitely choose strength path in this life. Without anyone's foundation, I will create it myself. Wu Zhanping was unhappy. Wu Ji, you are not a gu immortal yet, you do not know the difficulties of gu immortals. The benefits brought to you by these three inheritances are indescribable in a short time, and you won't be able to experience them. Listen to my advice, choose one of these three. In the long future of your gu immortal cultivation, you will always be grateful for your decision today. Wu Ji's expression was unprecedentedly solemn. She bowed deeply to the two immortals. Immortals, I am deeply grateful for your care and guidance, I will remember it. But if I do not choose strength path, I will regret it at the next moment. I have already decided on this, I will not change it. Even if I die in battle, I am willing to do so. Sigh. Wu Zhenju and Wu Zhanping shook their heads, feeling sorry for Wu Ji for wasting such a great opportunity. True dream immortal aperture. The sky here was filled with constantly changing pink rays of light. At the center of the immortal aperture, a vast pink grassland had already formed. It was made up of several pieces of earthly dream fetus hair that Fang Yuan's main body had dug out from the southern border. There was also a smaller sea of flowers at the northern end of the immortal aperture. The flowers here were all 9 melody dream flowers. This kind of flower only had one petal, but it spiraled around the stem, forming a 9-layer spiral shape. It was very strange. At the southeastern part of the immortal aperture, Meng Qiuzhen specially created a lake. However, the lake water was somewhat sparse, and there was still a distance of several hundred feet from the shore. The entire lake was like a huge bowl, and there was a small water stain at the bottom of the bowl. This lake water was pure dream saliva water, and there was a strange fish living in the lake water. It looked like a tongue and was bright red. It was extremely agile and it was called the tongue little dream fish. Finally, at the northern end of the immortal aperture, there was a desolate bone land. Hundreds of huge bones were mostly buried on the ground, but some were exposed. These bones were also Dream Path gu materials. They were gathered from several Dream Path ancient desolate beast corpses. Meng Qiuzhen placed them here and set up a gu formation to form this bone dream sand field. The sand field used the marrow of the bones to nourish the soil, gradually turning the soil into dream sand. Earthly dream fetus hair, 9 melody dream flowers, dream saliva water, tongue little dream fish, and dream sand, these were all the Dream Path gu materials that Fang Yuan had gathered earlier. At the current stage, Dream Path gu materials were still very rare. Fang Yuan had searched the entire underground of southern border to gather this much. But in true dream immortal aperture, these gu materials will definitely be developed greatly. Soon, there will be an endless supply of immortal level gu materials. Meng Qiuzhen was very confident about this. Even though the original locations of these Dream Path gu materials had Dream Path Dao marks, they were suppressed by the surrounding Dao marks, mainly Earth Path Dao marks. It was not easy for them to develop, their living space was like a crack in a rock. But now they were all moved into true dream immortal aperture. It was like a dragon entering the pugilistic world, a tiger entering the deep mountains, or a fish swimming in the vast ocean. In such a relaxed environment that mainly consisted of dream path Dao marks, these dream path goo materials would develop well. Don't forget Fang Yuan's rebirth. He had excellent nurturing methods, and the difference in the flow of time between true dream immortal aperture and the outside world. This way dream path is finally on the right track. As long as I develop it step by step, there will definitely be great results in the future. Fang Yuan evaluated. His investment in dream path ended here. In terms of dream path mortal goo recipes, experience in exploring dream realms, and so on, Fang Yuan had the 500 years of experience in his previous life. He still had the upper hand. In terms of dream path immortal goo, Fang Yuan had 4 immortal goo. He was extremely wealthy. He was definitely number 1 in his era. In terms of dream path attainment level, Fang Yuan was a dream path master. Some people might be able to match him in this aspect, but at least Fang Yuan was still at the forefront. And in terms of dream path immortal goo recipes and immortal materials, Fang Yuan's results were definitely at the top. He had 2 dream path immortal goo recipes. They were absolutely correct and excellent. And in terms of immortal materials, Fang Yuan had the absolute advantage. Feng Kim Hong was still immortal. Even if Lady Poison Scorpion was a goo immortal, she was not a pure dream reality seeker physique. She could not compare to Fang Yuan. All in all, Fang Yuan was definitely the number 1 person in the world in terms of dream path. Such results had already surpassed Fang Yuan's expectations. In his plan, as long as he maintained a leading position in dream path, it was acceptable. Now was not the time for dream path to truly rise. Take true dream immortal aperture for example. It was the number 1 place in the world that produced dream path goo materials, but it could only produce rank 6 dream path immortal materials, and these immortal materials were pitifully few in number. Without dream path immortal materials, Fang Yuan could not advance his dream path immortal goo. In fact, even if he had rank 8 immortal goo dream token and used killer moves like dreamy light smoke, he could not gain an advantage against Duke Long and Spectral Soul. In peak battles, dream path methods could only be used as a trump card. They could at most make the enemy wary. If Fang Yuan wanted to explore Crazed Demon Cave, he might have to face the revived star constellation Immortal Venerable, as well as Spectral Soul Demon Venerable in the Door of Life and Death. Against such existences, dream path methods that were still in the early stages could not be his main trump card. Actually, by combining the perfect pure dream reality seeker physique bodies and Spectral Soul split souls, I can create dream path goo immortals in batches. But too many dream path immortal apertures are useless. The biggest gains are still the heaven and earth resonance, the dream path immortal goo recipes and so on. Even if I make use of the immortal ascension tribulation to refine immortal goo, it will not be easy. Calamities and tribulations were controlled by providence. Their power could be large or small. When the power was large, there would be more heaven and earth chi. After the goo immortal passes the tribulation, the remaining heaven and earth chi could be used to refine immortal goo. But if providence could reduce the power of calamities and tribulations, without heaven and earth chi, it would be impossible to refine dream path immortal goo. If providence did this, Fang Yuan's gains would be very low. Firstly, the cost of creating pure dream reality seeker physique bodies was very high. A lot of dream realms were needed. But providence did the opposite and changed the content of the dream path calamities and tribulations. Fang Yuan would be in even more danger. After all, providence already knew about Fang Yuan's foundation in dream path. Thus, cultivating for a period of time and using true dream immortal aperture to isolate providence, developing rapidly and refining other dream path immortal goo before undergoing tribulation was the safest method. If he continued to invest in dream path, the gains would not be high. If Fang Yuan continued to invest, on one hand he would be suppressed by providence, on the other hand he would be a pioneer. It would be very difficult and unrewarding. It would be better to wait for dream path to flourish and have dream realms everywhere. Fang Yuan could take advantage of it and save time and effort. Thus, Fang Yuan did not want to keep the dream realms that he had in the hands of others. The greatest value of these dream realms was that they could be the first in this era. Be it Western Deserts Tang Clan, Central Continent's Feng Kim Hong, or Northern Plains Lady Poison Scorpion, they were all the same. But for Fang Yuan, the true value of these dream realms was to increase his attainment levels, allowing him to annex more grotto heavens. Meng Qiuzhen was indeed a dream path clone that Fang Yuan created. His efficiency in exploring dream realms far surpassed Fang Yuan's main body. Fang Yuan's attainment levels rose rapidly. He had great gains. At the same time he continued to annex the two heavens grotto heavens. Each grotto heaven had at least 1,000,000 Dao marks and 1,000 heaven path Dao marks, as well as a vast amount of cultivation resources. These grotto heavens had a long history. If Fang Yuan annexed one, he would be taking the countless years of hard work of others and turning them into his own. Fang Yuan's strength rose again and again. Each improvement was so huge that it was absolutely unheard of. The uniqueness of the sovereign immortal body and the strength of unrestrained heavenly marks had already surpassed the common sense of the cultivation world. Obtaining either would allow one to dominate the world and leave their name in history. More terrifyingly, when the two were combined, they complemented each other. The power they could display was no longer as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. But no matter how much his foundation and strength rose, Fang Yuan was still a pseudo-venerable. He might be the #1 pseudo-venerable since ancient times, but it was useless. Without becoming venerable, there would be no qualitative change. Fang Yuan cultivated secretly while annexing immortal apertures. He also inspected his luck. The silver-white light pillar was getting thicker, but the clouds above were also getting bigger. Be it the black cloud that represented spectral soul demon venerable or the golden cloud that represented giant sun immortal, they were all the same. The nebula that represented star constellation immortal venerable expanded by several times, far surpassing the other two clouds. Chapter 21:16. Rotten Mud Mountain was one of the famous mountains in southern border. If it was in southern border, eastern sea or northern plains, it might be even more famous. However, southern border had many mountains. It had the highest number of famous mountains in the 5 regions. Rotten Mud Mountain was not outstanding. It gave people a feeling of mediocrity. This place produced rotten mud. It was a common goo material that contained poison path and earth path Dao marks. It was extremely common and had a very low market price. During the rainy season, Rotten Mud Mountain would form a temporary swamp. The rotten mud would turn into rotten swamp mud. The latter was a widely used goo refinement material. During winter, the rotten mud would combine with ice and snow Dao marks and turn into frozen rotten mud. It was also a very common resource. Because it was very fertile, it was mixed in the soil and could be used to grow wheat seedlings, vegetables and fruits. As a result, many southern border villages used it. Furthermore, frozen rotten mud was the food of the smelly fart fat worm. Thus, Rotten Mud Mountain also produced the smelly fart fat worm. The smelly fart fat worm was a rank 1 poison path goo worm. It looked like black boar goo and was often used by unscrupulous merchants to impersonate black boar goo in goo master markets. In terms of name, smelly fart goo was also similar to the smelly fart fat worm. It was also a rank 1 poison path goo worm. Similar to the smelly fart fat worm, smelly fart goo was also very large in Rotten Mud Mountain. Living off the mountain and living off the river, there were several villages that relied on Rotten Mud Mountain to survive. These villages were scattered around the periphery of Rotten Mud Mountain. Even though they competed with each other, they mostly cooperated. Because Rotten Mud Mountain was a famous mountain, it could produce immortal materials. There were even poison path desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts in the mountain. These villages did not have goo immortals. They were at most rank 5 goo masters. They did not dare to set up camp on the mountain. Rumble. At this point, the people in the stronghold all heard the thunder-like sound, and they were all bewildered. What happened on the mountain? Why is there thunder for no reason? The mountain is dangerous. It is not something we goo masters can estimate. Then they heard someone shouting again. Kong Ritian, you can't escape. I know you are hiding here. You can hide for now, but can you hide forever? If you obediently come out now and hand over your goo worms, I can still spare your life. But if you miss this opportunity when I search the entire mountain and drag you out, you'll wish you were dead. Wu Clan's goo immortals roared, their voices spread in all directions. The people in the villages at the edge of the mountain were in an uproar. It's an immortal. An immortal has appeared. My God. I know Kong Ritian, this devil. He specializes in harming innocent girls. Immortals actually came to find him. He's dead meat. Did Kong Ritian obtain the immortal goo and let the immortals snatch it? Bah. This isn't robbery, this is immortals upholding justice. Do you think we'll be able to see immortals if we go there? Can I obtain the method to become an immortal? The fated battle made everyone in the world aware of the existence of immortals. Before this, due to the isolation of the environment and other reasons, many people thought that immortals were just a legend. Bitter. Kong Ritian was covered in injuries. He hid in a muddy hole and his face was filled with despair. Sai Wu clan's immortals are too domineering. I am a burden to all of you. Kong Ri Tian looked at Wang Xiao Air and the four great obscenities of Central Continent, feeling very guilty. Back then when they came out of the pit, the situation was very chaotic. The four great obscenities of Central Continent wanted Kong Ri Tian's immortal inheritance, but they were chased down by him. Kong Ri Tian knew what the four great obscenities of Central Continent were thinking. He used the contents of the inheritance to tempt them. As a result, he joined hands with the four great obscenities and managed to escape. After all, Xing Tian's inheritance only had some clues. It did not attract the attention of Gu immortals. Kong Ri Tian's opponents were rank 5 experts like Wu Ji and Shang Xnci. The four great obscenities of Central Continent had great strength, and because Kong Ri Tian was a famous demonic path expert in southern border, they managed to escape after working together. However, good times did not last long because Kong Xing Tian's inheritance was exposed. All the super clans paid attention to it and sent Gu immortals. Kong Ri Tian and the rest were immediately put in a perilous situation. They hid in all directions and finally managed to hide in the rotting mud mountain. But now they were forced into a corner by Wu clan's Gu immortals. So what if I die? What's the big deal? Brother Kong, don't say any more, this is fate. Speaking of which, dying at the hands of an immortal is a form of glory. The four great obscenities of Central Continent chuckled. They were all demonic path members. At the moment of life and death, they showed some heroic spirit. Alright, don't yell like that. Who told you that you are going to die? Suddenly, a will appeared on Kong Ri Tian's body. Seeing this will, the four great obscenities of Central Continent showed complex expressions. This will was Kong Xing Tian's will. Other than his will, immortal Gu and immortal essence were also left in Xing Tian's inheritance. This way Kong Ri Tian had Gu immortal methods. This was also the reason why the four great obscenities did not attack Kong Ri Tian and snatch the inheritance. These people were able to struggle to this place under the pursuit of Gu immortals. It was all thanks to Kong Xing Tian's will. Lord Ancestor, you are finally awake. Was his injury completely healed? From what you said, we can still be saved. Kong Ri Tian's eyes shined with bright light as he asked. Kong Xing Tian's will sighed. I am not injured, but using Gu immortal methods expended too much of my will. Thus, I had no choice but to sleep and use Gu worms to replenish my will. As for whether we can be saved, that is a given. Why did I tell you to come here before I went into hibernation? Using this place, we can escape from these pursuers. Saying this, Kong Xing Tian took action, using his Gu immortal methods. Everyone was astonished to see that a long passageway had silently opened up in this muddy cave. Everyone entered the tunnel and went deeper underground, arriving at an underground hall. Kong Xing Providence's will revisited this place. He sighed deeply. Back then my main body spent 100 years of hard work. He searched through all sorts of clues. He found this Hu land after much difficulty. Unfortunately, back then my main body was already old and did not have much time left. I had to make some arrangements before leaving. Hu land. Is it the secluded domain of heaven and earth recorded in the Legends of Renzu? Everyone was surprised, but they had heard of it before. The Legends of Renzu was simply too widespread. Kong Xing Providence's will smiled proudly. That's right. Hu land is as famous as Shi land. It is one of the top Qi path secluded domains. Little Ri Tian, you know that my main body specialty is to use Qi currents to shoot out of my pores and move around. Hu land and Shi land are opposite each other. They complement my killer move perfectly. They are a perfect match. Using it, we can definitely escape from our pursuers. That is great. Everyone was overjoyed. Even though they were not afraid of death, it was best if they could stay alive. Kong Xing Providence's will sighed as he said, It is a pity, little Ri Tian, you are not a Gu immortal yet. You cannot take this secluded domain of heaven and earth away. Once I use my killer move, I can make all of you scatter like shooting stars. Your speed is extremely fast, nobody can catch up to you. But Hu land can only be left for the Gu immortals outside. Kong Ri Tian was very open-minded. Ancestor, it is good enough that we can stay alive. The secluded domain of heaven and earth cannot be taken away. Let Wu clan take care of it. One day I will take it back. I will make Wu Ji Shang Xinci, and the rest suffer in my hands. Kong Ri Tian said this with a ruthless gaze. He revealed the lawlessness and evil aura of a demonic path member. Kong Xing Providence's will laughed loudly. Good, this is the spirit of a true descendant of mine. Kong Xing Tian was also in the demonic path in the past. He admired juniors like Kong Ri Tian. Speaking of which, even though Kong Ri Tian was a sinner, he did not lack ability or temperament. Otherwise, he could not have survived in southern border for so long, and even made a name for himself as a demonic path expert. Chen Yin Dao spoke, Lord Gu Immortal, I have a brotherly relationship with these people, I want to travel together. But from your words it seems like we are going to split up? Kong Xing Providences will nodded, that's right. If my main body was still here, I could use Hulan to let all of you fly away together and stay together. But I am only a will now, I can barely borrow Hulan's power, be it direction or location, I cannot control them. Or maybe you can stay here and hide somewhere else, when I leave with little Ri Tian, that southern border Gu Immortal might chase after us. Chen Yin Dao and the others were troubled. If they could fly away they had to. The risk of staying here was too high. Central Continent's 10 great obscenities had experience of escaping, they knew that in this situation, staying here was suicide. But it was not hard to fly away, they had to stay with Wang Xiao'er. If they were not together, the curse would activate. Brother Kong, let's talk somewhere else. Thinking of this, Chen Yin Dao sighed deeply, he decided to be honest. Kong Ri Tian felt strange, even though he was working with the 4 great obscenities of Central Continent, he was still vigilant. Now that his ancestors will had awakened, he was not afraid of the 4 great obscenities using any sinister methods. Kong Ri Tian and Chen Yin Dao went to a corner as they conversed. So that's it. Kong Ri Tian said in shock. What else did you think? Chen Yin Dao said helplessly. Kong Ri Tian blinked his eyes. I thought Central Continent liked this, speaking of which, when I saw it for the first time I was shocked, to think that you have such strong tastes. In the air their conversation could be heard. Chapter 21:17. The other 3 obscenities had unsightly expressions. Kong Ri Tian was not only in the demonic path, he was also like them, they were in the same profession. To think that he would confess to them today. This was a huge humiliation to southern border. Hearing Wang Xiao'er's words they felt even more pained. The 4 great obscenities were already in great pain, but Wang Xiao'er was enjoying it. Because of his identity as a mysterious immortal, the 4 great obscenities did not dare to say anything. Thus, the 3 obscenities could only reply, Boss must have his reasons for not saying anything. Xiao'er, we need to believe in Boss. Boss is definitely thinking for us, he just does not want us to worry, or is there another reason? It is not a problem. Wang Xiao'er was a little embarrassed. I was wrong. Brothers, please don't blame me, I was just curious. After understanding the situation, Kong Ri Tian returned to ancestor Kong Xing Tian's will and told him everything. After Kong Xing Tian's will heard it, he showed a strange expression. Let me try. Kong Xing Providence's will did not make any promises. Immortal, please do as much as you want. Chen Yin Dao and the rest quickly said they were filled with gratitude. Kong Xing Providence's will was not in a hurry to treat them, he used a method to inspect these people's qi. After taking a look, Kong Xing Providence's will had an idea. These people's qi far surpasses ordinary people, they are not weak. Especially that Wang Xiao'er, is he really an amnesiac immortal? Kong Xing Providence's will decided to save them. The 4 great obscenities of Central Continent were only mortals, whether or not they were worth investing in depended on their qi. Kong Xing Tian was a demonic path Gu immortal, he paid attention to benefits. Using Hulan to let everyone escape, it did not need to expend much immortal essence. But to cure the 4 great obscenities the cost would be high. Especially the immortal essence that Kong Xing Tian left behind, they would be gone with each use. Next, Kong Xing Tian started to investigate. After a while, Kong Xing Providence's will showed a solemn expression. He shook his head. I cannot cure your injuries. Kong Ri Tian was surprised. Ancestor, you can't even deal with them? Kong Xing Tian's will sighed. This old man can heal most injuries in this world. But the immortal method on them was extraordinary, it was the work of the legendary Love Gu. Love Gu belonged to Spirit Affinity House. It seemed that the one who took action was the current generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House. You guys are really lucky to even be able to meet a spiritual affinity fairy. The 4 great obscenities' faces instantly turned pale. Wang Xiao'er was confused. Could it be that the 4 of you have a huge hidden danger? He became anxious and said, My 4 brothers have kept it a secret from me. Didn't we agree to share fortune and misfortune together? What kind of trouble do my 4 brothers have? Although I can't do it, I'll do my best to help you. As Wang Xiao'er spoke, he became anxious and a little angry. The The four great obscenities of Central Continent looked at Wang Xiao Air and felt their livers hurt. No, to be more precise, he felt a faint pain in his butt again. Was it the fortune or misfortune of the four great obscenities to have met such a person? It was indeed fortunate. Without Wang Xiao Air, they would not have lived until now. But why did the four great obscenities wish that they had never met Wang Xiao Air? This is fate. Qin Yin Dao sighed bitterly. Since the immortal cannot cure us, we might as well wait for death here. Kong Xing Tianzhuo laughed and waved his hand. This old man may not be able to cure you, but I have ways to treat the symptoms and not the root of the problem. This old man can take action and temporarily suppress the illness in your bodies. I won't let it happen again for a period of time. That works. The four great obscenities were excited. They expressed their gratitude. Wang Xiao'er was also excited. Kong Xing Providence said solemnly, according to my judgment, your fate is not in southern border, it is in Central Continent. The four great obscenities looked at each other. Weren't they chased out of Central Continent? But from Kong Sheng's words, they were going back to Central Continent? Kong Xing Providence snorted coldly, that is all I have to say, it is up to you whether you believe me or not. Let's go. The fact that he could talk so much with these mortals was already because of Kong Ri Tian, the successor of his sect. As for Wang Xiao Air, Kong Xing Providence did not want to investigate. If his main body was still around, he might have attacked. But now who knew what Wang Xiao Air was? Did he really lose his memories or was he pretending? Even if he had really lost his memory, it seemed like he must have some sort of defensive measure. Kong Ri Tian had not become a Gu Immortal yet, he was being chased by Southern Border's Righteous Path Gu Immortals. Kong Xing Providence was confused for a moment. He did not intend to touch Wang Xiao Air. Let's go. Kong Xing Tian spoke as he activated his killer move, Hu Land. Normally speaking, when Gu Immortals use killer moves, they would release a strong aura that would make others wary. But Kong Xing Tian's method could conceal his aura perfectly. This method was very rare. In the current 5 regions, only Wu Yong could do this. From this, one could deduce that Kong Xing Tian's fighting style was very troublesome and hard to defend against. Thus, when Wu Clan's Gu Immortal found out, it was already too late. He could only watch as these people scattered, he could not catch up to them. After feeling vexed, Wu Clan's Gu Immortal was filled with shock and suspicion. Because he found Hu Land. This is a Chi Path secluded domain of heaven and earth? I'm going to make a huge contribution. After confirming it, Wu Clan's Gu Immortal was overjoyed. He immediately contacted Wu Clan's first Supreme Elder, Wu Yong. When Wu Yong received the news, he was in his study dealing with administrative matters. Wu Land. He stood up from his chair, his eyes shining with bright light. Next, he opened his mouth and blew out a mouthful of green wind. The green wind curled into a ball, it was the size of a fist. After circling around for a while, it entered Wu Yong's mind. Thoughts appeared in Wu Yong's mind, they were quickly absorbed by the green wind, causing his thoughts to collide and think rapidly. Even though Wu Yong was a wind path expert in terms of attainment level, he was able to imitate the advantage of wisdom path. Hu Land is a secluded domain of heaven and earth. If Wu Clan can obtain it, it will be the turning point for me to take over the world. Wu Yong was extremely excited, there was a fire burning in his heart, he was extremely excited. The legends of Renzu recorded many secluded domains of heaven and earth. For Time Path there was the River of Time, for Space Path there was Space Gate, also known as Space Cave. For Chi Path there was Shi Land and Hu Land. For Rule Path there was Reverse Refinement River, Qingbai Mountain, Minuscule Mountain, and others. For Information Path there was Chen Kuan Crystal Wall, Whispering Forest. For Soul Path there was Danghun Mountain, Luopa Valley. There were also some secluded domains of heaven and earth that had Dao marks of many paths like City Well, Blue Sea of Life, and Ordinary Abyss. Gu were the essence of heaven and earth, fragments of Dao marks. Even though secluded domains of heaven and earth contained scattered Dao marks, the total number of Dao marks often surpassed rank 9 immortal Gu. These secluded domains of heaven and earth were not only recorded in the legends of Renzu, in the long river of history, they were also controlled by very few Gu immortals or forces, leaving behind many moving legends. If secluded domains of heaven and earth could be used properly, they would have huge benefits to a superforce. They were very helpful to pseudo-venerables and even venerables. Forget about the distant past, just the pseudo-venerable demon immortal Qiju in front of him. He used Shilan to participate in the pinnacle competition of the Gu immortal world after rebirth. Wu Yong was clear. For super forces, if secluded domains of heaven and earth can be developed properly, they will definitely gain huge profits. They can even monopolize the trade like Danghun Mountain. For individual Gu immortals, secluded domains of heaven and earth are a substitute for rank 9 immortal Gu. They can shake the entire era and lead the trend of the immortal world. Rank 9 immortal Gu were very hard to obtain. There were not many rank 9 immortal Gu in history. For example, Fate Gu, Celestial Court had worked hard for millions of years to preserve and repair it. For example, Wisdom Gu, Giant Sun Immortal spent a lot of effort to preserve it in 88-point Jianghu Tower. There was also Hatred Gu, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable had set it up for hundreds of thousands of years before he succeeded. In history, the Venerables had the most rank 9 immortal Gu, their vital Gu were all rank 9. Other than that, the number of other rank 9 immortal Gu did not exceed 5. Thus, secluded domains of heaven and earth had great value. Using secluded domains of heaven and earth as the core to use immortal killer moves often had outstanding effects. For example, Fang Yuan's reverse flow protection seal. I have to use all my strength to take down this secluded domain of heaven and earth. I have to do it secretly and prevent the news from spreading. Wu Yong was determined. The secluded domain of heaven and earth had too many implications. If it was exposed, southern border would definitely be in an uproar, the other 4 regions might even fight for it. But now this secret had not been exposed yet. Wu Yong saw a great opportunity. The other forces only knew of Xing Tian's true inheritance. They did not know of Hu land. Earlier, Wu clan's Gu immortals had already sparred with the Gu immortals of other clans, forcing them to retreat. There were no lone immortals or demonic cultivators at the scene of Rotten Mud Mountain. If it were in the past, the appearance of a rank 8 inheritance like Xing Tian's true inheritance would definitely cause a commotion in the whole of southern border's Gu immortal world. All sorts of people would come out to take action. But that was no longer the case now. Inheritances were appearing in the whole of the 5 regions. They were exposed by the Qi tides. Wu clan's Gu immortals could easily repel their competitors because of this. All the super forces were actively fighting for high-quality inheritances in their own territories and the surrounding regions. Xing Tian's true inheritance was only one of them. Compared to these southern border righteous path forces, Wu Yong was more worried about the pseudo-venerables. Demon Immortal Qi Ju and Qi Si Ancestor are both Qi Path Gu immortals. This Hu land is extremely important to them. But thankfully, Demon Immortal Qi Ju has already been suppressed by Divine Emperor City. Meanwhile, Qi Si Ancestor is fighting against the Variant Human Alliance led by Fang Yuan. He has no time to leave. As for Fang Yuan, Chapter 21:18. Once, Wu Yong chased after Fang Yuan and chased him from southern border to western desert. But now Wu Yong was very worried that Fang Yuan would come and snatch Hu land. Wu Yong knew that if Fang Yuan came to snatch it, he would not be able to stop him. Immortal Gu were easy to destroy, Fang Yuan would have to be cautious. But secluded domains of heaven and earth were hard to destroy, they could be snatched easily. Fang Yuan has the sovereign immortal body and can cultivate all kinds of paths. This is truly terrifying. Hu land is definitely useful to him. If this secret is leaked, my Wu clan will not be able to keep it, it will definitely be snatched away. By then, not only will we have to sacrifice resources and time, there will even be casualties. Wu clan's reputation will also suffer a huge blow. It is better not to take Hu land. Wu Yong thought deeply. He decided to secretly send people to take Hu land away. If this information was leaked during this process, he would immediately stop. Even though Wu clan was big, it was not Fang Yuan's match. In the world it was not about numbers but strength. There are no Gu immortals in those villages of Rotten Mud Mountain, but we need to prevent mortals and Gu masters from leaking information. Maybe we can use the beast tide to deal with them. Kong Ri Tian is not in a hurry to find him, we can just secretly investigate his traces. Hopefully he does not expose himself before I take Hu land. If he still made a big fuss, it would arouse suspicion. It was strange that your Wu clan Gu immortals could not capture Kong Ri Tian. What method did Kong Ri Tian use to escape from Wu clan's rank 7 Gu immortals? At that time, curious gazes would be directed towards Rotten Mud Mountain. Thus, Wu Yong hoped that Kong Ri Tian could hide himself during this period of time. To attract the attention of southern border's Gu immortal world, I might need to activate Ba clan's arrangements in advance to create a cover for taking Hu land. Of course, there is a huge flaw in this plan. That is Kong Ri Tian. Kong Ri Tian has Kong Xing Tian's will, he can connect to jewel yellow skies. At the crucial moment, if he exposed the secret of Hu land, the Wu clan would be in trouble. However, the possibility of this isn't high. Wu Yong analyzed in his mind. Firstly, Kong Xing Tian cultivated Qi Path, so Kong Ri Tian would also cultivate Qi Path. Wu clan obtained Hu land. From their perspective, they wanted to compete with Wu clan secretly. It would be best if they could take back Hu land. He wouldn't announce it to the public and attract countless competitors. Secondly, if Kong Ri Tian exposed Hu land's secret, it would be equivalent to a life and death struggle with the Wu clan. It was a very unwise decision, because this action would provoke the Wu clan's revenge. At the same time, it would expose the crucial information that Kong Ri Tian was still on the run. Other Gu immortals would continue to pursue him. Although the possibility wasn't high, it was still possible that he would be exposed. For the Wu family, the risk of secretly taking away Hu land was huge. However, the benefits involved in the Hu land were too great. Wu Yong was willing to take this risk. A few days later, in the sky above Red Dragon River, Wu clan, Xia clan and Ba clan's Gu immortals were facing each other nervously. The river water was surging, the waves were like fire and explosions could be heard from time to time. This was the Fire Thunder River segment of Red Dragon River. It produced Fire Path and Lightning Path Gu worms. A newly discovered rank 8 true inheritance was hidden at the bottom of this river segment. The one who set up the true inheritance was Fire Thunder Divine Lord. He cultivated Fire Path and Lightning Path. Even though he was a lone cultivator, his luck was good and he had many fortuitous encounters. He was not a southern border Gu immortal, he came from Western Desert. He had once caused a huge commotion in Western Desert's Gu immortal world. He was chased by several Western Desert super forces. Even though he escaped, when he reached the Fire Thunder River segment of Red Dragon River, he was heavily injured and could not recover. At the moment of his death, he secretly made arrangements. Because of his arrangements, this river segment of Red Dragon River gradually became the Fire Thunder River segment. Fire Thunder Divine Lord's methods were ingenious and natural. Even though this was the border between Ba clan and Xia clan, these two super forces did not sense anything wrong, they thought it was natural. Even though the Fire Thunder River segment produced Fire Path and Lightning Path Gu worms, it had never produced Immortal Gu. Thus, Ba clan and Xia clan did not care about it. 4 Mortal Gu masters, even though Fire Path and Lightning Path Mortal Gu were attractive, the environment was dangerous, few rank 5 Gu masters would take the risk. Thus, Fire Thunder Divine Lord's true inheritance was hidden for a long time, it was only exposed when the Qi tide swept the world. Fire Thunder Divine Lord was a rank 8 Gu immortal. The rank 8 true inheritance he left behind was of high quality. Almost all of Southern Border's Righteous Path super forces fought over it. After some probing and competition, there were only 3 parties left. One was Wu clan while the other 2 were Ba clan and Xia clan. Ba clan's current first supreme elder Bada was 9 feet tall, he had a simple appearance. He had a muscular body with broad shoulders and back, his exposed skin was like the bark of a 1,000-year-old tree, there was even moss growing on it. He had a lion's mouth and a wide nose, his eyes were covered by a black cloth. A large dark green beard hung down to his chest, and his emerald green hair hung down to the back of his waist. Bada floated in the air, shouting at Wu Yong, "Wu clan, you have crossed the line, this is my Ba clan's territory. No matter what true inheritance appears, it should belong to my Ba clan. Wu Yong, you are the leader of the Southern Alliance, the leader of Southern Border's Gu immortals, are you not going to set an example and ignore the rules of the Righteous Path?" Wu Yong smiled and said elegantly, "Since when was this Fire Thunder River segment your Ba clan's territory? The border between your Ba clan and Xia clan is very sensitive. Bada, you need to speak carefully, at least pay attention to the thoughts of our Xia clan comrades." Before he finished speaking, Xia clan's Gu immortal Xia Zhao spoke. "Lord Wu Yong, whether this is Xia clan or Ba clan's territory, it is a matter between our 2 clans. Wu clan's headquarters are far to the south, even Xiao clan is not close to Fire Thunder River segment." Although Xia Zhao only had rank 7 cultivation, Xia clan's original first supreme elder Xia Cha had already been turned into a mortal Gu master by Fang Yuan, thus Xia Zhao was the current first supreme elder of Xia clan, his status was similar to Bada's. Xia Zhao's words were not abrupt. Xia clan and Wu clan had conflicts since long ago, their relationship had never been good. Forget about the past, just look at the recent years. Xia clan and Wu clan had fought over Frosty Peak. Back then Fang Yuan disguised as Wu Yihai and defeated Xia Fei Kuai, winning this fight. Later, Xia clan even took the initiative to annex Qiao clan's empty return pit. Qiao clan was Wu clan's vassal. Invading Qiao clan was equivalent to offending Wu clan. Thus, after Wu Yong used clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building to turn the tide, Xia clan had no choice but to return empty return pit. Xia clan's external supreme elder, Immortal Yan Huang, had once possessed Moon Bowl, but this was also taken over by Wu clan. Thus, although Xia clan and Ba clan had a tense relationship, Wu clan was the strongest, thus Xia clan and Ba clan were secretly on the same side. Qiao Silu's expression changed slightly. She was one of the 3 great fairies of southern border. Her beauty was on par with Fairy Miao Yin. Right now, her cultivation level had already risen to rank 7. This time Qiao clan, as a vassal of Wu clan, had to do something, thus they sent Qiao Silu to follow Wu Yong. Qiao Silu was well aware of the rules of the righteous path. Seeing that Ba clan and Xia clan were rejecting Wu clan, she felt anxious. Righteous path Gu immortals had their own set of rules. They were not as free as the demonic path, or as free as lone cultivators. Even though Wu Yong was strong and could be said to be the #1 person in southern border, he could not act against the Fire Thunder true inheritance because he did not have the moral high ground. At this moment, Wu Yong's reputation and his position as the Southern Alliance leader had become a restraint on Wu Yong. If Wu Yong really tried to take action, he would lose the support of the people. Southern Border's righteous path would doubt his impartiality as the alliance leader. Wu clan was powerful, they did not cultivate Fire Path or Lightning Path. A rank 8 Fire Thunder true inheritance did not have much meaning to Wu clan. If Wu Yong tried to snatch it, Wu clan's losses would be greater than what they would gain. Facing the combined resistance of Xia clan and Ba clan, Wu Yong's smile became even brighter. Take the person out, he instructed softly. The Wu clan Gu immortal behind him immediately opened his immortal aperture and took out Immortal Gu Master. Wu Yong introduced on the spot. This Western Desert Gu Master is the bloodline inheritor of Fire Thunder Divine Lord. It didn't matter whether the Fire Thunder River segment belonged to the Ba clan or the Xia clan. What is clear is that the Fire Thunder true inheritance in the river belongs to this young friend. The expressions of Ba clan and Xia clan's Gu immortals changed. Wu Yong smiled again. He said calmly, "As righteous path members, how can we snatch other people's inheritances? This true inheritance has an owner, it belongs to this young friend from Western Desert. As the Southern Alliance leader, I have to be fair. If you suspect his identity, you can draw his blood to prove it." As expected of Lord Wu Yong. So he was prepared. Qiao Silu's eyes shined, she felt assured. Now Wu clan had the moral high ground, they could shut the mouths of everyone in the world, Wu Yong could use his full strength. Instead, Ba clan and Xia clan were in an awkward situation. Bada and Xia Zhao looked at each other, their expressions were ugly. Wu Yong's preparations were so thorough, they were surprised. Even though Wu Yong had not been in the position for long, the whole of Southern Border's Gu immortal world knew about his methods. Bada and Xia Zhao understood deeply. Since Wu Yong publicly displayed this bloodline descendant, this descendant's identity was definitely real. Even if Wu Yong faked it, his methods were definitely superb, there were no flaws in it in a short period of time. Bada and Xia Zhao discussed for a while before taking a few steps forward. Bada had a solemn expression. "How can Southern Border's things return to Western Desert?" Xia Zhao added, "Since Fire Thunder Immortal Lord died here, leaving his legacy in Southern Border is the will of the heavens. Ba clan and Xia clan could not retreat. The true inheritance was between the two clans, if they retreated so easily, would their reputation be tarnished?" Wu Yong was not surprised by these two clans' reactions, he waved his sleeves. "Then let's have a match between the 3 of us." Now that the situation had developed to such an extent, the only way to decide the outcome was to have a competition. "I would like to see your skills," Bada shouted, attacking first. Xia Zhao only had rank 7 cultivation level, he immediately retreated to the side and attacked from afar, assisting Bada and restraining Wu Yong. Wu Yong laughed heartily, intense winds blew and the world turned dark. Bada cultivated Wood Path. When he activated his killer move, countless ancient trees moved and leaves flew in the sky. But under Wu Yong's killer move, the ancient trees were cut into pieces and the leaves fell to the ground. In just 3 rounds, Bada and Xia Zhao were defeated by Wu Yong, they had an obvious advantage. "Do you have anything else to say?" Wu Yong laughed again. Xia Zhao's expression was ashen, he did not speak. He could not help but recall Xia Cha's situation when she was still rank 8. At least Wu Yong would not be so arrogant back then. He actually became so strong. Bada's heart shook, he clenched his fists. But I still have a trump card that I have yet to use. If I open my eyes, can I defeat Wu Yong? Bada thought about it, he relaxed his fists. For a mere fire lightning true inheritance, he would not expose the killer move that he had been cultivating for so many years. Ba clan and Xia clan retreated in the end. Wu Yong brought the Western Desert Gu Master to the bottom of the river and took out the fire lightning true inheritance. The Western Desert Gu Master knelt down on the spot, requesting to join Wu clan. Wu Yong immediately agreed. This Western Desert Gu Master was called Zhong Yi. He had good character and talent. With some nurturing he would become a Gu immortal seed. He was worth Wu clan taking in. Because of Fang Yuan, many Wu clan Gu immortals had been sacrificed in recent years. Wu Yong needed more Wu clan Gu immortals, so he took in the surrounding Gu masters from other regions as external supreme elders. Congratulations Lord Wu Yong, you easily defeated Ba clan and Xia clan, obtaining the fire lightning true inheritance. Qiao Si Lu congratulated. In the current southern border, who can compete with my lord? The morale of Wu clan's Gu immortals rose, they spoke excitedly. Wu Yong nodded, saying with a calm expression, "Spread today's battle report, I want the whole of southern border's Gu immortal world to know about this." Yes. Wu clan's Gu immortals immediately responded. Lord Wu Yong, Mushroom Man Gu immortal Ku Xan Hong requests an audience. Right at this time, a Mushroom Man Gu immortal came from the southeast direction, riding on the waves. What? A Mushroom Man Gu immortal? Is he from Mushroom Man Paradise? Such guts. The Gu immortals around Wu Yong had a change of expression. Ku Xan Hong was dressed in white, he had an ordinary appearance. He did not conceal his appearance, there was a large mushroom on his forehead, it looked like a hat. Wu Yong's heart jumped. At the next moment, Ku Xan Hong transmitted to Wu Yong, "Lord Wu Yong, I am from Mushroom Man Paradise, I am under orders from Lord Gu Fang Yuan." Wu Yong's expression did not change, he replied, "What are you here for?" Ku Xan Hong smiled, "I am here for Xing Tian true inheritance." Chapter 21-19. Wu Yong forced himself to calm down as he transmitted to the Mushroom Man Gu immortal Ku Xan Hong. So Fang Yuan wanted my Xing Tian true inheritance, he did not find who land. After Wu Yong probed, the heavy burden in his heart was lifted. In fact, as long as Kong Ri Tian did not expose this secret, there was little chance of anyone outside of Wu clan finding Hu Land. Back then no Gu immortals saw Kong Ri Tian and the rest using Hu Land to fly away. After Kong Ri Tian and the rest escaped, there was no news of them. Thus, Fang Yuan and the rest will think that Kong Ri Tian is in my hands. Thus, he came to ask for Xing Tian true inheritance from me. Wu Yong thought, I did not do it properly earlier. I should have announced that Kong Ri Tian has already been captured by my Wu clan. Even though this was not the truth, if Wu clan announced it, Kong Ri Tian would not refute it. Once Kong Ri Tian was exposed again, the Gu immortals who wanted Xing Tian true inheritance would attack like hyenas, wanting to tear Kong Ri Tian's fragile body to pieces. If Kong Ri Tian knows about our Wu clan's announcement, he will definitely understand our Wu clan's intentions. He kept the secret of Huodi for the sake of his own safety. He should not reject it. Wu Yong thought of a good plan to make up for his previous mistake. Hu Land was a secluded domain of heaven and earth, it had huge value. If Wu clan wanted it, they had to get rich secretly. I can give you Xing Tian true inheritance. Wu Yong transmitted, replying to Ku Xian Hong. For the sake of Hu Land, it was wise to give up the true inheritance of Xing Tian. Moreover, this Xing Tian true inheritance was just obtained by Wu clan, it only had the contents but no immortal Gu. The immortal Gu and immortal essence were still in Kong Ri Tian's hands. Ku Xian Hong was slightly stunned. Wu Yong was so straightforward, it was out of his expectations. He was a Gu immortal expert in Mushroom Man Paradise. Lu Wei-yin brought Mushroom Man Paradise to join Fang Yuan, he became Fang Yuan's subordinate. This was the first mission that Fang Yuan had assigned him. When Xinhong received this mission, he felt immense pressure in his heart. He had long heard of Wu Yong's name. On the way here, he was still racking his brains to think about what he should do if Wu Yong were to refuse. Unexpectedly, when they actually met, Wu Yong agreed so readily and easily. I finally understand a thing or two about Master's Majesty. Ku Xian Hong let out a long sigh in his heart. Ku Xian Hong continued, Sir Wu Yong, My lord is willing to invest to purchase the complete Xing Tian true inheritance. This time, it was Wu Yong's turn to be stunned. From Kuexan Hong's tone, it seemed that Fang Yuan really wanted a fair trade? Didn't he want to ask for it directly and take it by force? Wu Yong reacted quickly and made a trade request. Kuexan Hong frowned slightly because Wu Yong wanted a rank 9 Wind Path Immortal material. It was extremely rare in the market. Kuexan Hong could not make the decision. He quickly contacted Fang Yuan. After getting an affirmative answer, Kuexan Hong showed a smile towards Wu Yong again. With the help of Jewel Yellow Skies, this transaction was quickly completed. Fang Yuan obtained the entire contents of Xing Tian True Inheritance, while Wu Yong obtained a rank 9 Wind Path Immortal material. Fang Yuan has a large number of grotto heavens in the two heavens. It is not strange for him to have rare immortal materials in the market. But he actually wanted to make a deal with me? After unexpectedly obtaining a rank 9 Wind Path Immortal material, Wu Yong's preparations to refine 8-faced Prestige Wind Immortal Gu also had a small breakthrough. But Wu Yong was not happy. Fang Yuan clearly had the battle strength to snatch Xing Tian True Inheritance, but he did not do so. He only sent a Mushroom Man Gu Immortal to express his sincerity for a fair trade, and then he really fulfilled the agreement and paid the rank 9 Wind Path Immortal material. This Fang Yuan is amazing. Wu Yong sighed. As the saying went, those who were good at swimming would drown, those who were good at fighting would die. Blindly relying on one's own strength was actually a dangerous thing. Because once one became reliant, over time, they would enter a comfort zone and form a fixed mindset. When encountering problems, they would almost always use their own strength to deal with them. Over time, other methods and perspectives would disappear. Eventually, they would enter a predicament or even a hopeless situation. Fang Yuan did not do that. He had great battle strength and could directly snatch it. But that would waste a lot of time and energy and he might not even obtain it. After all, this information could be erased. But using this transaction method, Fang Yuan could easily exchange for Xing Tian True Inheritance. Wu Yong analyzed, this means two things. Firstly, Fang Yuan has many immortal materials. A rank 9 Wind Path Immortal material is not important to him. Secondly, even though he is the number one person in the world, he is still calm and calculative. He never flaunts his superiority. Sigh, how good would it have been if I could have killed him back then? Fang Yuan has already grown up, such a character is too terrifying. When the transaction for Xing Tian True Inheritance was completed, Fang Yuan's main body had already left for Western Desert. Western Desert, Fang Clan's headquarters. Fang Clan's many supreme elders were gathered together, staring at Fang Yuan like they were facing a great enemy. Please don't be too nervous, I came here this time to make a transaction with Fang Clan. Fang Yuan smiled. Fang Clan's immortals felt immense pressure. Fang Clan's first supreme elder Fang Gong asked, is it our honor or misfortune to be chosen by you? Everyone, I have a deep relationship with all of you. Fang Yuan started to activate his killer move. His aura leaked out, Fang Clan's Gu immortals jumped up from their seats and activated their immortal Gu. A huge battle was about to erupt. Fang Yuan, what are you trying to do? This is our Fang Clan's headquarters. Earlier you said you wanted to make a transaction with our clan. If you attack now, who will believe you in the future? Fang Clan's Gu immortals shouted. They were extremely nervous. Fang Yuan smiled coldly. If I want to harm you, I can attack you directly. Can your Fang Clan stop me? As he said that, his appearance changed. Fang Clan's Gu immortals were stunned. Swanbu Jin? Fang Yuan used familiar face again, turning into another appearance. Fang Clan's Gu immortals saw Fang Yuan's appearance and were shocked again. Fang Di Chang? Fang Yun frowned. He was Fang Di Chang's adopted son. Seeing that Fang Yuan had turned into Fang Di Chang, he was very disgusted. Lord Fang Yuan, you came all the way to our Fang clan just to change your appearance and toy with us. Fang Yuan looked at Fang Yun and said with deep meaning, Yun heir, when I was not around, why didn't you cultivate Wisdom Path? Father gave you 3 Wisdom Path Immortal Gu, as well as a Wisdom Path inheritance. Right now, Fang clan does not have a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal leading it. Who else can we rely on if not you? You. Fang Yun pointed at Fang Yuan, his eyes were wide open in shock. The other Fang clan Gu immortals' expressions also changed. They could tell that something was amiss. They guessed a certain truth. It was this truth that made them panic. That's right. I am Swanbu Jin and also Fang Di Chang. I have interacted with you more than you think. Fang Yuan looked around as he laughed heartily. Fang Gong's expression was ashen. He could not sit still anymore. He stood up. How can you prove it? Fang Yuan spoke while throwing out a large amount of evidence to the other Fang Clan Gu immortals. He also transmitted to Fang Gong with a cold smile. Fang Gong, you and Fang Dichang fought against the plan of sacrificing Swan Bujin to refine Divine Bean Palace. Do you really want me to say it? Fang Yuan's evidence was not only abundant, it was also conclusive. Fang Clan soon understood the cause and effect. So Fang Yuan had already infiltrated our Fang Clan. He even became our Fang Clan's external Supreme Elder. Oh heavens, even Fang Dichang and Second Supreme Elder were impersonated by him. We did not discover it until now. After Fang Clan's Gu immortals discovered the truth, their faces turned pale, they broke out in cold sweat. This was too terrifying. If not for Fang Yuan exposing it, they would have thought that Fang Dichang was trapped in Divine Emperor City. Ever since the Fate War, Fang Clan had been trying to negotiate with the Celestial Court. They wanted to pay a price in exchange for Fang Dichang's return. This means that Divine Bean Palace harmed one of your clones, and my clan's second Supreme Elder died at your hands. And my clan's second Supreme Elder died in your hands. Fang Gong looked at Fang Yuan with a cold gaze. Fang Gong's white beard fluttered like a lion's mane, his body was tall and muscular, his muscles were bulging like rocks. Facing the killer of his clan's second Supreme Elder, if it were anyone else, Fang Gong would have attacked already. But facing Fang Yuan, he could only restrain himself. His gaze was complex, there was anger and hatred as well as helplessness and wariness. Fang Yuan was too strong, his demonic might was awe-inspiring, his battle achievements were shocking. Fang Gong did not dare to act rashly. Fang Yuan continued, if I say that Fang Dichang died at my hands, that is true, but it could also be wrong. Fang Dichang's body was destroyed, but Fang Dichang's soul is still in my hands. Your Fang clan wants it? Back then, in order to evade Soul Lantern Gu's detection, Fang Yuan did not kill Fang Dichang, he only separated his body and soul. Fang Dichang's soul had always been one of the captives in Fang Yuan's hands. Fang Clan's Gu immortals heard this and became excited. Fang Dichang's soul is in your hands? Great, the second Supreme Elder can be saved. No wonder when we contacted Central Continent, they kept on brushing us off. So they did not have the real second Supreme Elder in their hands. Right now, I have already destroyed Fate. Fang Dichang's soul is still around. As long as we find a Gu immortal body, he can return to Fang Clan and return to your side. If this Gu immortal body cultivates wisdom path, Fang Dichang's revival will bring even more help to your Fang Clan. Now, everyone from Fang Clan, tell me, do you want to make this transaction? Fang Yuan gave a final ultimatum. Fang Clan's Gu immortals were silent as they looked at Fang Gong. Chapter 21-20. The answer to Fang Yuan's question was self-evident to Fang Clan. Fang Gong nodded and said in a solemn tone, we are willing to make this deal, but Sir Fang Yuan, what do you want? If you want too much and exceed the limits of our Fang Clan, we might. Fang Yuan waved his hand, interrupting Fang Gong. Firstly, I need Thieves' Den. Secondly, I need Fang Clan to be stationed in Green Ghost Desert and provide me with a vast number of soul cores. What I want to give to your Fang Clan is not just Fang Dichang's soul. We can discuss the specifics in detail. We can talk about it slowly. Fang Yuan's relaxed conditions made the eyes of Fang Clan's immortals shine, but they were also filled with doubts. Fang Yuan seemed to know what they were thinking. If I want to deal with your Fang Clan, I can just attack directly. Why use other methods? I'm not afraid to tell you that I have already made a deal with Wu Clan's Wu Yong. I'm not a cruel person. Fighting and killing is just a method. Unless I have no other choice, I do not want to use force to satisfy my requests. Fang Clan's immortals felt a chill in their hearts. Fang Yuan's words contained a hidden threat. He was telling Fang Clan's immortals that if they did not satisfy Fang Yuan's request, he would start a war and make Fang Clan suffer huge losses or even be exterminated. Fang Gong felt bitter internally. Facing such a powerful Fang Yuan, what choice could he make? Actually, the moment Fang Yuan appeared, Fang Clan could not make any other choice. Fang Clan had to cooperate with Fang Yuan, they had to do business with Fang Yuan. Not do it? Then die. Celestial Court could not stop Fang Yuan. Spectral Soul was killed by Fang Yuan, and further away, several southern border rank 8 Gu immortals were killed by Fang Yuan. How could a mere Fang Clan resist him? Super forces could also be destroyed. The closest one was Northern Plains He Clan. It was already destroyed, replaced by Zhu clan. The closest one was Qing clan. Back then, the Qing clan was also very powerful, but in the end they provoked the young spectral soul and were exterminated. Green Ghost Desert was the tomb of Qing clan, and it was right next to Fang clan. Sometimes, a single person could destroy an entire force. The world of Gu masters had always been ruled by the strong. Therefore, many times, even if the superpowers had deep foundations, they would still be very cautious when waging war against lone loose immortals and fiendish cultivators. In order to survive, the Fang family agreed to Fang Yuan's request. The two sides discussed for a while and came to a decision. Fang Yuan's conditions were so relaxed that everyone in the Fang family found it hard to believe. Was this still the #1 devil in the world, Gu Fang Yuan? Because reality was far better than their expectations, these Fang clan Gu immortals were in a good mood. I've said it before. I'm not bloodthirsty by nature. There are many benefits to cooperating with me. He killed all of his clansmen, killed all of Heifan Grotto Heaven's original Gu immortals, participated in the destruction of Dong Fang tribe and Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, annexed his partner Langya sect and variant humans, destroyed 88 Point Jinyang Tower, captured a large number of southern border Righteous Path Gu immortals, killed Gu immortals in the 5 regions and 2 heavens, participated in the Battle of Celestial Court, and ambushed Spectral Soul, Fang Yuan said with a sincere expression. Fang clan's Gu immortals' eyelids twitched as they agreed. Lord Fang Yuan is right. It is our Fang clan's fortune to be able to cooperate with Lord Fang Yuan. Actually, we know about Lord Fang Yuan's past situation. That Celestial Court was too much of a bully. Fang clan's Gu immortals spoke like they were speaking from the bottom of their hearts. They were not hypocritical at all. Fang Yun and Fang Lung were still young, they were silent now. If Lord Fang Yuan wants to establish a clan, our Fang clan will support you with all our strength. Fang Gong's final words were very convincing. Fang Yuan looked at him with a deep gaze before saying goodbye to these people. At the next moment he activated a killer move and vanished in front of the immortals. Fang Gong persuaded Fang Yuan to establish a clan for the sake of Fang clan. Once Fang clan and Fang Yuan's secret transaction was exposed, Fang clan would fall into a passive state, their reputation would fall, they might even be attacked by other super forces. However, after Fang Yuan establishes a clan, he would turn from the demonic path to the righteous path. By then, if this transaction were to be exposed, Fang clan would at most face controversy. The Gu masters and Gu immortals of the demonic path and lone cultivators could change their identities and join the righteous path. Heavenly Lord Baizu was an example. Demonic path or lone cultivators had enough battle strength to make righteous path forces wary, they would not dare to attack them. After such a Gu cultivator establishes a clan, they would be adept at exchanging benefits with the surrounding forces, reaching some kind of compromise and balance, they would be able to turn into the righteous path. In fact, if one were to look back in history, many super forces in Eastern Sea, Western Desert, and Southern Border were like this. Fang Yuan taking the initiative to transact with Fang clan made Fang Gong understand that Fang Yuan had such methods and political awareness. Once a powerful demonic cultivator no longer blindly fought and killed, they would have the demeanor of a righteous path cultivator, they would be able to change their identities. Unfortunately, this is not my ambition. Fang Yuan smiled lightly in his mind. In his previous life he had created the Blood Wing Demon sect. At its peak, it had over 10,000 members. He had long since understood that strength was the essence. In this world, an individual's strength could surpass the sum of everyone's strength, so all organizations were just icing on the cake. Only when an individual's strength was strong would they be truly strong. Even the #1 super force, Celestial Court, had to rely on the methods of individual venerables to survive in times of crisis. If not for that, Celestial Court would have been destroyed by Fang Yuan already. Thieves Denver. Fang Yuan went into closed cultivation. He started to study this damaged immortal Gu house. And one of his clones in Eastern Sea, Qi Si Ancestor, was also discussing a transaction with Song clan. Right now there were only Qi Si Ancestor and Song Xiaqi in the hall. Song Xiaqi was a rank 7 Gu immortal of Song clan, he was ordered to guard Qi Si, he was the representative of Song clan here. Right now, Song Xiaqi had a difficult expression, he was feeling uneasy. Because he had just learned from Qi Si Ancestor that the latter had a small request, Tian Nan's true inheritance. Qi Si Ancestor said that his descendants wanted to develop in refinement path, he wanted to make a transaction with Song clan. Song clan had once competed with Ruo Lai clan and Kai clan for the supremacy of ascending heaven plane. They won and obtained Old Eccentric Tian Nan's true inheritance. Old Eccentric Tian Nan was an outstanding person of the remote antiquity era. He had high seniority, he was the first refinement path supreme grandmaster in history. He was on par with his descendants, Old Immortal Kongju and Longhair ancestor. Even after 3 million years, Old Eccentric Tian Nan's true inheritance was still very valuable. Song Xiaqi thought about it before saying, "Ancestor, I do not dare to hide anything. Ever since we obtained this refinement path true inheritance, our Song clan has been researching it. We specially chose Gu immortal seeds to nurture. We want Tian Nan's true inheritance to become a signature of Song clan. This is an important matter, I do not dare to make a decision, I need to report it to the higher-ups. But according to my guess this matter will not go as you wish." Song Xiaqi spoke in a tactful tone. He said he wanted to report it, but it was a clear rejection. Qi Si ancestor smiled as he waved his hand. "Song clan friend, you do not need to worry too much, I was just casually mentioning it. Since Tian Nan's true inheritance is of great significance to Song clan, why would I snatch it away from you? Let's forget about this matter." Song Xiaqi had a grateful expression. He quickly stood up and thanked him. He also said that there were several Eastern Sea super forces with strong refinement path experts. Qi Si ancestor had a benevolent smile as he said, "I will remember your suggestion, don't be in a hurry to leave, I have some new tea leaves here." Meng Qiuzhen had recently unraveled many dream realms. Fang Yuan's food path attainment level went from blank to grandmaster level. Qi Si ancestor was Fang Yuan's clone, they shared the same attainment level. He created some new Qi path tea leaves in his spare time. Song Xiaqi finished his tea and bid farewell to Qi Si ancestor respectfully. After returning to his residence, he immediately used an immortal killer move to contact Song clan's headquarters. This matter concerned Qi Si ancestor. It was an important matter. Song clan's immortals soon received this information. Song clan's Gu immortals stopped what they were doing and started to communicate. Back then, our Song clan spent so much resources and manpower to obtain the dominance of ascending heaven plane and obtain Tian Nan's true inheritance. Qi Si ancestor wants to take away our fruits of victory with just a few words? Wishful thinking. Song Xiaqi rejected him on the spot. "I feel that it is inappropriate. We should at least give Qi Si ancestor some face and listen to his offer. No, Tian Nan's true inheritance is definitely not for sale. Even though our Song clan specializes in light path and water path, these two inheritances are not outstanding compared to the other super forces. But with this Tian Nan true inheritance, our chances of refining immortal Gu will greatly increase. It will be a huge and lasting benefit to our Song clan." Song clan had been searching for refinement path true inheritances. In fact, all of Eastern Sea super forces were doing this. Because Eastern Sea had the most abundant resources and immortal materials, once they obtained a high-grade refinement path true inheritance, their profits would be far greater than the other 4 regions. Tian Nan's true inheritance is unique to our Song clan. This advantage might not be apparent in the near future, but in a few decades or a century, our Song clan's strength will definitely surpass the other super forces. But is it inappropriate to offend Qi Si ancestor like this? Think about our current situation. After the Qi tides, all of our inheritances will be exposed, our super forces will fight for them. Once we reach a stalemate, Qi Si ancestor, as the leader of the righteous Qi alliance, will uphold justice. We need to consider whether Qi Si ancestor will be biased because of this and make a decision that goes against our Song clan when he upholds justice. During this period of time, Qi Si ancestor was really busy. Eastern Sea's righteous path forces joined the righteous Qi alliance. Fighting for true inheritances became the righteous Qi alliance's internal affairs. Someone took the initiative to ask Qi Si ancestor to uphold justice for them, but gradually more and more forces came to ask Qi Si ancestor to uphold justice. Fang Yuan's political skills were very profound. Qi Si ancestor's upholding of justice often made all the competing forces satisfied. Thus, Qi Si ancestor's reputation grew day by day. It was not strange for Song clan's Gu immortals to have such worries. Our Song clan can satisfy Qi Si ancestor's other requests. It is not wrong to be on good terms with Qi Si ancestor. But Tian Nan's true inheritance, how should I put it? Qi Si ancestor's insight is too good. No wonder he can contend against Fang Yuan. In the past, Eastern Sea super forces coaxed Qi Si ancestor, wanting to rely on him to resist Wushuai's variant human alliance. But now, after the pursuit battle with Fang Yuan, Qi Si ancestor and Fang Yuan became sworn enemies. Thus, Eastern Sea's forces, including Song clan, had many changes in their attitudes and thoughts. Song Xiaqi, you rejected Qi Si ancestor back then, how did he react? Song Qiyuan asked. Song Xiaqi quickly replied, ancestor gave up very quickly, his attitude did not change. He was very reasonable, he even asked me to stay for a cup of tea. His new Qi path tea is truly amazing. Qi Si ancestor's new tea was called Triple Layer Weather Tea. This tea gathered heaven Qi, earth Qi and human Qi to form a wondrous tea. In the teacup, heaven Qi floated above like clouds. Human Qi condensed into a lump, like a true pill, it floated in the middle of the teacup. Earth Qi condensed at the bottom of the cup, the fragrance of the tea was contained within, only when it entered the stomach would it spread out, leaving a lasting aftertaste. Song clan's Gu immortals heard Song Xiaqi's description, their uneasiness faded away. Qi Si ancestor is very magnanimous. Our Song clan has always been very respectful towards him. Looking at ancestor's attitude, there is no need to worry. Even if he hates us, he is still the righteous Qi Alliance leader, he will not go overboard. Tian Nan's true inheritance has too many benefits, it will become our Song clan's core inheritance in the future, we cannot give up on it. Chapter 21-21. Several days later. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture. Dream Realm. After an intense battle of life and death, Meng Qiuzhen's opponent finally fell to the ground. I want to see who you are. Meng Qiuzhen suddenly lost control, he was acting as a youngster, he walked up angrily and lifted his opponent's mask. But the opponent's appearance shocked the youngster. Father, why are you here? The youngster shouted in shock, his body trembling. The one who fell was the youngster's father, he smiled happily, my son, you did well. You know all the killer moves of the clan, but you lack enough hatred and sorrow in your heart. I have a terminal illness anyway, I won't be able to live for long, I might as well help you. The youngster cried bitterly, Father, why can't we give up on hatred and live in seclusion? Why must we take revenge at all costs? His father stared at the youngster, our entire clan was killed by the enemy, your mother, grandfather, grandmother, as well as your siblings were all killed. This hatred is irreconcilable, why don't we take revenge? Remember, your father died for this. If you don't take revenge, your father would have died in vain and he would have died in your hands. The youngster's body and mind trembled, his voice was hoarse. Father, he cried in pain at the same time, a pale blue flame started to burn on his body. His father saw this flame and was overjoyed. Good, good, such a grand and abundant sad blue heart flame, it is enough for revenge, enough for revenge. After saying this, the youngster's father took his last breath. Not good. Meng Qiuzhen felt something was amiss. The youngster saw his father's death, the sad blue heart flame burning on his body expanded rapidly, it burned fiercely, its intensity increased by at least 10 times. Meng Qiuzhen's soul was still in the dream, he immediately felt a surge of sorrow, anger and hatred, it was like a waterfall pouring down on his heart. I cannot lose myself. This is the greatest difficulty of this dream realm. Meng Qiuzhen held on bitterly, but in just a few breaths of time, he could not hold on anymore. Dream creation. Without a choice, he immediately used a dream path immortal move to protect his mind. In the newly formed dream within a dream, he was in a huge house. The house was on fire, it was being burned by the blazing blue flames. Meng Qiuzhen immediately started to extinguish the fire and save the houses. After a flurry of activity, the fire was gradually extinguished. The originally magnificent and sturdy house was also reduced to ruins, leaving only one intact guest room. I passed it. Meng Qiuzhen let out a breath of turbid air, dispelling the dream within the dream and returning to the dream realm. The final hurdle of the dreamland was simply life-threatening. Meng Qiuzhen was almost swallowed by his emotions, he completely forgot reality and illusion, sinking into the dream realm. Of course, every time he explored, his main body would stand guard outside. If there was any danger, the main body would also come to the rescue. He had finally passed through this dream. Combined with the gains from the previous few dreams, Fang Yuan's Flame Path realm soared to Great Grandmaster. My Fire Path realm has risen to Great Grandmaster level, I can swallow those few Fire Path Grotto heavens in the 2 heavens. Looking at the days, Wu Shuai should have already made his move. Fang Yuan's main body estimated. The Supreme Ancient 2 heavens. Fire Plains Grotto Heaven. On a vast grassland, fiery red firebeard grass grew everywhere. It was the harvest season, The goo masters in the grotto heavens started to use goo worms to harvest the firebeard grass. Creak, creak, a bone-chilling sound suddenly came from underground. The moment the goo masters sensed it, they suffered fatal injuries. Countless ants flew out of the ground, some were as small as a finger, some were as large as a carriage. The number of ants was huge, there were countless of them, the entire firebeard grassland fell into their hands in an instant. Skeleton grotto heaven. What's going on? What's going on? The grotto heaven goo immortal in charge of raising the bone armor hounds was panicking. The 1,000 bone armor hounds he was in charge of howling, some were rolling on the ground, some were biting and tearing at the hounds. The goo immortal had a miserable expression. It's over, it's over. Granny repeatedly reminded me to take good care of these bone-armored hounds, but I made such a huge mistake. Some of the bone armor hounds died quickly, large numbers of ants crawled out of their corpses. The goo immortal gritted his teeth in anger, so it was the work of these ants. Ugh. The goo immortal was shocked and uncertain. Because more and more ants were crawling out of the bone armor hounds, there were even countless ants crawling out of the ground. These ants were like a tide, the goo immortal was shocked at the scale. There was even the faint aura of immortal goo among them. The goo immortal did not dare to stay any longer, he quickly retreated. Profound literature grotto heaven. Imperial court. Your Majesty, Chuzhou, Qingzhou, Liangzhou, and other places have suddenly experienced an ant plague. The ant plague is terrifying, in just half a day hundreds of thousands of mortals have died, 100 cities have been destroyed. In the ant plague there are rank 6 and 7 immortal ants. The officials of the various provinces are feeling troubled. The current emperor frowned deeply, he had a grim expression. The ant plague is so ferocious, it is not something we can resolve. The urgent matter now is to contact Grotto Lord. Song Clan Headquarters. Grandfather, you are so good to me. Thank you for your immortal goo. Song Yishur held the rank 6 water path immortal goo in her hands, she was very happy. Song Clan's first supreme elder, Song Qiyuan, was her grandfather. At this moment, Song Qiyuan looked at his granddaughter lovingly, saying, "My clan researched Tian Nan's true inheritance. This water path immortal goo is the first result. But my dear granddaughter, don't flaunt it everywhere, tell others that you accidentally captured this wild immortal goo. I am the first supreme elder of Song Clan after all, I cannot be biased towards you." Understood, understood. Song Yishur looked at the water path immortal goo in her hands, she was overjoyed, she was playing with the immortal goo when her face suddenly turned pale, she held her abdomen. It hurts, it hurts. She fell down powerlessly, her face turning snow white in an instant. Initially, it was only her abdomen that hurt, but soon, this unbearable pain spread throughout her entire body. My dear granddaughter, what's wrong? Song Qiyuan was pale with fright, he quickly checked. At the next moment, Song Qiyuan found that in Song Yishur's body, there were large numbers of tiny ants moving around, devouring Song Yishur's flesh. What made Song Qiyuan even more shocked and furious was that these ants were actually devouring the Dao marks on Song Yishur's body. What a vicious insect, what vicious methods. Song Qiyuan hurriedly took action. A pure white light engulfed Song Yishur, the white light split into threads that entered Song Yishur's body, killing all the ants on her body instantly. Song Qiyuan cultivated light path, he had a high attainment level, his methods were agile and profound, he immediately suppressed the situation. But good times did not last, new ants quickly appeared and started to torture Song Yishur again. Song Qiyuan frowned deeply, he felt pain and anger, he soon realized something. It turned out that these new ants were coming out from Song Yishur's immortal aperture. My dear granddaughter, endure the pain, quickly look at your immortal aperture. Song Qiyuan tried to speak in a gentle voice. Song Yishur looked at her immortal aperture, she was pale with fright, her eyes turned red. So many ants, Grandpa. My immortal aperture is going to be destroyed by these ants. The terrifying ant plague instantly swept through the righteous Qi Alliance's goo immortals. The grotto heavens of the two heavens were the hardest hit, old immortal Huayu, Granny Skeleton, Fire Plane Grotto Lord, and others were the main victims. Other than them, there were Song Clan, Rua Lai Clan, and Kai Clan. The other Eastern Sea super forces also suffered from the ant plague, but it was very minor, they were just resource points in the outside world. Once the ant plague appeared, it attracted the attention of the entire righteous Qi Alliance. This ant plague is too strange, it is clearly targeting us. We did not discover anything, the variant-human alliance is safe and sound. Such powerful ants, even an idiot would know that Wu Shuai did it. To think that Wu Shuai is just a clone of Fang Yuan, he actually has such a terrifying method. The righteous Qi alliance soon found the culprit. They were furious and quickly discussed. Many of the victims displayed the ants in their disaster areas. The auras of these ants ranged from weak to strong, mortal to immortal. The types of ants were also of all shapes and sizes. These ants are very terrifying. The scariest thing is that they can devour Dao marks and refine themselves. They are hard to get rid of. We did not find any ant eggs at all. The most puzzling thing is, how did we get hit? The Gu immortals discussed. Qi Si ancestor sat at the main seat, controlling the situation. He had a worried expression, but inwardly he admired Wu Shuai. I have always wanted to integrate the combat system and create a core killer move. Thus, I asked my main body to obtain Xing Tian true inheritance. To think that Wu Shuai had already taken a step forward and created an even more troublesome lingering poisonous ant plague killer move. Qi Si ancestor knew some details. Even though Fang Yuan's main body and Wu Shuai did not tell him, they did not keep it a secret either. In their past interactions they revealed some information. It turned out that after Meng Qiuzhen became an immortal, the number of Dream Path immortal Gu multiplied. His efficiency in exploring dream realms was astonishing. Fang Yuan's food path and poison path attainment levels rose to Grandmaster level. By sharing attainment levels with his clone, Wu Shuai combined his quasi-supreme refinement path attainment level, enslavement path attainment level, and wood path Grandmaster attainment level, causing a qualitative change and a breakthrough. Originally Wu Shuai's ants came from green ant ascetic. Even though this method had great battle strength, it was too outdated after all. This time Wu Shuai used Qing Chou as a reference and made a breakthrough on the basis of green ant ascetic, allowing the ants in his hands to devour Dao marks and refine themselves. But Wu Shuai could not use it himself, only Fang Yuan's main body could use it. Lingering poisonous ant plague was a compound killer move in essence. Poison path, enslavement path, refinement path, wood path and food path were all involved. It also expended unrestrained heavenly marks. This move had a deep concealment ability. It used the advantage of poison path at the start, concealment and infection. The killer move's Dao mark infection would infiltrate the target's immortal aperture and turn into tiny ants. These ants continued to devour the surroundings, growing and expanding rapidly. When they reached a certain scale they would create a terrifying ant plague. To completely eradicate the ant plague, the corresponding Dao marks had to be eliminated. Currently the righteous Qi alliance had not investigated this. Chapter 21-22. In a hall at the bottom of Qi Si. The representatives of the righteous Qi alliance clans and many wills gathered together, discussing how to deal with the lingering poisonous ant plague. The ant plague had just been discovered, the clans could not come up with any good ideas. Thus, gradually, everyone's gazes gathered on Qi Si ancestor. The grotto lords in the two heavens gritted their teeth, asking Qi Si ancestor to help them. The ant plague had harmed almost all the grotto lords of the two heavens. These people were Qi Si ancestor's direct subordinates in the righteous Qi alliance. As for Eastern Sea's local forces, only Song clan, Rua Lai clan and Kai clan were affected. Thus, the Eastern Sea Gu immortals deduced, did this method originate from the two heavens? Song clan, Rua Lai clan, and Kai clan were affected because they relied on ascending heaven plane. Nobody doubted Qi Si ancestor. Because the true victims were Qi Si ancestor's direct subordinates, the people who were closest to Qi Si in the righteous Qi alliance. Qi Si ancestor was silent for a while before saying, we need to resolve the ant plague. In this old man's opinion, this ant plague is even more dangerous than the Qi harvest fruit from before. As long as the Qi harvest fruit does not explode, the grotto heavens will not be damaged. But this ant plague is constantly harming the foundation of all the Gu immortals and clans. Among everyone here there are some who are not affected yet. But if we do not find a solution in time, none of us will be spared in the future. The immortals in the hall had bitter expressions. Gu immortals were knowledgeable people, they agreed with Qi Si ancestor's words. If not for this, they would not have come to discuss this matter so enthusiastically. The ant plague was like a huge fire, even though it only burned a portion of the people. If it was not extinguished in time, the fire would spread to everyone. Qi Si ancestor continued, to resolve this ant plague, it is not like the Qi harvest fruit tribulation. During the Qi harvest fruit tribulation, I was still able to put in some effort. But this ant plague is not within the scope of Chi Path. Thus, we can only rely on everyone here, that is, ourselves, to work together to resolve this disaster. We need to gather the wisdom path Gu immortals of each clan to make deductions together. In the entire process, if you need any immortal Gu killer moves or Gu immortal great experts of a certain path, or even a certain true inheritance, you must provide them with all your strength. You cannot be conservative. Chi Si ancestors' expression became more solemn. If we cannot resolve it, we need to suppress and delay the ant plague for a short period of time. If we can't even suppress them, then we'll have no choice but to start another war with the Outsiders Alliance. Chi Si ancestors' tone was firm, he had a determined expression. The atmosphere in the hall was heavy. The Gu immortals did not speak. Chi Si ancestors' actions were very reasonable. The terror of the ant plague was its negative influence on the Gu immortals' foundation. If they could not delay or suppress the ant plague, the longer it dragged on, the stronger the ant plague would become, and the weaker the Righteous Alliance would become. Over time, the gap in strength between the Righteous Alliance and the Foreign Race Alliance would form. If they did not attack early and kill to stop the killing, they would drag the Foreign Race Alliance down with them. If this continued, the Righteous Alliance would not have the strength to fight a direct battle with the Foreign Race Alliance. Lingering poisonous ant plague included many paths. It even expended unrestrained heavenly mark. This killer move was at the strategic level. It had terrifying power. Only fight with the Foreign Race Alliance? Isn't that the same as fighting with Guiyue, Fang Yuan, Wu Shuai and the rest? How can we be Fang Yuan's match? Even Spectral Soul Demon Venerable died at his hands. But if we don't fight, are we just going to wait for death? This is not a choice we can make. This demon Fang Yuan is going too far. No, even the Celestial Court cannot do anything to Fang Yuan. Even though our Righteous Chi Alliance has the advantage in numbers. Isn't Fang Yuan recuperating? Maybe we can ask the Celestial Court for help? The Celestial Court is the leader of the Righteous Path. Lord Alliance leader has already contacted them. He wants to cooperate with the Celestial Court to deal with the Foreign Race Alliance. They have been pushing the responsibility away. In my opinion, the best situation is for us to cooperate and get rid of this ant plague. Even though Fang Yuan is causing trouble, he did not make a move personally. This is only his probing. We need to resolve the ant plague quickly and perfectly. We need to show Fang Yuan our strength. The immortals in the hall discussed and gradually reached a consensus. They did not want to fight to the death. Eastern Seas Gu immortals had different temperaments from Northern Plains Gu immortals. Furthermore, right now all the clans were plundering and competing for the exposed true inheritances. They were extremely busy. Why would they not strengthen themselves instead of risking their lives? In ordinary battles there would be wins and losses. Only when there was hope would they fight. But fighting to the death with Fang Yuan? This was not the other party's death, they were courting death. Even though the Gu immortals did not say it, they had the same opinion. The Celestial Court's pathetic state and Spectral Soul's life were proof of Fang Yuan's terror and ruthlessness. The Eastern Sea Gu immortals did not know that Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's main body was still around. They thought that Fang Yuan could even kill a former Venerable. He was simply too capable. His demonic might was overwhelming. Unless absolutely necessary, they did not want to provoke such an existence. In that case, let's try to resolve the ant plague first. Chi Si Ancestor ended the discussion with a final sentence. The Righteous Chi Alliance started to put in effort to research a solution. How could lingering poisonous ant plague killer move be simple? The more the Righteous Chi Alliance Gu immortals researched, the more uncertain they felt. The several Wisdom Path Gu immortals who participated in the deduction had high expectations. Their pressure was increasing day by day. Days passed but they did not have any results. All the clans were unhappy. Chi Si Ancestor personally came to ask. The Wisdom Path Gu immortals led by Huan could only say, "Don't be anxious, we have a discovery. The ant plague contains wood path profundity. These ants can grow, and growth is the specialty of wood path. This is likely because Fang Yuan fought with Qin Chou, he obtained inspiration from it." Needless to say, these Wisdom Path Gu immortals had some ability. They could see this. Thus, Eastern Seas wood path experts were gathered to participate in the research. The research did not succeed. The Wisdom Path and Wood Path Gu immortals felt increasing pressure. They shouted, "Enslavement Path, Enslavement Path. The ant plague contains the profundity of Enslavement Path. These ants are very organized, they move in unison and create a huge chaos. This is the power of Enslavement Path." Thus, The Righteous Qi Alliance's enslavement path experts were mobilized to participate in the research. The research still did not succeed. The Wisdom Path, Wood Path, and Enslavement Path Gu Immortals could not bear the pressure. They shouted, "We need Poison Path experts." There were not many Poison Path experts, but there were some. Under the expectations of the various clans, the Poison Path experts participated in the research together. "We also need Food Path experts. These ants need to eat to grow." The Gu Immortals who participated in the research called out. But Food Path Gu Immortals were very rare. The Immortals discussed for a while. They only needed to invite a famous Eastern Sea lone immortal, Zui Xianwang. Zui Xianwang had a wide network. He had connections with all the Righteous Path clans. But he was not in Eastern Sea now. "We need Refinement Path help. We found that the core of the ant plague is Refinement Path." Undeniably, after annexing Langya sect, Fang Yuan's Refinement Path attainment is too deep. These ants can devour Dao marks and refine themselves into immortal Gu. It is truly shocking. Eastern Sea's clans quickly sent their Refinement Path Gu Immortals here. With everyone's efforts, there was some progress in the research. The elites of these clans had strength indeed. But they could not obtain the most basic results. Just one lingering poisonous ant plague could stop the entire Eastern Sea Righteous Path? That was the truth. The Righteous Qi Alliance's Gu Immortals could not believe it, but they had to admit it. Shen Tsong Xing said some insightful words. "Now that things have come to this, I can also see some clues. That Fang Yuan has the sovereign immortal body, he cultivates all paths, he is an all-rounder. This compound killer move contains the profundities of Poison Path, Wood Path, Refinement Path, Food Path, and Enslavement Path. He ingeniously combined the specialties of these paths together. And us? If he only cultivated one school of thought, he would at most cultivate two. We cultivate Poison Path, we don't know about Wood Path. We cultivate Wood Path, we don't know about Food Path. With so many paths, even if we work together, we cannot resolve the ant plague quickly." Even now, the Righteous Qi Alliance had not discovered that lingering poisonous ant plague contained Heaven Path profundities. However, there had never been a Heaven Path cultivator in history, so it was normal that the Righteous Qi Alliance did not discover it. How can there be such a person who cultivates all paths? Speaking of which, Spectral Soul is too useless. Shadow Sect and Zombie Alliance spent hundreds of thousands of years to refine a single rank 9 sovereign immortal fetus Gu. They actually lost it. Fang Yuan got a huge bargain. Creating compound killer moves is as easy as drinking water to him. After a period of time, I'm afraid that there will be new methods appearing. That fiend only used a single move, and we're already in a terrible predicament. There's nothing we can do about it. Why does our Eastern Sea have to be the first to deal with the #1 demon in the world? The Righteous Qi Alliance could not find a way out. They vented their pressure with words. They felt more disdain towards Spectral Soul, more hatred towards Fang Yuan, and even more wariness towards him. They felt like crying about their own fate. "In that case, let's fight them." Qi Si Ancestor's battle intent surged. He said with a firm tone. "Lord Alliance Leader, the situation has not reached that stage yet." Immediately, a Gu Immortal persuaded. Qi Si Ancestor sighed. "These days, our Righteous Qi Alliance has suffered huge losses. If we continue like this, we will fall into that scoundrel Fang Yuan's trap. If we delay any longer, we will not have the strength to fight anymore." These last days, the Gu Immortals of the two heavens had suffered huge losses. In Eastern Sea's Righteous Path, Shin Clan, Kai Clan, and Rua Lai Clan had the greatest losses. As for the other clans, even though the ant plague had spread to them, it had only just started. Thus, most of the Righteous Path clans did not want to fight yet. Chapter 21-23. We still have hope. We are not at the end of the line yet. That's right. Even though we have gathered many Gu Immortal elites, we have not taken out our true inheritances for them to use. With the contents of these true inheritances, we can exchange them and find a way to resolve the ant plague. Qi Si Ancestor was silent for a long time before nodding. The current situation is very serious. I believe everyone knows it even without me saying it. Thus, when you contribute your true inheritances, please show me your sincerity. If anyone hides anything, don't blame me for upholding justice. As long as we can resolve the ant plague, the entire Righteous Qi Alliance will benefit. All of the clans will be compensated for their efforts. I believe that the contribution board will be the best answer. To resolve the ant plague, all of the clans started to contribute. Hua clan took out the snake venom chi thread true inheritance. Nangong clan took out the supreme profound true inheritance. Xia clan took out the remnant leaf true inheritance. Su clan took out the big belly true inheritance. Originally, even though the Righteous Chi Alliance's contribution board was created, there were not many names on it. Earlier, Chi Si ancestor had asked the clans to exchange their inheritances and killer moves, but these exchanges were superficial. Who would take out their own unique inheritance to exchange for no reason? But now the situation was completely different. Not only did the contribution board increase in numbers, the competition for the rankings was also very intense. Changes were happening frequently. Different inheritances had different values, they were all high and low, normal people could not evaluate them. But Qi Si ancestor was Fang Yuan's clone, because they shared the same attainment level, he had high standards, his evaluation of the inheritances was very appropriate. Even if one side was dissatisfied, Qi Si ancestor would gather the immortals to discuss it. Each time, Qi Si ancestor's evaluation would convince all of the Gu immortals present. The more times this happened, the more Qi Si ancestor's reputation rose. The entire Righteous Chi Alliance was filled with admiration towards Qi Si ancestor's knowledge. First Supreme Elder, are we really going to hand over Tian Nan's true inheritance? This is Tian Nan's true inheritance. Think about it, back then we spent so much effort to obtain Ascending Heaven Plane and this true inheritance. Song clan's Gu immortals found Song Chi Yuan unwillingly. Song Chi Yuan sighed deeply and said helplessly, "Don't you all know the current situation? This situation is no longer within our control. Everyone knows that we've obtained Tian Nan's true inheritance. There have long been calls for our clan to contribute this true inheritance. Being able to drag this long was already his limit. Now that the Xia clan has offered the smelting true inheritance and the Tang clan has offered the 10,000 fusion true inheritance, it would be inexcusable for our clan to not offer the Tiannan inheritance. Everyone is staring at us. Who will let us go?" Song clan's Gu immortals were silent. The situation had unknowingly collapsed. At first, the intentions of the various families were good. In order to avoid a war as much as possible and also to deal with the ant plague, they contributed some true inheritances. Even though these true inheritances were related to wood path, food path and others, they were not important and their value was not high. However, the value was not high and there would definitely be differences between them. Some people were high while others were low. If it wasn't obvious, then so be it. Yet, there was such a contribution ranking that listed everyone's contributions. When the families at the front of the queue saw this, they naturally felt that it was unfair. Why are we contributing so much? Why are the others contributing so little? Let's not talk about other things, just this clan, doesn't it have that so-called true inheritance? Why don't we contribute? Look at us, we are even contributing this so-called true inheritance. Because of this, the people at the back of the contribution ranking could only take out some inheritances. This way, the people at the back of the contribution ranking would become the ones at the front, they would feel that it was unfair. If they were still at the back, they would be mocked by the people at the front, they would be urged and even have some insulting words. Your so-and-so clan only has this much foundation? You can't even take out anything? You still have the face to call yourself a super clan? Gu immortals were astute. When they took out their inheritances, they would think, take out something of equivalent value as long as the ranking was about the same. But how could that be possible? There were so many rankings on the contribution ranking. What standard could you use to feel that it was about the same? Often, Gu immortals would feel that it was about the same, but others would feel that they were far from it. Even if everyone was satisfied for now, don't forget who was the expert who judged the inheritance's value. Qi Si ancestor was trying to mediate in the middle, he was trying to create trouble. Thus, the clans competed and mocked each other, the competition became more intense. The higher the value of the inheritances each clan took out, the more pain they felt, the more they disliked the clans at the back of the contribution ranking. Thus, the situation went out of control. The clans had no choice but to take out their top inheritances. Song clan was not the first. But Tian Nan's true inheritance was already a thorn in everyone's side. I have already handed over so-and-so's true inheritance. Why is your Song clan still holding on to Tian Nan's true inheritance? My clan has sacrificed so much, we need to make Song clan sacrifice some as well. Song clan's Tian Nan's true inheritance has a huge value. Using this chance we can obtain it openly, it is easy and we have the right to do so, this is great. The clans did not lack Gu immortals were also astute. The contribution of true inheritances became a political struggle of competing, suppressing, and restraining. The righteous Qi alliance was hurting each other. The one who benefited the most was the high and mighty Qi ancestor. Fang Yuan not only obtained Tiannan's true inheritance, he even obtained several other refinement path inheritances. There were also some food path inheritances. His eyes shined. Undeniably, Eastern Sea was rich. These super forces also had deep accumulations. They definitely had more good things, but this time they did not need to take them out. If they continued to provoke them, it would be as bad as going too far. What made the righteous Qi alliance feel slightly gratified was that the clans had paid such a huge price. They finally had some results. Even though they could not get rid of the lingering poisonous ant plague, they had a method to stop the ant plague's development. It was still effective to work together. Fang Yuan's killer move was unique, but with the combined efforts of the entire Eastern Sea righteous path, it was only a matter of time before it was broken. It was impossible to destroy the righteous path of a region with just one killer move. Any killer move was an inanimate object, it would have flaws. Thus, Gu immortals continued to modify them. Fang Yuan did not place any hopes on this. His true goal was to obtain refinement path inheritances. The other inheritances were just supplementary. He wanted to become venerable through refinement path. He had to become a venerable to have a qualitative change, to be able to fight against Star Constellation, Spectral Soul, and Giant Sunday. Of course, it was not that Fang Yuan could not snatch things like Tiannan's inheritance. His current battle strength was above the entire Eastern Sea righteous path. But firstly, the efficiency was too low. How could it be faster and more convenient than asking them to hand it over voluntarily? Secondly, the true inheritance's contents would also be destroyed. There was a risk. Thirdly, it would waste Fang Yuan's energy and time. It would delay Fang Yuan's progress and cause Fang Yuan's luck to be depleted. The clans all had deep foundations and enormous luck. If he fought with them, Fang Yuan's luck would be wasted. And in this trip to Crazed Demon Cave, Fang Yuan would have to face venerable level enemies. The safest way was to conserve his battle strength and not waste it. This was also one of the main reasons why Fang Yuan made transactions with Southern Borders Wu clan and Western Deserts Fang clan. The contents of Tiannan's inheritance were soon learned by Fang Yuan's main body. Among all the inheritances contributed by the righteous Qi alliance members, Tiannan's inheritance was still the most valuable. Thus, on the current contribution board, Song clan was ranked first. Old eccentric Tiannan had described his grand and insane scheme in this inheritance. He wanted to refine the immemorial two heavens and even the 5 regions, turning them into his external immortal aperture. Undeniably he failed. Even venerables could only refine Dao marks of specific paths in the outside world. But old eccentric Tiannan wanted to refine all the Dao marks. In Fang Yuan's eyes, in theory this was completely possible. Wasn't Gu cultivation about refining all kinds of Dao marks or great Dao fragments? The biggest obstacle in front of old eccentric Tiannan was Heaven Dao. He found that no matter what he did, he could not refine Heaven Path Dao marks. Eventually he thought of an extremely risky method, but he failed. In history, old eccentric Tiannan had an eccentric personality. He failed in his attempt to refine the sky. Someone once said that those who were half a step ahead of an era were geniuses, those who were one step ahead of an era were lunatics. Old eccentric Tiannan was such a lunatic. Over 2 million years passed. As time progressed, a person appeared and solved old eccentric Tiannan's greatest problem. That was limitless demon venerable. He succeeded in refining the Heaven Dao. After another 1,000,000 years, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable entered Crazed Demon Cave to explore. He obtained limitless demon venerable's method in this aspect. Indeed, this was unrestrained heavenly mark. The unrestrained heavenly mark killer move that Lu Weiyin taught Fang Yuan had a long history. It was not created by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. Paradise Earth had only modified it. His source was limitless. What surprised Fang Yuan was that this Tiannan true inheritance also contained Reckless Savage Demon Venerable's notes. It turned out that Reckless Savage Demon Venerable had also obtained Tiannan's true inheritance in Ascending Heaven Plane. Even though he learned the contents of the true inheritance, he did not destroy it. Instead, he strengthened it so that it could be passed down to future generations. In his later years, Reckless Savage Demon Venerable returned here and added some of his refinement path insights into this Tiannan inheritance. This old man Tiannan is really daring. Speaking of which, if he could really refine the Heaven Dao, that would be too awesome. Unfortunately, refinement path is not suitable for me. I still like to clash with my body. But I can make use of those remaining beastmen. Didn't they want to use food path methods to turn the tables? Hee, wishful thinking. They think I did not discover it, isn't that the gluttonous demon frog? Using these notes, Fang Yuan was able to unravel a layer of the fog of history in front of him. In history, Reckless Savage Demon Venerable made use of the remaining beastmen to create Reckless Savage Grotto Heaven in his later years. He also left behind Reckless Savage's true inheritance. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.